Gana nong dia long tu be kwai tirial dong yang ga unik sel yam magor gangten Boy well take kenyang punyang niu kunyang yal kenyang yelo gatal marmam panda untor undir dor kunor kwe maru nyaran yang bai kedau ka koy mairan mai lai kediron naga je kai wonga blon tiu kinang ko bagi wiran kedai je yumbak mare jot panda dore jodule banongo yudwar ku begtongo Dari jauh leban nongol cuaca bila lulu kamu turun kong yang dari kasong gelai kornya dua beramu dari dia belang penuh ganong ran jemen jemadak oi kon menagu mandang mabong biar majurador nyenpiu dal marial rong gum kon galam boy maker makuru dal mutir bai utenya pelang debin majuralem mama yorban oi ngwan ngim motor be yetiani bang tukul maker be keloy gayan wajal dengan tong ilion ki jurgo tong ilik ngar wong go dogi len bring cerbeng ngor tong ran me yanelonda lo dong ilik yang bai kedau ka koy maidan mai lege dirun naga je jo kwang munga blon tiu kinang ko terbagi wiran kedai je yumbak mare jot panda dore jodule banongo yudwar ku begtongo dare jodule banongo ki kwaja bila lulu wamu tul kong yang dai watung le tornya tua baramu dai dia
Hello, Sister Magdalena, greeting.
Lan mutul jirai biradanya ngerai rang banyak jok dina luker muker kumbel mutulan mubat yang baik ya kedau kakoy bairan mai ulai kediron naga ja kwan wonga non tiu kinang ko bagi wiran kedai ja yurbak mare jaduler jot panda dore jadule banongo yudwar ku begtongo dare jadule banongo ki kwaja bila lulu kamu tul kong yang dai wasong gelai kornya dua beramu dai dia unik sel yam magor gangten boy well take kenyang punyang niu kunyang yal kenyang yelo gatal marmam panda untor undir dor kunor kwe maru nyaran yang baik kedau ka koy maidan mai lege dirun naga je jo kwang wonga blon tiu kinang ko terbagi wiran kedai je yumbak mare jot panda dore jadule banongo yudwar ku begtongo dare jadule banongo ki kwaja bila lulu kamu tul kong yang dai wasong gelai kornya dua beramu dai dia belang penuh ganong ran jemen jemadak oi kon menagu mandang mabong biar majurador nyenpiu lal marial rong gum with your congalam, boy, but care my cool that would deal by with paying a film. There been Juralim, Mama, your bank, going when no wing, or pay it, Yannick, bound to pull my girl, the bag, and Lord, and what you're going to tell you, you go, long you not wrong, go doggy, let bring your bummer, Tamaran, Mayanilonda, Lord of Village, young bride, get down, got to and my leg, didn't have a judge of Bang, never run it, you be unquat. You ran, you ran, can I hear you? Where a job lay your thunder, where a job never no more, you walk, good tongo, got a job never know, you quite got a feel a little one, young day, you got to like calling it to over and where die. Well, I wanna go down, a lot of women. You can mother, right after my guru and I don't you. I don't know, but I tell you, who to live your but Royal, my Chinese young, Panda, my real friend. Long bogon, my burden, couldn't train my burden. And Mutul, I did, I knew right. Ramayang, job, then I look good, Mutulan, Mubak, young by, get out, got going and my leg, it on Naga, Japan, won't have on a tube in Uncle. The buggy ran, Mutu, ran, Kagai, Urba, where a young lady, your panda, you are a young Lebanon, you work with the Jongo, that is your Lebanon, or keep like a feel a little come to Kong Yang Dai, got some like going into our Ramway Dai. Goodbye, Minyapa, who's a bill for my thing.
When I'm trying to explain something to somebody and I just don't have all the words that I need, it's at the tip of your tongue, it's just out of reach. When I first started,
one by one in jam my gun, my yard, my car, Dwarial and Yung, Muxula, the Muxul guy, Jung Marion, John Mayor, my car, Yung, my kid, Pantera, Gog, and Jai, with Jenny Young, Bora, Penny Boy, we not by the Jarul, but you my young other more than one word to bed door and you rule down with it for Kuga, Kira, one young, but a year, Real on Tor Young, the Jurumatian, Rule and Mutum, Koganye, Butu, Dumam Maria, rule dan, but young door by young door. Logran to Kim Dale, what the Gamma cannot be by the yoga, Jerry, Dumbo, but Yagur, with young Ayan, Windy on Lulo, and then with your long yoga, by a my bull of Pujan. When the Yana bang bull and bull, Mapa, I can buy, when I can buy my junior, Kumbai, young Moirel, the burger dodgy, you go, me, what it. We did Muriel, no more thing of Qualia, Yongul, and India, quite there and long that. Young Jim, one paper, random, Laga could do now, well, no pay, I'm named you, Jan to Dan. One for young, and you're Matian, Rule and Mutum, go when you care, book you.
Ball, welcome to Legs 10 Media. How are you doing, sir? Ball, you mute yourself.
Good evening, Abraham Adin Majak.
Yeah.
Welcome to Lake State Media.
Thank you. Good evening to you too.
I see you
Yeah, while we are waiting for our guests. Yeah, while we are waiting for our guests, so let's talk a little bit before our guests came. So for those of you who are watching, please share the video. We will be having Ambassador Gordon Buay with us. So he will join us shortly. So while we are waiting for him, and you guys see the topic, so share the video and we will discuss, because we thought that this is a very important topic that we need to discuss about the current issues going on in South Sudan, within Lake State and Jonglei State, and across South Sudan, because tribal war, Qatar, there's very big issues right now in South Sudan. People are dying, killing each other. So we need to address these issues and discuss how government can solve, or how the community can solve these issues. And one of the government representative ambassador, he will be here with us and give insight about what action plan the government is doing to bring this crisis to calm the crisis down, or to bring it to an end. So for those of you who are watching, please share the video, and today's show, we will be inviting everybody. So if you want to join if you like the topic and you want to join our table discussion, you are feel free to come. We will pin down the link shortly. So Brother Ball, I will give you a chance. So how are you doing? What's going on? I heard the sad news going on in Lake State today. So before we do that, we need to send our especially me. I want to send my personal heartfelt condolences to the family that who lost their loved one in a park area. So that is a tragedy. That's a very sad to see. The young people are dying in very young age. It's a sad thing to see. So, Bol, go ahead, and if you can have some input to put in this topic.
Thank you, Madid. We are actually very sad day by day, which is something that we are thinking about it in a hard way, how it will stop. For instance, this morning when I woke up, I read a message, and some of my colleagues communicated with me about what happened in Yeru, that the people were attacked by their neighboring state, which is now one state, and still we don't have a collective information how it happened. That's why I don't want to mention where the attack came from, because I need to have a very strong source of information. I know it had happened, but I fear also the movement I will circulate where the attack come from. It create hatred among us as South Sudanese, because the movement, an individual will hear me talking about where the attack come from, he will not take it as a major problem that we need to address, but he will take it as I am taking side. So in this situation, sometimes it makes us want to think twice before we really talked about where the attack come from. But yes, people of Aparak Mopor were attacked. It was a brutal killing. It was baseless, and I condemned it. And what made this killing to happen, I might also still blame it to the government, because we have we don't have governors which enforce laws and orders. If laws and orders were there, such an attack could have not happened, or maybe it could have happened because of lack of security in the area. So I'm asking myself for how long this baseless and senseless killing will continue. It's really very painful, especially to we, the people of Yerul. And why it is very painful is the same disarmament that we will talk about today. A disarmament that a government don't sometimes sit down and look which side is very hostile, what part of the country that need the first disarmament. It should not be on one side. People of Yerul were the first people to be disarmed, and always the first people go to when there is a disarmament, and this need to be addressed. Okay, basically, more in the situation with us, people of Yerul, is not very hostile like other places, and areas in Yerul should not be the first place people should rush to for disarmament. This shows that these are the weak communities, and these are the people that we can just go very quickly and take guns from them, and nothing can happen. But other communities, people back up, people fear how to approach them, So why this happen always? To be the first, the people of Europe to be the first people to be disarmed, and after that, the disarmament don't advance to other places which are critical. Doesn't go to other places which are critical. Guns sometimes are taken away from people of Yerul, and then the disarmament don't go nowhere. And right now, our place, our state, become the battlefield whereby people come with the guns and kill anybody, because people of Park were the first people to be disarmed. People of Change were the first people to be disarmed. People of Aliab were the first people to be disarmed. People of Atwood were the first people to be disarmed. This one completely should be condemned, and the government have to be notified. Any new governor who come to Lake State, which is currently now one state, he should think twice before he go to our communities and take guns away. Yes, I support guns should be taken away, but it has to be disarmed equally. It has to be disarmed equally. And this is the only way, and this is the only option to make South Sudan a gun-free nation. But if certain communities are disarmed, leave other certain communities, this one is very unequal. And it will leave other communities cleans up. So I look at this as a very bad way of carrying out the disarmament. It's not a good way. It should be carried out equally. People of Apagmopo today were attacked. They were gunless. They don't have nothing to defend themselves. They were killed, and this is something really, really, really sad. Their cars were taken. Their wealth was taken, and they were left empty-handed. Their life was taken. So this one actually is very bad. The same thing going on in Bor and Murle. So, and this is a fox war. If the government of South Sudan don't look at it carefully. So I will not go further very much, but I'm really saddened, And this one is not just the only first time. It had happened actually in our area time and time, especially in Panajia, because we are the neighbors. The people of Pakam come sometime and attack the people of Panajia right away. We are at the border. And all the time, people don't have guns, and people were left, losing their life, because The first governors who came there went ahead and disarmed our people. And those people, when Maturshu was trying to disarm them, they ran away. And they actually came to our state, to Eastern Lake State. We accommodated them, but right now there are so many attacks. You know, small attacks that don't reach us, but I heard them because I communicate with people back home. Okay, I don't support any community to have guns in their hand. If we disarm all Lake State, we need also to disarm other states and keep going. And there also should be a plan and strategic ways we should disarm civilians, because we want to sit down and see what approach we can make as the government so we can take guns away from people. For instance, I have my own way of thinking about it, you know, because there will be actually a fight during the disarmament. There will be. So we need to really look at it, how disarmament will be conducted. So thank you, Madid. We are waiting for Ambassador, and when he comes, then we will talk more about the topic. People will be welcome today. It will not be only us, so a lot of people will join us to talk about it. Matot Benjamin, get ready so we can send you a link. So after we welcome Ambassador, we will bring everybody. Chimkwa, get ready. Everybody get ready, and we will time up a show today, Madid.
Yes.
We are not going to leave anybody. It will only a guest of honor that we have invited will have a length of time, but everybody that is joining us will be time up, including myself. I will not talk too much. I will just make it short because this show is only for 3 hours or 4 hours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bol. Yes, so when our guests arrive, we will definitely do that. While we are waiting for the ambassador to come, let's focus on these issues, on what's going on in Lake State. You know, these issues of killing in Lake. It was one of the Lake States was one of the states in South Sudan that involved into tribe fight, and the government have not seen independent 2011. Lake State has been in crisis, killing each other, and this is really a bad thing. Brother Daniel Mabany. So I pinned down the link. You can come up. Daniel Mabany. So I pinned down the link. You can come up. So if you have, we can discuss these issues. So the Lake State has been having this problem since 2011 when South Sudan got independent, and the government. Since then, government have not done anything that the big thing that to bring this crisis to an end. Like for example, you see what's going on in Jonglei state between Morley, Lawnware, and Dinkabor. Crisis that going on. You see when the Lawnware and Twitch and Bor team up. The youth team up and they wage war against. They went to the Morley land. So you see what happened. The action that the government did. Government formed a committee to investigate what's going on in that region. The same thing happened during Jiriak incident. When that incident happened, government formed the committee to investigate that incident. But when it comes to Lake State, since 2011, when it comes to Lake State, many people died. Lake State was one of the states that Many lost their life every single day in tribal war. But the government didn't form any committee to investigate what are the root cause of tribal attack in that region, in Lake State. What the root cause of it. They never did that. So the Lake people was, I don't know why the government is relaxing, said and don't take an action to find the solution what's going on in Lake, because many people lost their life during scene 2011. So, and these are the issues. And another thing, Paul, the Lake State people who are in the government position and elders and other youth, I don't know why our people are quiet, don't talk about these issues. So these issues, many people lost their life already, and our people should come out and speak and condemn the killing in Lake. So, and this is one of the things that we need to discuss. It's the time for us, we people of Lake, to come out to the public and condemn this senseless war going on in Lake State. And so, Brother Mabany, welcome. I hope it's too early to you guys. I hope we didn't wake you up. You know.
Actually,
you know, Mabany, I read your article, a beautiful article that you wrote on your timeline, and I shared on Lake State. And that is one of the things that we need to come out, because our people are pinning themselves. This issue is going on in Lake. We have to come as a son and daughter of Lake State to find the solution. If the government is not taking action to solve the crisis, if our leaders who are in the government are not concerned about their citizens who are killing themselves every day in Lake State. So this is my concern. So for that being said, I will give you a chance, Brother Mabany, to go ahead. To talk about this, what's going on. So as today we just heard that there's another incident going on. Some young people lost their life again, which is a very sad. Unfortunately, very sad. Yeah.
Thank you, Madid and Brother Bolmakur, for inviting me. And I also appreciate your quick response.
Today we just heard that there's another incident going on. Some young people lost their life again, which is a very sad. Is anybody open another device? Please close that.
Thank you,
if you have any other device that you open apart from that, just turn it off. So welcome. Okay. Welcome Jamal and welcome Jiriak, Let's Stay Media. Okay, go ahead, Mabany.
Okay. Thank you again, Madid and Bolmakur. You know, this is a very important day for us, people of Lagos State, to come together and address some of the issues that are affecting us generally. The issue of commercial violence in our communities in the Lagos State, I think it's become a phenomenon for all of us, of which we need to actually stand up, especially the intellectuals, to find the best solution that we can bring it to an end. First, I condemn those who went today to Yerul community, especially Park, to attack our communities and looted their cows. The bad things that intellectuals should do in the society, wherever they are, is to condemn and accept the responsibilities of crime that are committed by their side. So what happened today is something that we all condemn. And I think the best solution that available for all of us as intellectuals of Lagos State, since we are united, because I was one of the people who was actually the campaignings, the disarmament of our youth, because I was thinking if we are to be disarmed, we should be having forces that are deployed at the border that we fear might be backlash to our community, especially the border of Nuer, the border of Jur, and another border that we fear might cause problem to our civilians. So it is our time now to stand up and condemn directly and address the issues direct to people who cause the problem. Are you people listening to me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So we need to condemn this case, and we should focus much on how to bring solutions to it, because we were so concerned, especially I believe most of our state members, they are concerned about what happening in the Gar community. Now the problem of our community is actually spreading. It's spreading virally across the state, and especially toward the Yerul. So if the people went actually and attack people in their own communities, that should be considered as the role of the government and the role of intellectual to condemn and finger point to each other that this is from your community. You should stand up and condemn it and address your people, control your section, because this issue of section in our state has to be condemned and addressed it by the intellectual of those communities, because we are fed up, we are totally fed up, and we have failed to control it. I was assuming that this time we should invite our community naives, our naives, to intervene in the case of Agar community, because the Agar community we are no longer able to address this problem. Why? All of us, we are being accused as the part of the mess in our community, of which, if you can see, from 2000 up to today, no any intellectual or our leaders in the federal government, they are not even condemning it. They are not talking about it. They are not even awakening the government to address the issue. So we believe this case must also be sailed to our navies, so that our navies can intervene and help us to bring this conflict to an end, because it is out of our control. We are not controlling it anymore. And I'm one of the people who admit the facts. If things are not addressed, if things are not under control, they should be sold to other people who have an ability to control the situation in the way we want it. That's what I currently think, because we are no longer controlling the problem, even in our community, in the Gar community. Leave alone the situation that is now reached to Yorul, as we have heard today. A few minutes ago, people are still fighting, and I think I have comment there. People are still fighting along the river near Manyang Agis. So they're still fighting there. The cows are still there. The trout are still running after their cows, but the cows are still going. They are still moving toward inside the Gar community. So this case has to be condemned. It has to be condemned. There's no hiding about this. There's no longer hiding about this, because if we are still to hide, that means we are not going to address the problem that are facing our state.
Yeah, thank you, brother Mubeng. Jamal, welcome to Next Day Media.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Mabany, I pass my greeting to Mabany, Jiriak, and Bolmakur. So I was not able to talk because I was affected by that incident. So it was only that I just saw people discussing how people should be disarmed. So that's why I came in. So my condolences to people of Al-Wawak, and the Yerul in general, because we have lost 9 people, 9 members of our community. Especially me, I have 2 people from my family. So that is what had happened. Yeah. So the issue is this: when we want to go and to make Lagos State is our state, all of us, we should have to admit our mistakes and responsibilities, as Mabany said. People said disarmament. In any country, wherever you are, you cannot publicize that I'm going to do disarmament. The more you announce, the more that those people are hiding their guns. And they hide their guns after the other community is disarmed, the other one will come and attack the others. Like today, people have no guns. There are some who have guns, there are some who doesn't have guns. That's now people are becoming vulnerable. And this type of impunity going on in Lagos State, you should have to, all of us intellectuals, wherever we are, we should have to rethink what can we do. Is it sensitization we go down? Because our leaders now, they will never help. How many MPs do we have? We have so many MPs since 2005 up to now. They have never done anything. No road, no hospital, no security. So it is now better for all of us to reason. What can we do? Which channel can we use to reach those people at the grassroots? Otherwise, we are going to have no people. Yeah, that is what I want to say. I was adding to my bench. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you.
I think, Abraham, the issue of disarmament is something that we should think twice, because when we are talking of disarmament, we believe that the government is supposed to come and disarm our civilian with a mechanism in place to make sure those other communities across our borders will also be prevented to come to loot or to kill our civilian. Now, since the disarmament started in our state years back, you have seen the loophole of that disarmament. You can see that Madid can be disarmed today, or Bol can be disarmed, and tomorrow Daniel is still having guns. Daniel is still having gun on the compromise. I don't know we compromise it. On the compromise, that the other person will hold gun, and the other communities are disarmed. And also at the same time, the disarmament is always consistent in one place where the other communities are clearly holding gun. So this issue is an obvious issue that we all know. And we know that those who does it, they are the one in power. They are the one in power. Those who are actually in the ministerial post, those who are in the army, those who are in the police, those who have senior position, they are the one playing this role. But the mistake that we are doing as a citizen of the state or the citizen of South Sudan generally is an illusion that we don't even stand up to talk about that mess. We don't talk about the mess. We don't finger pointed that Bola has done this or Abraham is doing this. No, we just keeping quiet, fearing that if we said it today, then we will be accused of dividing the rule, or will be accused of taking side in the crisis or in the problem. So our state has this issue of compromising the law, and the law is compromised in the favor of those who are in power. We have seen this, and even the problem of Panagas in 2000 is actually very related to this explanation that I'm saying, because people that are killing people are the one left with gun, and later on, if they are left with gun, they will speed up to kill whoever they don't want to see, and later on, everybody will have gun, and the government will relax. The government that made disarmament relax to disarm the rest, because they have already exploited what their intention was. So we have to stand up now, since we are again, united. We have to stand up together as intellectuals of the state to challenge ourselves and our MPs in the government, because the problem is not from our civilian. The problem is actually from our leaders, the MPs, the general in the army, and other people who have influence to influence the government. And one secret that I know that is always blocking the disarmament in our state and bringing back the gun is an issue of fear in the national government. The national government of South Sudan has an assumption that our civilian or just let me narrow it to the bad description that our people like. Our people have to hold gun as dinkers so that they can defend themselves from a known fear. Because there is this kind of fearing in South Sudan where the government is relying much to let the civilian have their gun, so that if there's something, then the civilian will defend the government. I don't see this kind of see this kind of philosophy, because this kind of philosophy is the one killing our civilian. Now the civilians are killing themselves, and when the war break out in Juba, they will be asked to stand by so that to defend the government. Now the government is no longer being defended. The civilians are no longer on high alert to defend the government. So it is right time now for us to say it clearly. This is how we can be disarmed in the state, or this is how we can be disarmed in South Sudan. Now we have seen now how the arm in the hand of civilians are affecting us. There is fighting going on. The scale of fighting going on in Upper Nile. There is also continuing fighting, and I think by tomorrow, those who have actually lost their life will be preparing to respond in the wrong places. They will respond in the wrong places like a park, and few of the Yerul that has been killed, they will respond in the wrong places because they will not found people who have killed their loved one already. So the people who have killed their loved one, they will be far away and they cannot reach. So they will immediately start at the border. They will start from Paloj, where people of Paloj, they don't have issue with them. They will start from Akut, where people of Akut, they don't have issue. They don't have knowledge about what happened. They will also go to Luel, where people of Luel, they are not aware of what happened. But those who are culprit, it will not be seen. And those particular communities will be affected, and that will cause the mess, because those communities will be rebelling, and then the communities will think that these are the right people that we should also respond against their aggression, because their cow are taken, they have lost their life, and all of those. So we have to focus much to highlight the government of South Sudan, the impact of gun in the civilian hand. If the gun in the civilian hand are the alternative for the government of South Sudan, then let the government leave it. Let the government leave the government to be taken by those that they are fearing to take to take the leadership from them if they don't have gun. Or if they want it, they should recruit all the civilians that they are expecting to defend the government. To defend the government of I don't want to name it, but to defend the government that they want to be defended, So this issue that affecting our civilian must be addressed starting from us, and we must finger point to ourselves. This is our role, and we are failing in this area. So people of Rumbek must be condemned now, so that they could not try again tomorrow to go to a tour land to steal cow from a tour land when they are not even attempting to come to their land to steal their cow. You see, they should continue killing themselves in their own mainland until we will find the solution to address our problem in the Agar community, because we don't want to make this case and extend it to other communities that are in harmony, like Yerul community. The Yerul community has been in peace for a very long time, although they have some few mistakes that they are like normal communals or incidents that are happening. They are not counted because they are very few. So we need to focus, educate it, and forget about the blame. We don't need it nowadays to blame to fear or blame that you will be blamed or finger pointed to certain communities or certain people in the community. So we need to use this platform to further our message, and other normal platform to further message to the people of Lagos State. Because one of the problem in Lagos State, and especially the communities that are fighting now, they are lacking information. Our intellectuals, they are not involved to educate themselves on what that needed in the community to be done. And I think you are the only platform that focus in the national issues and a bit of the state issues. I think this would be the first. This would be the maybe third of the kind of this trying to help educate the Lagos State today. But some of the other communities, they are very committed. They are actually educating themselves, like those of Equatoria and the Upper Nile state, including breaking down into the section like Nuer and Denkas, Ngok, and all of this. They are educated their people, but our community, our state, is very silent because we were affected by the division of the state, where each goes and deal with their own affairs. People of God were dealing with their own affairs, Agar were dealing with their own affairs, and people of Yerul were actually focused on how to address their own issues. So now it is high time actually for us to take lead in addressing some of the issues that are affecting us. And we don't need to leave each other or to leave one another to struggle for himself or herself in addressing the issues. The issue of Gar community is actually out of control because our leaders are also accused to be playing a key role in the destruction and killing of our civilians. So it is your role, we people of Greater Lagos State, to intervene and finger point it and inform people of Agar community to stand up against their own affairs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Mabany. Riak, I see that. Welcome to Lagos State. Riak, I see that you have a network issues. You read the topic. Let us give you a chance so you can put your word in.
Where is Jiriak? You mean Jiriak?
Jiriak Jiriak, yeah. This is Riak, actually.
Okay, Jiriak Manasseh, actually, I'm happy to see you today in the Lagos State media. I believe we know each other, and you are in Canada. You contributed, always commenting, but it's good today you join us. So welcome to Lagos State
Thank
media.
you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you a lot.
Yes.
Long time.
Yeah,
Long
my
time, Jiriak. Eh?
Yeah, Mabany Bye. It's the first time to see you today. I know Bolma Kur and Bolma Kur. We have been together in Kenya.
That's right.
Madin Majak, maybe I forgot. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Maybe the man down in Kenya, maybe I was young by then. Only Mabany is the one who know me very well. But I was there.
Madid was very young.
Yeah.
I used to bring Madid water from Port Africa.
I know. Madid was very young.
So I went down to the stream and fetched him water to drink.
But not in that accent. Okay. But Madid was very young.
Yeah, well, okay, the topic is very, very, very good. It's very enjoyable. Whatever happened, it happened. It's the way forward is what we are searching for right now. Yeah, we talked about disarmament. Yes, I agree. Civilians should be disarmed. But until when should the government keep on disarming? Let's be honest. If I am in Lagos State, in Yerul or wherever, in Rumbek, disarm me today, tomorrow I will get another gun. That's how easy it is. Very easy to get an AK-47. How much does it cost? In Africa, not just South Sudan alone. It's too easy to get a gun. Yeah, disarm. Okay. And then the same person will get another gun and do the same crime again. How long should we keep on disarming? Yeah, that we have to stand up as Yerul people. Yes, we do. But how? We cannot go a revenge because let's see how we are. Agar. The whole of Lagos State is related. So if you go a revenge, who are you going to kill? Your own nephew, your own cousin? Agar or Panerdia in Tomwanjang. I cannot go a revenge. I may end up killing my own cousin, my own nephew, my own uncle. What we need is orientation. the value of human life. Right now, the whole country is in a lockdown. What do we do about it? Yeah, the Jonglei problem is getting solved. And then, okay, I don't really want, like Mabenbai Jangal, we have to point fingers. Well, we have to point fingers. Fingers are going to be pointed at the same thing, the government. But government is in dark. They are trying to solve the Jonglei problem. Kalorotony, everywhere, Equatoria. We have to do soul searching as people. What is it that makes us attack each other? To go and take a cattle, to go and take cows. By the way, just like a car in North America, we can be traced if you steal it. A cow can be traced too in our African tradition. A cow is traceable. It can be traced. And then it will be found who took it. What is lacking is justice. If you find the culprit, there is no punishment. And if you don't punish the culprit, they will repeat it again because they got away with it. So they will think they will get away with it again. We need soul searching. What is it that makes people attack each other? Well, I really don't remember the last time Yorul attacked Rumbek, if ever. I don't know. Maybe where you guys have been following, maybe you may know, but I really don't remember the last time Yorul go and attack a cattle camp in Panagar. If ever it ever happened. It's always Agar attacking Yorulis. Why? Is it that we don't have like people who can intervene on our behalf to the government, or is it because we are cowards? I don't believe we are cowards. Peaceful coexistence is essential to our livelihood as Yorulis. We have good rapport with our neighbors. We talk to the Nuer in the north, and we talk to Jonglei on the east. But what is the problem of Agar? And we are all related. What can be done? Disarmament has failed. Yeah. Do we have to become like USA? No, I don't think that's a good idea. Like to arm everybody or to have gun rights. No, I don't think it's a good idea. The ease with which guns are obtained, that should be the solution. Block the way people get guns. It's too easy. You can just cross the border. Some people can go to North Sudan and get guns. Very cheap. Or go to Central Africa Republic and get guns. Go to Darfur and get guns. Go to Congo and get guns. Even some members of SSPDF provide guns and they sell guns. That's our problem.
Thank you, Manasseh. I really like your contribution. You have said some crucial point, and people are listening, and that's why it is always good so different minds can come together and we discuss, sort out. But our only problem here in the forum and outside is because we talked, but nobody helped us with our idea to carry out what we have said and deploy our idea so it can work. But you have said some crucial point, and thank you a lot. Now, before I give the floor to anybody to respond, because I will respond to Mabeng, something that he have said, which is good, but I need to educate him about Lake State Media a little bit, but it will be later on. I will give floor to Madid to welcome our ambassador, which is the guest of honor today. Ambassador, welcome to Lake State Media. Madid, please welcome Ambassador, and then we can welcome other members. It will be time up. After Ambassador speak, we will time it up because I'm not going to take too long today. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Brother Ball, and thank you, Manasseh and Mabany, Jamal, for coming in Lake State Media. So you guys, because this show, we scheduled this show before the incident happened in Lake State. Yesterday we were supposed to have this show, but we scheduled it today. Ambassador Gordon, Buay, welcome to Lake State Media again. Thank you for accepting our invitation. It's really good that the topic for today. So we are talking about the crisis going on in Lake State, Jonglei State, and across South Sudan, because the conflict going on, people are killing each other, and you are one of the government representatives that joined us today. So we need to talk about these issues, how to address the interim conflicts going on between Lake State themselves and Jonglei. So how the government can solve these things, these issues. So welcome to Lake State Media again. Let me give a chance to you. You mute yourself. Before I give it, Mariani, I think if I pin down the link, so the link is there.
Hello?
Hello, yes.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I said thank you very much for inviting me. Taban, I'm sorry I came late and apologize for being late because I have another function. Even I will be with you maybe 30 minutes and then I will go and attend. There's a meeting that I'm supposed to attend. So I think the subject that you asked, the insecurity in all over South Sudan, is a very complicated subject. The conflict in Lake State among our communities, the conflict everywhere now, not only in Jonglei, but also even in Warab. There are conflicts. There is a conflict between the youth of Warab and those of Unity State in cattle wrestling, as you people know. To start with the Jonglei, as you already heard, the committee was set up to try to come up with the suggestion of how elders, members of the communities of Jonglei, including the chiefs, could solve the problem of cattle wrestling, or which is happening between the Murle versus the Nuer and Dinka and the Anyok. The committee, they are working on it now because the communities will be included. Now they are selecting the committees, but the overall agenda is that there will be a conference that will be called that would include all the chiefs of the Nuer, the Dinka, the Anyuak, and the Murle to try to resolve this issue. But of course, resolving cattle wrestling in Jonglei will not be an easy thing, simply because there are a lot of issues involved. For example, the cultural issues and the issues including the fact that the youth are becoming ungovernable in some communities. There are communities where when there are new generation coming up, they would go to try to abduct kids or children. The problem of Jonglei, as people you know, in 2017, it almost created a problem between us and Ethiopia. There were Murle youths that went and abducted Ethiopian children in 2017. I think you heard about that. Not only abducting the kids, they also abducted the cattle. So the problem of resolving the cattle wrestling in Jonglei is complicated. One thing, if you remember, during the interim period, our government started by disarming the youth of Jonglei. It was started with Lone Nuer. The area commander by then, who was a commander of Division 8, Bolkong, fought with Lone Nuer. Almost he fought for 3 weeks to disarm them, and he managed to disarm them. But when he disarmed them, that did not prevent the Murle youth from cattle wrestling. Because if, for example, you want to disarm Law, you want to disarm the Dinka, you have to make sure that you also disarm the Murle. But if you disarm the Murle, what will prevent them from getting guns from Equatoria or from Ethiopia? Because if you have gold, like now there are places in South Sudan, in Boma, in eastern Equatoria, where you can just go and get alluvial gold, and then you cross the border, you go and buy a gun. You cannot control the border. I think that was also one of the problems, that when the government embarked on disarmament a few years ago, the communities in Nawil were not disarmed simply because they border the north. So the issue of disarmament, if you look at it from the angle of all the communities in South Sudan, is very complex, because you need comprehensive disarmament. For example, if you want to disarm communities in Lagos State, okay, are you going to disarm the communities in Unity State? Because as soon as they hear that the communities in Lagos State are disarmed, they will exploit that and take advantage of that and come and take the cattle. So you, the government that is disarming the people, you have to provide security, because that is the primary function of any government in the world, is to protect the people. But right now, for government to provide law and order institutions, with the situation we are in, we signed the peace. Most of the forces, the SPLA and the police, are in the process of reorganization because of the agreement. The comprehensive disarmament will have to wait until we finish the security arrangement. Right now, we can do some selective disarmament, like what was attempted a month ago in Lagos State, because if you try to do a comprehensive one by targeting certain community, it would not be helpful, or it would be even be counterproductive. In the sense that the communities should be disarmed, like what my brother Manasseh said before, and also he said the same point that I said, that how do you protect the international borders? Because the international borders will also serve as a way of our people going, crossing the border and getting the guns. They have cattle. If you have cattle, you can just go and pay. Give somebody, you sell your cattle and you get AK-47. AK-47 in Ethiopia, I'm told, if you have $200, you can get AK-47. The same thing, I believe Murle can do that. You can take the gun, and then tomorrow they will get it. And there are some people, you will find a family with 5 or 7 guns. They can give the government one, and they will hide the rest. But what is needed, I think, the same. Even you people in the diaspora, United States in the 19th century went through the same situation, what is called the Wild Wild West. What is stopped it were the measures that were taken by the U.S. government. The first one was that there was a strong law and order officers that had to fight the cowboys who used to cattle wrestle, because cattle wrestling was not only peculiar to South Sudan, but also it happened in the United States. And then another thing was what Manasseh said. The cattle in U.S. were marked. They were given some marking. So let's say if my cow is taken to Texas, then the law enforcement in Texas will ready. They can track it down and find out that no, this cow is stolen. I think those measures, they will go with the level of peace and the level of institutional development, because our security institutions now are very weak. And I think no one can blame the government with the situation we are in now, because the government is required to do a security arrangement, and the security arrangement require all the forces from the police to the army to be trained again, because that's why it means that unified forces. It also includes the unified police. So at the moment, comprehensive disarmament is very difficult. But in Jonglei, people will attempt the community initiative that is being done now with the committee, calling a conference where the chiefs and the political leaders will talk to the youth, trying to tell the chiefs to control the youth, which is difficult, of course, in some communities. Because I can say, for example, in our area in Upper Nile, I mean in Ladjor area of Jikany of Upper Nile State, the youth have become very wild because of this war. You know, the war destroyed the traditional the traditional institutions where the chiefs, they have no control anymore. The youth are not listening to the chiefs. So the traditional way of governing our people that existed before our society went to this level are already weakened, you see. So now the only institution that can provide security is the state, and the state has to use force. And you state, if the state is weak, for example, right now, if we take for the White Army. The White Army are youth, but they have guns, they have everything that they are in level of that they can challenge state agents. If you send a police now, the police cannot disarm the Nuer White Army or the Bor White Army or the Murle White Army, because these people even are more equipped than the police with guns, unless it is the army confronting them with mechanized infantry, with tanks. This is where you can subdue them and try to disarm them. So now we have to make sure that our institutions, our security organs are strong, organized to go and do comprehensive disarmament and also to provide security. Okay, you need a very strong police unit at the border between Lake State and Unity, or border between Lake State and Warap, so that you prevent cattle rustlers. There are criminals from Bull that will go and take cattle from the Dinka, and then there are criminals on the Dinka side that will go and take cattle from the North, and they exchange them so that people will not track them. So you need a very strong force that will confront them. And for you to do that, we have to have peace in South Sudan, which cannot have a comprehensive disarmament if our forces, are busy fighting Thomas Cirillo, they are in cantonment and things like that. I believe all the concern that you people raise, the government is aware of them. But the government, our government, to exercise the functions of the government, like what we have in the United States, you need a strong institutions, a strong army, a strong police that can respond to incident very quick. In Lake State, uh, there are situations where, okay, let's say a certain youth cross the border, they go to Ural, they take the cattle. You need a force that can quickly respond to recover those things, and a force that be will not be challenged by those youth in terms of army, in terms of guns, in terms of numbers, because I believe the youth in Lake State, there are youth that you send only if you send only 500 police, they cannot handle them. They are very good sharpshooters. They are well armed, so it needs us to consolidate peace, and then to train our police, to train our army, and then from there we move to try to come and end this communal conflict, which of course is the biggest threat to development now in South Sudan, because our kids in those rural areas, who are the majority, will not go to school. There will be no development. You cannot have development without training your human resources, that is the people. If the people are constantly fighting, then there are no community that you will be building. I think what I can say in terms of security in all over South Sudan, to end the communal fight, we need a strong police, we need a strong army to be around. But for us to reach that level, at least it would need another 1 year, so that when all the forces are unified, the police is unified, they are well trained, they are well equipped, then they can quickly respond to those challenges. Yeah.
Thank you, Ambassador. Bol, go ahead. Bol, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Okay.
Thank you, Ambassador, for being very frank on those issues. We had tackled some of it, but there will be people raising some question. They are here, so I will give them chance, because I will still be on a platform. We'll give some couple question to somebody like Mabeng, and Manasseh to ask Ambassador, or we can start asking Ambassador 2 to 3 questions and he respond them because he got 30 minutes to go. So if you have a concern, go ask him, and I will follow you, because he's very frank on disarmament. So I don't have any question on that, but I will ask him later on other issues. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Paul. Okay, let me give this chance to Mabany. Mabany, unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Okay.
Mabany,
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador Gordon Bay, for joining the Lagos State media. I think it is good chance for especially myself. Can you hear me properly, guys?
No, your sound is cutting off.
Okay.
Okay, now it's clear.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Now we can hear you.
I just say that thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Gordon Bay for joining the Lagos State media. This would be a better opportunity for me, especially to meet you and hear your voice, because I have been hearing you of your opinion in the social media and different platforms. Mr. Ambassador, what is actually the plan for the Lagos State communities, especially the Agar community that has been killing themselves since 2000? And in comparison to current situation of Jonglei State, what do you think about that? And what are the mechanisms that the government should do, especially in terms of brutal communities? Because South Sudanese are not the same. There are communities that are supposed to be given priorities in terms of control and disarmament. What do you think about the community of
as I
especially?
said before, and the government has a plan. What is happening in Lagos State is very unfortunate. I believe even yesterday you heard about the fighting which took place. A lot of people died. 30 people a day is not good. You cannot lose 30 people in one fight, and then tomorrow is something very unacceptable. I believe even the Iraqi war, they don't lose people like that. The problem is this, okay? We know the communities are armed. We know that the communities are fighting themselves. Okay, how do you address it? First, you have to do a comprehensive disarmament. But now, how do you do a comprehensive disarmament without creating a situation whereby the very community you want to bring peace will even fall victims to other communities across the border? For instance, in unity states, okay? Because the other communities across the border. Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, we are hearing.
So this is the dilemma of the government, saying, okay, now if we want to disarm the communities in Lagos State, it means that you have to provide security. You have to protect them from any cattle rustler coming from Unity State, or coming from the Yambi, or coming from anywhere. As a government, that is your function. Okay. Now with the situation we are in, that all the forces are in cantonment being retrained, the same thing to police. Do we have enough force to go and disarm the communities in Lagos State? And also, you have to take the season into consideration. Let's say even if you have enough force of 40,000, 50,000 that you want to disarm the communities, you cannot do in rainy season, which will not be possible. Okay, is one. Number two, you cannot do it unless you have to make sure that all the loopholes that can be exploited by other communities from other states are closed, so that you protect them, so they don't become victims to other groups. As I said, the government has a plan, but the plan will not work this year. The plan will work next year when all the forces are graduated, the national army is retrained and the police is graduated, then from there the government can make assessment that okay, if we want to disarm uh, lakes communities in Lake State, you cannot only disarm them, you must also do the same thing to the communities that are in Unity State. You see, and you cannot do it the communities in Unity State unless we make sure that the forces are unified. Because, for example, you guys from Lake State, take for example Nyong in southern Unity State. Area like Nyong, like Dok, that are bordering you there, they are under the control of the IO, right? They are under the control of the IO, not under the control of the government. Unless we make sure that the peace, all the IO forces become part of the army, and there is no more forces roaming around, and then when the decision is taken in Juba, it will not be seen as a decision of one party. You know, for example, if we make a decision in Juba to go and disarm communities in Unity State, it will not be seen as a decision of the government trying to disarm the IO people. It will be seen as a decision of the whole government, including the IO. So those are the challenges, because if we disarm, the government has decided this year that okay, let's send 50,000 forces and disarm the communities in Lake State. We have no capacity to go and disarm the communities in southern Unity State, that without risking a war, unless we make sure that the IO is on board. The IO becomes part of the government, okay, and then now they will cooperate with us to go and disarm the communities that can pose a threat to the neighboring communities in Lake State. The same situation, if you look at the situation between Warab and Unity State, with those communities in Unity State, disarming them, and how much force do you want? So it's a very complicated issue that the government will have to be addressed year by year. If the government has decided that, okay, next year all the political problems between the government, the IG and the IO are resolved, and then all the rebels are in, those are Thomas Cirillo, and then all the forces are trained, the institutions are functioning well, then we can start two state at a go. You cannot, I don't think you can have for 400,000 forces to do disarmament at once. It's not possible. You can, if you start in Lagos State in unity, you can disarm them and put forces there, so that you will stop the flow of guns and the criminal. Because you can disarm people, but the criminal will always have a gun somewhere. They might even put them in the forest. We have seen that even in the Western world that have advanced and more strong institutions. But the only solution is that the forces must be on the ground to give a constant protection to those communities. Then, if you finish with the Lake State and unity, then you can move to Jonglei, because Jonglei is very vast. And if you move to Jonglei, it's not only Jonglei alone. You have to make sure that Eastern Equatoria will not be a source of supplying weapons to Murle, to the Nuer and Dinka of Jonglei, because you can go to Western Equatoria also and have guns as long as you pay cattle. So the national strategy of disarmament, or the national strategy of bringing peace among communities, will only be possible next year when the government is unified. You cannot do it now. For example, in Unity State, as I said, there are areas is still under the control of the IO, and there are IO forces which are not even part of the government yet, until they are put in cantonment. You see, so after they put in cantonment, we have one unified force. This way, that unified government, unified security can go and confront these challenges, security challenges among our communities.
Hello, Ambassador.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Yes. Are you hearing me?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I think I answered the question, but
yeah, thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you for the explanation. Actually, I get you, but we can just roll. We just roll. We can just see rolling.
Yes. Okay, Madid, I want to ask the ambassador a question, and it's also an idea that South Sudan team who is investigating or who is disarming the gun should consider. Ambassador, among our civilians, is selling guns and ammunition a contribution to the economy among civilians? Have you guys thinking about buying guns out from civilians, buying it out from civilians? Have you guys thinking about it? Because it is the economy boosting from the civilian.
But do we have money? The UN tried that in 2006 when the forces of Paulino Matip and all the forces were being integrated, okay? And then the UN attempted that those who were put in DDR, demobilized and rehabilitation, then they were told, okay, we will take your gun, we give you money, okay? But with the situation of Corona, with the situation where the oil price, even is as of 2 months ago, it was 1 cent per barrel. It is not possible. It's very tough. It's very tough to you will need around $2 billion. But even if you have $2 billion and you go and try to say, okay, we will buy your guns, do you think they will give you all the guns? You see, that is the question. The only solution, unless you invest those money in training the police, in equipping the police to give protection to the communities, because the very function of the state is to provide security to your own people. So if the police and the army are strong to provide security, they will be able to prevent those attacks. For what happened in Lagos State yesterday, if we have a ready force, a mobile force with all the equipment, that could have responded quickly, they could have arrested the situation. I think this is where, if the government has money, they have to invest the money in strengthening the police so that the police is very strong to provide security and responding to emergencies.
Thank you, Ambassador, for answering the question. Manasseh has a question.
Yeah, I'm not really going to ask a question. I just want to answer Ambassador Buay. Ambassador Buay.
Yes,
it is imperative on the government. What Bol has asked you is a very, very, very good thing, to buy out the guns from the youth. The government of South Sudan can do that. What do you mean you don't have money? You do have money. You can, if you want to invest in the police, who are going to be the police? You are the same youth that are carrying the gun and doing cattle rustling. You can buy out the guns from the youth and make the youth be productive members of the society instead of cattle rustling. And also, you can just recruit the same youth into the police force. How many guns, how much training does the police need? How many guns do the police need? The community, the civilians need the money. They are hungry. That's why they go and rob each other. The government has to provide for the community.
Okay, I hope you follow you know very well that South Sudan economy depends on oil. If the oil price goes down, and then the same thing, it means
yeah, that's true, Ambassador Buay. Economy is really dependent on the oil sector. That's true. But is it possible to change from the oil sector and empower the same youth that are doing the cattle wrestling to be productive elsewhere and boom the economy instead of relying on the oil sector?
For you to do that, you need to have money, as you correctly said, that if the government has money, the government has to buy the guns, and then the government has to train those youth either for certain jobs, agricultural or other projects, or turn them to become a community police force, in which you need money too to fund that community police force. It has been done in other countries, but you as a government, you have to spend money. The parliament has to pass it as a budget, because it's
yes,
not.
You spend money to make money.
But if you don't have money, then there's nothing you can do unless you get the money.
There's enough money from the oil sector. Where does it go?
You are the one saying that there is enough money, but did you ask the Minister of Finance? Because you
Okay.
are now assuming the government has money. I'm telling you, the government, even the Americans are crying. They don't have money. Ask the American why the oil price went down. If they don't have reserve, they would be in our situation.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador, for answering my question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Jiriak. I have can you guys hear me? I have two questions that has been asked from one of the audience around watching Lena. So I put them on the screen before, but I put them out because I don't want like to neglect our audience here asking important question. Let me pull up here. Okay.
Who are you trying to track so I can help you out here?
Yeah, go ahead. So I lost. There's two questions come from Linda.
Lily.
Lily, I have two questions.
Lily Lauren.
Lily Lauren.
No, I got them here. I got them here.
Okay, put them up because I don't want to move to not to have the ambassador those important questions. So go ahead, pull them up, Ball, if you have those questions. The ambassador,
okay,
go ahead if you write those to answer them.
I think there are people talking at the background.
Who is having that loud noise?
Right. Let me check. Wait, because I'm on the balcony.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the ambassador.
Yeah, it's ambassador outside. Okay, thank you. Welcome aboard. Welcome to next
yes, right. I couldn't find that question she had. It was a good question, but
no,
I
there's two questions. Probably she deleted them. Probably she deleted them because there are two good questions that she has, and I even pulled them up.
And who deleted them?
Maybe her. If she deleted them.
No, the question is still there. Whose responsibility and who will accountable for the recurring behavior?
No. Yes. That's not the question. There are two important questions regarding for the issue of.
It's okay. Let's forget that and let's continue.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. 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 You pulled that one up, Ambassador. You can answer that question that he has. Go ahead.
Okay. The question, Galo, who's responsible? I'm not. I have problem understanding the question because she's saying that responsibility and accountability for recurring behavior of what? Is it related to security?
Yeah, insecurity. Yes, insecurity and intertribal, interclanal attacks.
And
cattle rustling.
But then who is accountable? If you talk about responsibility and accountability, and then you are saying that okay, the community that are fighting should be held accountable, or is she referring to political leadership or to blame the communities themselves? This is not clear.
I think she's referring to the government based on that.
But now how do you who in the government you will hold responsible because of cattle wrestling in Jonglei? If the Murle attacks the Nuer or the Dinka, then now to abduct kids or cattle, the only responsibility of the government is to provide security, right? But I know if she's asking if there are some rumors or there are some gossip going on in the media, there are some government officials, okay, arming Murle. Then I saw with people talking about the Cold War. These things are just false accusations.
I think, Mr. Ambassador, Ambassador, there are facts that we are denying as a government official, because there are facts that the supposed government should stand up and address all of them. Any mistake or any crisis that are happening in the country, all are listed to be government responsibility. The government should have a plan to address all. The start from individual person and the groups. any crime or any action or any violence that happening in South Sudan is a responsibility of government, and the government should not rely blaming those who are committed crime. The government should have mechanism to encounter the mess that are happening among the around the country, like the issue of Lagos State. It has been existing since 20 years ago, and even those who are fighting now, they are the one who were born when people were even fighting. Now they are the one fighting. If you look to the case of Jonglei, the case of Jonglei is an obvious that has been actually seen by the government official, and even the government official, they have been silent to condemn the mobilization that has been done officially by the government official and the communities that are actually attacking themselves now. Like Murle, the Murle declared war against Nuer, and the government were silent. And when Murle, I mean when Nuer and Bor mobilized and attack Murle, now the government decided to form the committee. What is that committee for? When the other communities are fighting and the government is just relaxing, assuming that they have no capacity to control the situation. So there are facts that we are denying. There are facts that the government is denying. And if the government is denying the fact, they should declare to the South Sudanese that we are not capable to address the issues that are affecting the country, full stop, so that people could know that there is no government in place to control the situation in the country. This is the fact, Mr. Ambassador. But we are just compromising. We are just compromising for the sake that we want to be in peace and we want not to make individual annoyed on conversation like this.
No, I think there are a lot of issues. You are mixing them up, my brother. Why? First, you talk about Lagos State 20 years ago. 20 years ago, we were fighting Jalaba, from Jalaba to interim period, from interim period, focusing on referendum, from referendum, 2013 civil war. So, look, there is something you are ignoring here. The government of South Sudan is not in the same level of the U.S. government in terms of power, in terms of everything. Don't compare them. Now you talk about, because I asked you in relation to her question, which officials, and now you're talking about facts. I'm not aware of those facts. Which officials are responsible for mobilization with Amurle? Okay, which fact?
One fact, Ambassador.
Okay.
The Murle have attacked Nuer. In the presence of government of South Sudan, they have witnessed that. And there are no singles day that they stand up and condemn the mobilization of Murle against Nuer and Bor. One, that is one fact. Second fact, the Lagos State and particularly the Agar communities, they are fighting gradually on a daily basis, and there is no single day those of you who are employed to advocate the right of the South Sudanese abroad. And even in South Sudan, they are silent and they are relaxing. What they are asking is the result of that particular fighting in that particular day. Like what you have said. You have heard about 300 being killed today. Tomorrow you will have about 40 people.
Yeah, okay. You are mixing a lot of things here. Okay. Before we dissolved the government on February 22, we had state governments in existence: Eastern Lake, Ural, West, then Go. The function, those governments were very busy trying to resolve the issues of communities. How do you say that the government never say this or that? The government was busy doing the same thing. The state government primary function was that whenever the police in the state could not do anything, then they called the central government. So for you to say that the government were not serious, that one is not true. Let's go to Jonglei. Jonglei, there was some time, even David Yao, when he was the governor of Boma, he went and brought back kids, Dinka and Nur kids who were kidnapped 10 years ago. He went and even fought the Murle youth. So Yao was the governor representing the government. The same thing to other governors who were there. The same thing. So now you are talking about an incident of last month where the Murle went and attacked Law Nuer. Okay. Then now you are saying, okay, what did the government do? The government, but when this attack happened, all the former state government were dissolved. Okay. They were only run by secretary generals. The worst part of it is that most of our forces are in cantonment site, according to the agreement. We put them in cantonment to be retrained. So you have no army to respond, okay, to go and try to I don't know. I don't think you are from Great Upper Nile or Jonglei to know how the Murle move when they attack. Okay, for you to stop the Murle cattle rustlers from that attack, you need around 100,000 forces in that area to cover all the forests, all the savannah that they move. Murle even went up to Ethiopia in 2017. Leave alone that 4 days ago, if you follow the news, 4 days ago, they went and attacked Ethiopia and abduct kids and cattle in Ethiopia, despite the fact that Ethiopia they have helicopter gunships. Because Ethiopia they have helicopter gunship to monitor their border. It's still Murle found a way to sneak and took cattle and abduct 5 kids. So the challenge we have, because let's accept the reality, the government is in the process of transition in terms of security, retraining the security. Those incidents will happen until we finish training the army and the police, so that we will now deploy divisions, not only battalion, divisions in those areas to give law and order.
Ambassador, but the government of South Sudan is very slow like a tortoise. Now the government are not appointed.
Ambassador doesn't want to talk even about this.
No, let me hear the question.
Ambassador, look, the governors are not appointed. The army in cantonment are not quickly trained. People will finish. Hurry up.
Training forces. The training is under the supervision of IGAD, the international community. And you know, when these people were signed, it was mediated by the IGAD. It is not the government to decide that, okay, let me graduate the forces. Even the 3,000 forces who were trained for VIP protection, they are not graduated because the IGAD, the experts, and from the UN, they say, no, they are not ready. And we cannot tell them no. Because they were...
Mr. Ambassador, the public of South Sudan, we want UNIMIS out of South Sudan. We want our soldiers to take charge of our security. We don't want UNIMIS in the country. How do you answer that?
Okay, before you answer that, Ambassador,
that one is a different issue. Okay. Let us finish with the security first of to answer what Bull question. Bull, okay. Now you ask a question that when are the government going to finish training the forces? Okay, as I speak, there are forces of IO that did not even join the cantonment, and we are working for them to join the cantonment. After they join the cantonment, they are trained, and then the forces will be graduated. Peace is very slow, not from the side of the government, but because the current government, we have a government is a coalition government that includes the IO, the other opposition forces. So we have to, it takes time because you have to build the trust. And then now the cantonment in Equatorial and Bargazal, they are going very well. We have to do the same thing to Upper Nile State. Canton them, train them. That needs money. The international community is very slow with the corona. Things are very slow. The money is not coming quick. So that one takes time. It's not because the government is not interested to go and save the people. So this is in response to your question, Gal, why the government? On the question of the states is that you have to negotiate. For example, we have an issue in Upper Nile. Why it took 4 months is not because the President Salva Kiir does not want the state government to be formed, but we have to negotiate with the IO and the other political groups. Last time when the President decided to give Upper Nile State to SOA, and the argument was that SOA was not involved in the conflict in Upper Nile and to the right party to rule Upper Nile, the IO objected. The IO said no. And the agreement says that there is nothing could be done without consensus. Then the president said again last week and decided that, okay, let's give Upper Nile State to IO. Okay, Riek said that we have to give him time to consult with his people to come up with his state governors. Of course, he has to go and negotiate with his group because within group there are so many factions. You cannot tell Riek, I give you 24 hours, bring me your nominees. You have to say, okay, bring them. Then he's still in the consultation. He just finished consultation yesterday, where he gave the names of, if you see the press release issued today by his spokesperson James Gadet, okay, it is today in Juba in the morning. The Jiriak submitted the list of his governors. So by next week, the state government will be formed.
Thank you, Ambassador, for answering the question. We will give chance to our brother Wal K. Mabur. He just left. Once he hear his name, I don't know where is he going. What?
Because the internet, I mean, connections.
Okay. And that's
he mute his mic. Yeah, welcome, Wal.
While it is your turn.
Yeah. Well, I will not dwell enough to Ambassador Gordon Buay, because he's trying to accuse IO here. It's not the case, because the business is in Juba. My question that I will ask my ambassador, because in peace now. So you are my ambassador, as I'm telling you now. So when are we, the government of unity, will the civilian or the nation will gain trust on us? That's the question.
What is the question? Yeah, it was cutting. You repeat the question. Your voice was cutting.
I say when are we of national unity, the nation will trust on us.
The nation will trust. When will the people of South Sudan trust the government of the revitalized government of national unity? That is the question.
Yes.
Well, I don't know what do you mean by trusting. If the trusting means that the state government will be formed, the parliament will be formed, and then the government will because it is one thing to appoint the governors, and then it is another step for those governors to go with the deputies to form the county commissioners and the institutions in those states. That is the process. It is not an event, because if you look at the agreement is very complicated. It gives 45% of power to the opposition. Only 55% of power from the central government up to state government is given to the government. So in every level there has to be negotiation. For example, once we already finished the formation of the government in the central government. Now you go to states. This is where the negotiation took 4 months on the formation of governors. But then now there was an agreement last week that each state government must have 15 ministers. Okay, within 15 ministers, the ratio of power sharing will apply. 55% to the IG.
SPLM.
For the, that is IG, is not SPLM. IG include with those of those of Onyoti, those of Martin Elia, not SPLM. Is IG. So now, then you go and divide the ratio in the states. Then, for example, in Lagos State, if Lagos State has 10 counties, out of 10 counties, how many counties will go to the IO alone? IO has only percentage within 45. The other percentage will go to SOA, to OPP, to the FDs. So you have to go a bit by bit, trying to figure out all these political mathematics. Once you finish them, and then now you will have a complete functioning central and state government. The issue of parliament in the center will be resolved next week. There are also parliaments in the states that the ratio of power sharing will have to be applied among the signatories, among 5 or 6 signatories that signed the peace. That's why things are very slow, because the agreement says there has to be a consensus. If the IO says no, we don't want this cup of water, and the rest said yes, then you cannot move unless you convince Jiriak Manasseh that okay, let's change the cup, if that will bring you in. Negotiation, even in America, American cannot even, how long it takes for the Democrats and Republicans to negotiate in the Congress, because there are so many interests involved.
Thank you, Ambassador. You have answered. You know, you are very patient. I really appreciate you. You've been here. You answered it. I hate you here. Everybody, you give some answers. Some of them actually you just like somebody with a chill, you covered, but you're doing very well. But let me ask you, Ambassador. I just read 2 days ago that your government pay money to African Union, and why do we create shame to ourselves? Why do we create shame to ourselves? Because we were kicked out and then we pay. Before we kicked out, we refused to pay. Why would we create shame to ourselves?
We did not refuse to pay. Even the money that we now use 2 days ago to pay, we just borrowed them. We did not refuse because we didn't have the money. The oil, for the last 3 months, because of Corona, nobody bought the oil.
Why don't we borrow them from the first place and pay them? And where did we borrow them?
Okay, if for example you are a lender, okay, and I talk to you, you said no, I'm not going to pay you now, because I may disagree with you with the interest, because there are lenders who can say if I give you 50 million and then you will return it as 55 million, I may say no, I will not take that money because the interest is too high. But if you are under intimidation like this, then maybe you can swallow your pride on interest and say, okay, well, let me take 2%, so I go and clear this loan. That is the case.
Thank you. Are we not going to fall behind again?
No, we already cleared the whole year, 2020. So if they need the money, it will be 2021.
What about the national debt?
No. We were having 24 million.
No, that is East Africa community. It's not African Union. The East African community, we gave them the money last year, 5 million, and they did not threaten us. Okay, it's only African Union. So they are different institutions.
Okay. Are you not worried, Ambassador? Are you not worried about the national debt?
We don't have a national debt, as far as I'm concerned.
We just
what debt are you talking about? We borrowed that amount of money, but it's not our debt now is not even 100 million. That's the good thing. South Sudan did not borrow a lot of money at all. It's not like other African countries that borrow from China. We never borrowed any money from China because the Western countries cannot give us money anyway.
We have already borrowed 3 times from China, David.
Which one? Gordon. Like which one? You prove it.
Before we borrow 5-point-something million.
I'm not aware of borrow.
Where President himself went and borrowed that. President himself.
No, the road. No. The road. The money for the road we are giving Kurut in kind for them to build the road.
Yeah,
not the money from
Ambassador is right. We do not borrow for the roads.
I don't mean the road. Okay, let go. Let go. We don't want to exhaust the ambassador. So, Ambassador, continue with your explanation.
Exhaust the ambassador. Ambassador, there's another very important things that I want to ask you. You know, because you are the roadmap of us in the diaspora. We had a complaint from a student. You know, there's a coronavirus, and our students are all over. But they are complaining that government of South Sudan released the money, but they don't get the money. Where the money go?
No, you are asking about the students in East Africa and other countries, or which student you're asking?
No.
Those students, they got their money. Which student complain? Which student did not get their money? The only student that I know did not get their money, and it's not because of the embassy, is Morocco. It's because of the sending. The Moroccan, they have a European system of sending money. So they said that since the money is for the community, then the community people should go and bring them cash, and instead of wiring them through the account of the embassy, because they have they don't have a SWIFT system in Morocco. It's a different system. Even the student, if you ask them, they will go and the money are there. They were sent to Morocco and they were sent back so that they go and take their money. Those in Ethiopia were given their money. The other countries where we have students in scholarship, government scholarship, they are taken care of.
Thank you, Ambassador. DR Ding, this is your turn right now. Ambassador, thank you for answering the question.
No problem.
DR Ding, it's your turn.
Okay. First of all, thank you everybody on the panel. Ambassador, welcome back again. And I've been listening to your answers. Great. To all the viewers, thank you also for the time, and I also thank the host. I am not going to go back to what has been discussed. I know Ambassador has covered a lot of things, in answering to the questions that were raised. My simple question to Ambassador is about the governor's list submitted to the president by the first vice president, Dr. Jiriak Manasseh. We do know that the community of Padang has been having a very great concern um, about IO being given, Upper Nile State being given to IO, particularly, uh, you know, potential appointment of Johnson Olin. So my question is, has your government put the concern of people of Padang into consideration? And if so, is it possible that the IO is still appointed Johnson Olin? Because people are worried about that. Thank you.
Okay, as I said before, Dr. Deng, it took us 4 months without forming the state government because of Upper Nile. Upper Nile issue is the one that delayed the government for 4 months. And why it delayed the government is because we know all these concerns, okay? The very objective of signing the peace was that there has to be trust building between the parties. When the presidency met, after all, there were secret negotiations between the parties that the public didn't know for the last 4 months until the president sat down, and then the other parties came up with a proposal that the conflict in Upper Nile state was between the two parties of the government, that is the IG and the IO. And then Vice President Hussein Abdel Baghi, who is now the Vice President in the presidency representing the SAWA, made a case that the SAWA should take the governorship of Upper Nile to build trust between the communities. The complexity of Upper Nile, I'm from Upper Nile, so I don't need to be told about the situation in Upper Nile. Okay, I know it very well. Now, when that one was done, the IG agreed with the argument of the SAWA, and the majority, including FDs, said yes, the governorship must go to SAWA because the SAWA would come and nominate somebody like Gabriel Changston, who would come and reconcile the communities. Because in Upper Nile, where I came from, there is too much mistrust or too much the social fabric, the hatred, the social fabric was completely destroyed by the war, whether between the Nuer and their cousins Dinka or between the Dinka and their cousins Shulu. You see, so you need to build that trust. There is too much arms. Even I believe maybe Lagos State is much better than what is happening in Upper Nile in terms of armament, in terms of youth being militarized and politicized. Okay, youth in Lagos State might be fighting over the cattle, but the youth in Upper Nile were militarized by the war, and they were politicized to the highest level, whereby the same signatories must come and tell them, Jama, we are in peace, we are not at war anymore. And for you to do that, the leaders in South Sudan must come up with a very good calculations of what to be done in terms of trust building, dialogue between the communities in Upper Nile. So when that one was done, the IO came up with a suggestion that look, the reason why we need Upper Nile is not because we have an agenda for Shuluk to go and harm Dinka Padang, or for Shuluk to go and harm the Nuer. Okay, because if that is the agenda of the IO, then there will be no peace in Upper Nile, because the Dinka and the Nuer will unite and they will the majority and then fighting the Shuluk. But the IO is saying that we are also interested in mending the relation between the communities. And then in this decision that I told you that it was done 10 days or a week ago, Dr. Riek Machar agreed that if you give me Upper Nile, I will make sure that I will bring a candidate that will mend relations between Dinka Padang and Shuluk, and between the Shuluk and the Nuer. Because if you don't do that, then who is going to stay in Malakal? In Malakal, there are IDPs, Nuer IDPs are there are Shuluk IDPs are there. You need a very conducive political environment for them to come out, for you to rebuild Malakal. You see? For I am confident those concerns of Dinka Padang, the government knew them long time ago. That's why it took us that long to try to work out the formula, of coming up with the leadership in Upper Nile State that will unify the people instead of dividing them. Because these days everyone has a gun. Okay, if Dinka Padang are not happy, they have guns. They can fight and destabilize the state. The same thing, the Shuluk, the same thing to Nuer. If a Shuluk governor comes and try to do things contrary without addressing the concern of the Dinka and the Nuer, he will be kicked out. This is very obvious. We know that. But this one is already addressed, and I believe by next week, when the president will issue a decree, the governor that will be appointed will be a governor that will go to unify the people. I'm confident about that, because that's why it took us 4 months to work out the formula.
Thank you. But also, in addition to that, what we always hear as news, it may be a fake sometimes, but there is a says in English that there is no fire without a cause. Okay, I've been listening to members of SPLIO plus very intelligent people from your state, Upper Nile, that excuse me, that Olenj has given Riek Machar a condition that if he's not appointed as the governor of Upper Nile State, okay, he's not going to trust him. He's not going to be a part of his team, and that's the word. So, do you think, from your point of view, or maybe as a side of the government, did the government put that in consideration? Because remember that Olenj has his own army. His army is not even a part of, even though he's a part of IO, he has his own place. So if he's not a part of the government, he will not cause a problem, and not address that as a government. Thank you.
Dr. Deng, Anna, don't listen to all this. Majority of the forces of Olong are Nur of IO. Where is Garwedwell? Garwedwell is with him in that area. These are Gulek forces that you talk about. Okay, Agulek forces were part of the government. Who armed the Agulek forces and gave Ulon the armament that he used? This is us, it's the government. When he was fighting the IO, it was later on when Ulon left the national duty and became a tribal person that he wanted to fight Dinka Padang, decided to leave the government and join the IO and took all our armaments. The same armaments and gunboat he used to fight the government. You know that history very well. But as I speak to you, Ulon has no military capacity to threaten Riek Machar. Most of the forces that you hear that Ulon have, they are newer guys. Okay, he cannot. If Riek Machar tells him, okay, if that's what you want, Riek will tell Garwedwell, you take care of this. Ulon will not be in South Sudan. If the government unite with IO and Nur to fight Ulon, he will not be in South Sudan. If he is not going, say, 6 meters under, he will be running where? Sudan will capture him at the border. This is not Sudan of Bashir, brother. There's a new government in Khartoum now, you know that. And that government in Khartoum, you cannot start a war in South Sudan and run to Sudan, they will capture you immediately. For the people who don't know the security reports or the security details, they are the one being worried. It's not a Wolong of 2015. Most of the forces he has, they are newer boys from IO. And if he cannot intimidate Riek, because Riek can tell him, okay, if that is the case, I'm now part of the government. You want to do something with your Agulek, go ahead. Me, I will join the government and confront you. Like what happened in Equatoria 2 weeks ago, when Thomas Cirillo attacked a cantonment, both the IO and the government in cantonment, they responded to the fire together because they came under the threat of somebody who does not want peace. I think Ulon will not commit suicide. You see, in my reading, Ulon is not going to commit suicide to say if I'm not appointed, then I rebel. Where is he going if he rebel? To Khartoum? No. There is no, Khartoum will not give anybody sanctuary anymore. There is, Umar Bashir is in jail now, unless he wants to join Umar in jail.
Okay, thank you. I'm done here.
Mm.
Yeah, Bolmakuru, we cannot hear you.
I want to address one of my colleagues, and I will address him in Tongmonjang, but you guys excuse my ignorance. Deng Matot, you know, sometime in educated society, it is not like a village whereby when two people argue, I will tell Gordon Boy that, hey, Gordon Boy, Galgam, Gal Kuma, South Sudan, a kid protection bear. When this is a very educated society whereby if I ask a question and Mr. Gordon Boy did not answer it correctly, I will say thank you. But evaluation will be done later. So can I tell Monjang? Now kid Gordon Boy, kid Jobu, Kabamum Dang, Baluel Gal, Muchina Gam and Gam. It is not, this is a different society because you had been insulting on the floor, saying that the people here are not very clever, and Mabeng is a student of political and social theories, which is good. Mabeng, I appreciate that. And Chinagam Mabeng Banaman in recommendation. But can I say in the village, whereby Natar Quran, Kabamungum Dangal Muchinagam, can a very educated society, Natara until for question Chirana don't Capeline. So please mind your language. Thank you, Ambassador. And thank you, GR thing for asking question. Jiriak, because we are waiting for one of our comrades to come, I will give you some time because I will take you up and then I will take you away from there. But I would like my friend to remain, not because he's a social theory of whatever that thing said, but he contributed very well as a member of this society. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ambassador, thank you for being with us. You said you'll be here for 30. You said you'll be here for 30 minutes.
Yes, I have another meeting.
Thank you for being extending your time to answer questions because we really need the answers. Because in diaspora we don't really get that much information. We get second-hand information. So we are going. I will go back a little bit. Well, the way the conversation has progressed is very constructive. I will go back a little bit to intertribal attacks and cattle wrestling. So I want to suggest something. When the parliament is formed, both at the state level and at the federal level, I remember Kenya used to have the same problem of cattle wrestling between the Turkana and Pokot, Maasai, and Eastern Kenya. They enacted laws. They did not go and put soldiers. Well, they enacted laws and enforced the laws. When the civilians, the cattle rustlers, heard about the laws, they stopped immediately. Because, well, when the parliament is formed, my suggestion is a law should be made, a law against cattle rustling, to be a criminal offense, not a felony, a criminal offense. If that is done and it is enforced, people will stop. Well, Kenya went extreme and put a death sentence. I'm not a fan of death. I'm not a fan of death sentence. I don't like death sentence. No human should take another human life. But a big, like a lot of years in jail, if you get involved in cattle rustling, should make people afraid because you will not enjoy the outside. You will be locked up. Enact the laws. Enact the laws. It's not about training the police. It's enacting the law to criminalize cattle rustling as a criminal offense. I live in Canada. If you take somebody's property, you will go to jail. Even if you take my car without my permission and I report it, it will be recorded as stolen. And the person who took it will go to jail or pay a fine. Just enact the laws. It's that simple. Enact the laws, and the government will have a peace of mind, because the law will talk for itself. You don't have to have all boots on the floor, because when you have boots on the floor, too many soldiers, that will not look friendly to the local people. Nobody want to see soldiers around them. Nobody want to see police around them. People want freedom. Enact the laws. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
No, you are right. What you said is correct. But in any country, even here in Canada, US, you have rights, but also as a citizen, you have responsibilities. Okay, that's where responsibilities in South Sudan are complicated by rebellion. The fact that when the war occurred in 2013, there were communities
Yeah,
that were
everything.
weaponized. Mm.
Yeah, let me cut you off a little bit. Everything now look promising. IO is committed, very, very committed to the peace. It's not like before. It's not like 2016. This time around, they are very committed. Yeah, even
No, I
when
agree.
the central government was formed, uh, one general from IO defected, because when Angelina was appointed as vice president, he defected to the government.
I think I have contributed on those narration. Why do I have contributes? The government and the SPLN opposition, plus others opposition, they are still encountered themselves, and they are encountered themselves purposely to win over other, like what have happened between President Kiir and Riek Machar. Riek Machar actually disagree with his generals, Jamal Kong, and later on, the government lob around the general who disagree with his leader and appointed him as a general in the same government. The same. We still have a lot of issues. We still have opposition outside. We still have Thomas Trillo. We still have Malungawan. We still have rest of the SPLM opposition who have not even have agreed with their leaders. So I think we still have long way to go in terms of peace
We still have
reconciliation.
Cobra. We still have Cobra outside.
Yeah, and Cobra under Yao Yao. So
no, Yao Yao is part of the government.
Yao Yao is doing double standard. We know some of the partners in the government, they are doing double standard. They're saying different things and they are doing different things with their communities. So we believe it is work of the government to stand up and to make sure each and every faction is also included with a professional way to give them or to add them to contribute in the development of the country or in the peace process. Otherwise, what we are saying is still very far to what people are expected to see in South Sudan. That's just a view that I know on the ground, not on this context.
Yeah, you are right that we need a unified force, which you are correct. But in your question related to CDR, I think it is better if somebody join IO or government instead of rebelling. Much because it is better. Like when Tilar said realized that he did not get his interest, he joined the IO. Is in Juba. It is good if you are joining the government in Juba or you join the IO in Juba, and then you are being addressed because both the IO and IG, they are running the same government. Like now, James Kong is reporting to Angelina Mush, who is the Minister of Defense. It's better than somebody joining Thomas Cirillo or joining Paul Malong, and then it becomes a bigger threat because they are not under your control. But as you correctly said, you have to ensure as a government that all the forces who took up arms against the government have now become part of the government, and they become part under the control of one command. They all report to one commander in chief. Then from there, this is where you will say, okay, let me go and address the issue of the communities. Yes, it is one thing to have laws, but it's another thing to enforce them. For example, if you have laws and you want to go and enforce them on the white army in low area who are reporting to a prophet called Dakwat, then you will get resistance. The same thing to Murle, you will have resistance. In Kenya is a different environment because they didn't go through all the 50 years of war we went through, starting from Sudan and all these things. So it is totally different climate. But our climate is complicated by political differences and war. If we manage these political problems, I believe we can solve the communal, the community fights or cattle wrestling between the communities, because they are the political, the people who are arming, most of the armament, if you look at a certain community, they come from the rebels themselves, right? It's because there are some politicians who are fighting the government. Then they will go and weaponize any community, give them guns, say that we are fighting the government. We have an issue with the government. That has become a problem too, because if somebody has committed a crime, it will be, and the government comes in, there are people who will say, no, no, well, Betana. He's being targeted because he's from this section or tribe. Things like that are there. You know that very well. It is after time with the trust building with the unified forces and then the same government that when the government is taking action against an individual, it will not be seen as just the government is targeting a certain community or a certain figure from this community, but it's just a criminal who has committed his own crime and he has to be answerable to that crime. So this stage will come later after we unify the force and build trust between the different political groups.
The government, I think the government has contribution in the mess, because why do we say that? It is because the resources of the country, since we have an independent of the country, the resources are distributed between the leaders and the army and the law enforcement, but the majority is civilian.
Sometimes the army does not even get paid.
No. They are waiting. They know that they will be late, but still they will get their pay. But the civilians are completely isolated from the government, and the government is supposed to even take role and provide the services to them. But the government is only distributing resources, the national resources to themselves. They drilling oil, they're selling it, they come and divide it among themselves. But our ambassadors and some of our officials who are supposed to advocate for the civilian and the population in the country, they are just silent because they are consistently supporting what the government are doing, and that is the fact that we're supposed to refrain from. Because when we left the civilian, 80% of the population just to struggle for daily basis, and the government is just consistently bribing one another to stay in the government. So that means we are not doing well, because the reason that we took arms in the country was only to provide the service, build the road, health service, and all of those. But they are not there in the program. The program, our current level is that we should certify the organized force and the leadership of the country. I think Mr. Ambassador is aware about that.
I have answer to it. My answer.
Let me make a comment about it before.
Okay.
Let me make a comment before you respond to him. I don't know which government is Brother Ben talk about. First of all, if you talk about natural resource distributed among the people, it's included even all the rebels, including Malungawan, including Shirilo, including all these people distributed natural resources to themselves. Again, they were part of the government. So anybody that was in the government between 2005 up to today, whether it's in the government or not the government, has actually looted country resources. So when you talk about the government, are you talking about government of Karen, or you talk about the government before? If you talk about the government before, everybody, including those who rebels, they actually number one who actually looted natural resources. And I can give an example of my own Governor Paul Malungawa. is one of the most people that looted the state resources. So it's not just about the government. It is all everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Deng. Thank you, Dr. Deng, for clarifying that.
Dr. Deng, that would be considered as an exaggeration because you are exaggerating something that has no record.
No,
There are records. There are records about the.
There's no
evidence.
What I just want to add. What I just want to add is that.
Hold on. I'm sorry, I mute you. Sorry, I mute you because I want the house to be quiet. So you ask,
don't do that. Don't do that.
Maben, you ask the question. Maben, you allow me and Dr. Deng to respond to you. Don't interject.
Yes.
Now Dr. Deng finish, and then it comes to me.
If you're doing that, if you just mute the person to actually express fully the question that is intended to be answered by those leaders who are defending the government, that means you are.
You already asked the question.
No. The question that I just want to finish is different to what I have questioned. What I know. Yeah.
Hold on. There is something here you want to take out of context. I did not mute you when you asked the question before. Your question was very clear. And then DR then went in and answered you or make point of clarification. And when he's making a point, you interject, which means you are interrupting. And as a moderator here, it is my duty to calm the house down. I'm like an attorney general here, in the parliament. So I have to calm the situation down so one person can speak at a time. But I'm not muting you because of anything.
No worry. Yeah, you're doing well.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You see, Mabany, your question was legitimate because you were asking that the government must provide services to the people, which is true. Because if we don't give services to the people, then it will end. It will not be helpful. For example, we talked about it before. I think even Manasseh brought this one issue that the government should buy guns from the youth, or the government should find alternatives sources of income for the youth, right? I think that one we discussed it before. If the youth are not only seeing the cow as the source of income, there are other things, then there will be it will reduce the conflict. That one we agree with it. What we don't agree, like what Dr. Deng said, is when you attributed a political conflict to corruption without looking at it in a wider context. Okay, in 2012, President came out clear the girl there were 75 officials who looted 4 billion. That one is not a secret. When the president declared that
is an explanation of clearing their name from the publics. But
no, don't interrupt me. Let us have a civilized dialogue. I allow you to talk. I didn't interrupt you. Now, when you talk about now, if you ask yourself, the war in 2013, was it started by the use of Lagos State, or it was started among politicians? It was between politicians of the SPLM, right? So what was the reason? If President Salva Kiir did not remove Riek Machar, did not remove the whole cabinet, do you think that we would have a war in 2013? No. It's because when some individuals realized that they were not in the cabinet, they went and mobilized and started the problem within the SPLM. You have seen the December 6, 2013 press conference of those who were removed from the cabinet, saying that, Kir Mayadi is not a good person now because they are not in the cabinet. So now, when you try to judge, that the responsibility of giving services does not only fall on the SPLM-IG, even those who took up arms, what is their responsibility? Is it really legal or is it really moral for me to start a war because I'm removed from the cabinet? Is it the people of South Sudan will entertain that? No, the people cannot entertain that. But when the rebellion started, when the war started, they went and mobilized the same people on tribal line, on many issues against the government. That's why we have war. The same agreement brought power sharing. The same people who were out of the government in 2013 They are now in the government, right? You know that. All of them, they are back to the same government. So what you should be asking to say, okay, all the political groups, all of you from the government side, from the rebel side, please give services to the people. And instead of you saying, oh, they're blaming one side for the war itself was created because some people feel that they were removed from the cabinet, which is their own personal issue. It has nothing to do with South Sudan development. This is what Dr. Deng is telling you that, okay, what is a political grievance on Paul Malone? What is Thomas Chiril? Thomas Chiril was the one running, buying all the guns for the SPLA, running logistics of the SPLA in terms of money. How much money were frozen in his account in Nairobi? And then he declared war against the same government, the same man who was running the show, deputy of Paul Malong Awan. And now the two guys who were running the SPLA, just they're the one fighting the government. What was the cause of Malong when he was returned from Europe? Because he was removed? If Malong was not removed as the chief of staff, do you think that he would rebel? Let us be honest. I don't think he would rebel. Okay, if there are people want to be in position for life, what about you? You, Mabeng? You don't want to come up? So you will be waiting for some people who are 80 years old. They don't want to be retired in order for you to come to replace them with new ideas. But that is the issue that is confronting our leadership, is that there are people who want to hold the country hostage to their interests. For example, if President Kiir decides today that I want to retire all these SPLM commanders to bring a new generation, how many of them will rebel? Can you answer the question?
Okay, have you done?
Yes, I give you the.
Yeah, I think we are sliding away from the topics and for the fact that we need to educate the public, the South Sudanese.
You are the one who created the problem.
No. You are denying much, and you are defending the government without knowing that the government has been in the power for the last years and the years that the government was in power. They have never initiated any program that will benefit the public, except the program that are only allowed the generals and the leaders to loot the resources in the country. That is the facts. And their responsibility should not be counted to those who were rebel. It should not be counted to those who were rebel recently. It should be counted to the plan of the government in the first place, because the government is not actually regulating those people that they are implementing their policy, and the government have no plan, particularly to the civilian of the country. So we are seeing that fact that the leaders, our leaders, including Gordon Bay himself, is denying the fact that the government has failed to implement the services that are needed in the country to stabilize the country, or to get the services across the country. And this is where people just shy away from it, because when you are talking of changes, when you are talking of reshuffling in the government, the reshuffling of the government, or the people who are all in the government, should not be started from those who are appointed as ministers. It should be started from the structure of the government itself, because the leadership itself is fighting because they are not accepting themselves to share the leadership among themselves. And that's why we have seen the war in 2013. We have to accept that. And because they are educating public wrongly, that's why you see some of their generals and the ministers are defecting, because they don't want to be removed from their position. This is the role of the government, because if government could make itself as an example, or the leadership led by President Kiir and his governors plus his ministers should make themselves as an example, or people who are ready to give the service to the people, then no one can rebel, because we are rebelling. The South Sudanese all around the country, they are rebelling because Gordon Bay is only in America enjoying his life, and he does not know where his community is actually.
Who started the war? Be honest. Did Paul Malong rebel because he was not giving services? Paul Malong rebelled because he was not giving services. Or Riek Machar started the war. Riek Machar started the war in 2013 because he was not giving services.
No. I think you trying to narrate the negative part to the opposition, those who are just defected.
But who started the war? Who started the war in 2013?
You fail to accept.
Who was running the show? Who was running the show? The vice president.
Over the leadership.
Mr. Ambassador, let me speak after Mabeng.
Yeah.
I'm done. You talk. This case I have done.
The leaders were fighting. The leaders were fighting, Mr. Ambassador. They were fighting because they don't want to make accountability among themselves. That we all know that. And they're fighting because they want to know who will be a flag bearer in the next election. We all know that. They were fighting that they don't want to blame one another on the lack of performance across the country. That they have made a consultation and the public has stand up and say the government is not even performing well. They are not giving service to them. So when they came back and report that is the war of 2013. And it's not about Malungawan or Young Machar. It is really about the failure within the leadership of South Sudan. So if we are talking now, we should start educating ourselves what we have done in the past should not be done now when we are coming back to South Sudan or when we are coming back as the government of South Sudan again. We have to accept our weakness. We have to accept what actually required by the leaders to be done to the people and to themselves. Because if we keep denying one another now, it will promote other people like Peter Bay, like Gordon Bay later on to rebel because their interests are not met. But if we put the law in order, we will have chance to actually see where we need to go in South Sudan. Like General Malungawan. Malungawan was embarrassed because he was having issue with his junior officer, and then later on the junior officer cooperated with the president, and they removed him from the power without making reconciliation among themselves. The leadership were taking side against Malung. That was the cause.
I think, Bol, I told you, I have people waiting for me because this one I'm not getting. I think you will release me.
Maben, thank you for a remark based on previous relief of our of King Paul Malung. So we want to relieve Ambassador because he already tell us that he have somewhere to go. Billy Luke, what's up, buddy?
Yes. How are you?
You are in your Googles. Are you okay? Are you looking at us?
It's still bright here. The sun is still shining.
Oh,
that's
you
why
did
I'm
not
using
knock
the.
off.
Let me just throw some few remarks. So I have to recognize.
Yes, remove your
acknowledge
Googles.
Ambassador Gordon Boy for being
You
here.
shouldn't be knocked off. Remove your Googles.
I remove it.
I'm just playing with you, brother.
And make sure that
it's still sunny here. It's still sunny. So thank you very much, Bol Maku, for having me today on your show again. It is always a pleasure and honor. And Ambassador Gordon Boy, it is always a pleasure to see you around. And now you are the mouthpiece of the government, and it is very, very significant for you to be here interacting with the average South Sudanese, so that you can actually represent the voice of the government of South Sudan. So you are always welcome to the Lagos State media, and please be here on weekly basis, so that you can be able to represent the government of South Sudan on whatever issue that arise. You have to be here always, so that you can actually handle or respond to those concerns of the citizen of South Sudan. And that is why I do appreciate you, and I want to acknowledge you. I want to recognize you for making yourself available to the general public of South Sudanese, so that they can always come to this show. This is actually a media that has to host you all the time. I can recommend that. And so, Gordon Boy, I'm so proud, and it is a pleasure to see you around, and for making yourself available to Junubin. So please, I know you are a good debater. You can, deflect any question, even if it is a very difficult question. I know you can handle anything, because I know Gordon Boy for a very long time. So, Gordon Boy, I'm here to encourage you. Keep up the good work and continue to interact with us, so that South Sudanese can be able to throw some question to you, and you can answer them on behalf of the government of South Sudan. So always be here whenever you want to address anything. Come to Lagos State Media Show, and they will ask you. You will present whatever is in the best interest of the government of South Sudan. And so I just want to answer briefly regarding the action you've been making between Mabany Buay and the other panel on the show. Mabany, I think I do acknowledge your concern as well. That it is true that all of us fail as South Sudanese. All our leaders fail us collectively, whether they are in the opposition or whether they are in the government. All of them fail collectively. That is what Ambassador acknowledged as well. But let us all work as a team and let us try to fix what was wrong, right? So you should admit that, Maban Bai. Otherwise, I would encourage you, Maban, to start it in started in Lagos State. It started in Lagos State where the intercommunal violence is so rampant. So for you to talk about the national issues, you need to fix your own house first before you come and criticize the government on what they failed to do. So it started in your own village, Maban, because I have seen you, you know, you are so extreme when it comes to criticizing the government.
Billy, thank you. So what we will do here.
So thank you very much, Gordon Boy.
Thank you. Thank you for giving giving that.
I think don't let Bill come and fire the bullet without even ground and go.
Make sure you don't shoot your food, Yamabai.
No.
But I'm here to stay. I'm not going nowhere.
Thank you, Mr. Abagina. Thanks for the interaction.
No problem.
He wasn't firing a gun, but he was giving.
By the way, I would also want to add that Ambassador Gordon Boy, you don't have to attend any other forum, but be here always, because I know if you go to other forums, they would want to humiliate you.
You can't say that.
No, but Lagos State is the only forum that is conducive, that is constructive, and accommodate all the views of South Sudan, regardless of whatever political affiliation that you come from. So you will always be comfortable here, you know, other than allowing yourself to be dragged to other forums. Thank you very much.
Controversial.
Appreciate it.
Very controversial. But Billy, thank you. That's a good remark. But you understand that ambassador is not for only Lagos State. He's
very controversial.
Ambassador, whether opposition, whether the government, he have right to attend other, because what we are doing here is to educate youth. So he should be available in any place that is invited to educate you, to remove liars, and to remove wrong accusation, misinterpretation, misinformation all over South Sudan. I hope that's the importance of ambassador, to be in different shows so you can educate youth, answer their question, you know. So it should not be contained on in Lagos State media, but he should be welcome here always. But he should attend other media also, because you know what, ambassador.
However, Paul, sorry to interject. However, Paul, remember the first time when Ambassador Gordon Boy appeared on the show, of Jonglei, he was being humiliated. I didn't like it.
You attend other churches so you can learn the Bible. So that's ambassador is like that.
It's okay.
So it should not be contained only in Lagos State media, because you have to
give ambassador a chance.
You know, I attend mosque sometimes so I can learn about God.
I know Ambassador Gordon Boy is not an easy person to mess with. I know this guy for a very long time. You can mess with him. But what I didn't like is the fact that he's being just locked out of the forum, like what Jonglei did the other.
Billy.
Okay.
Ambassador will give you a chance to wrap it up, and we can relieve you. Thank you.
Correct. Okay, I thank you very much, Bolded. Come this discussion like this are very good, and I'm not. I don't feel anything. Mabanya has a right to express his views. Okay, because that is the kind of democracy that we want. Even in the town hall, you have seen in the United States, the town hall questions, they are not all okay. There are very tough questions, and then you just need to answer them in a way. What Billy was saying, sometimes the problem, there are people here in the diaspora who have their own shows and they have their own agenda. Their own agenda is not to build a dialogue or conversation. For example, when Jonglei called me Yonkor called me and I told him, okay, you are calling me. He said, no, I want to interview somebody from New Zealand. I want you to come and give the views if there are questions with the government. You see? I said, okay, are you going to be the moderator, girl? Yes, I will moderate it. It will be a civilized one. And it was actually an ambush. You know, the problem is very difficult. It is very difficult when a moderator is somebody who has made up his mind that the government must be removed. Like what Yonkor is doing, Yonkor does not want to hear from the government. He just want to come and tell you, the government, we don't want you to exist. You must go. And then he will tell South Sudanese like what he's doing today and like the previous shows. Is not. It does not even recognize the very peace that we talk about. He's saying that President Kiir plus Riek Machar plus whoever in Juba must be removed. The people of South Sudan should go outside with uprising, remove them. These people are very useless. Get rid of them. That's what he's saying. So in that environment, even if I appear, I'm not useful because it does not recognize my existence as a government representative, because that is the government he wants to overthrow. So it has become very difficult to have a conversation with people like that. You see, for example, there are some very honest opposition like those of Teresa. Teresa is a member of NAS, of Thomas Cirillo. And I cannot blame her because she is a member of a rebel movement. And the aim of the rebel movement is to overthrow the government. I can, if I go and show up there, I will show up there unless I decided to go and confront somebody who has declared a rebellion to the government. Okay? But for somebody, Yonkor, who is playing to be an activist between between, you don't understand. Is he a rebel who declared himself as the new leader of rebellion, or what game he's playing? You don't understand. He will just say, "Oh, that government is useless. There is no peace." I told IO, please get out. Don't accept that peace. Get out. That government has failed. Ushunu, let's get rid of it. Then you still invite the government representative, and you don't even recognize the existence of the government. It's a contradiction. It doesn't make sense. For me, when I talked to him, I thought that he would respect his views about what he told me. I thought he would recognize what he told me. But when I went and you saw also what happened, the humiliation. And when I tried to defend myself, he removed me, he muted me. You see? So where is the fairness here? The only agenda is to come and humiliate somebody. That's why it's different from the shows like Lagos State, because Lagos State media is just to bring people together to find a dialogue, how we can coexist, how we can implement the peace, how we can take our country forward. That conversation is good. You see, even if you have your own serious questions, you blame the government. It's okay. You blame the government in the context of us. How can we work together, government and the people, to take our country forward, to resolve cattle rustling, to resolve community conflict? That conversation is good. But if the conversation is started that Kir must go, Riek Machar must go, I don't know how it would end. It's very difficult to join that kind of forum because they already made up their mind. These people should not even exist. This is where I agree with Luke that Anna, from that experience, even if he calls me tomorrow, I will tell him, my brother, last time you violated our agreement, you see, and I'm not going to join your show because you better to join the show of people who will have a positive conversation, constructive conversation or debate on issues. You see, that's why I appreciate the Lake State media. If there is any media, or there is somebody with the show, and if they try to invite me to answer questions, and I know the people who want a positive conversation, I have no problem joining them. I can join them and have debates with them. If there is South Sudan use whatever they need to have ask questions, yes. But for somebody who has an agenda that Kir must go, Riek Machar must go, and he will call you only to come and humiliate me, it's very difficult to have a positive conversation. For me, I appreciate it because of time. Since I have some guests that came, otherwise I would even take longer. Last time we spent 3 hours together. I never had any issue about time. So I really thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Gordon Boy. Before you leave, I want to add some few points there. The reason why I was actually trying to advise you not to be a part of those shows is simply because they like to disrespect some of their guests when you don't align politically with their
Correct. With the views,
political
right?
advocacy, of which they have their interests. So they
Correct.
like to actually, lock you out of their show, which is actually disrespectful, and that's what I don't want you to go through. I know, I understand you. I know you for a very long time. You can handle any situation. You can handle any question or any kind of debate. So I'm not trying to be discriminatory in this case, but what I was trying to say is the fact that they like to humiliate anyone that is on the government side, and that is not acceptable. That's why Lagos State is the only conducive, constructive forum whereby all South Sudanese, respective of their political affiliation, are all accommodated and they are never humiliated. You have seen how my brother, Mabany Buay, is actually enjoying it on Lagos State media, no matter how extreme he is against the government, and he always enjoy it. They all know it. People like Teresa, Emmanuel Ajawin, those of the Edward Ashik, and those of Junkor, they come here and watch, but they don't like Lagos State media, simply because they don't like anything that lean toward the government. I respect anything that is leaning toward the opposition. We have to recognize that. But what we have to do, we have to exchange a constructive dialogue among ourselves, and that's how we can reach, a consensus whereby we can be able to have a mutual understanding, and that's how we can push a way forward. So thank you very much, Ambassador. I have nothing against you, whether you want to join them, but I don't want you to be disrespected. That is what you need to understand, my fellow South Sudanese who are watching down there. So I'm not trying to block Ambassador Gordon Boy to be a part of those shows. But what they need to understand, they don't need to actually block people or lock you out whenever you disagree with them. That's what I just want to know. Sometimes when I show up in their show, they don't want to invite me because I'm not leaning toward the political advocacy. So thank you very much, Ambassador, for being here with us and continue to be here with us. They will join you here, and whoever would want to debate you, they have to meet you here on Lagos State Media. So that's why I recommend the Lagos State Media, Bol Maku, the host, and Madid Majak and Peter Ken. So please always host the government official here, and let all South Sudanese come here because it is very conducive for them. They feel comfortable here and they're not being discriminated. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bill Luke, the governor of Ruben State. Thank you. Thank you, Bill Luke, the governor of Ruben State.
Yes. Kalas,
Yes.
then I can go, Mus.
Can I make
Yeah,
a
yeah.
remark?
Bye-bye, Ambassador.
I can go. Kalas,
Yeah,
go,
you may
guys.
leave. You may leave, Gordon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon Boy.
Yeah.
I Mundi,
I am very happy for your presence. We will host you next time. Billy Luke, thank you for saying recommendation. We appreciate you. Ambassador, have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Pleasure.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Well, I just want to make some comments here.
Okay.
Can I make a remark before you give chance to other person?
Okay.
Because I just
Go ahead,
want- thank you again, Mr. Bol. You know, Bol, South Sudan has been messed up, and is messed up under the extreme policy of individuals that are pointing finger to other peoples. You know, when we talk of policy of South Sudan, we know exactly where the mess came from. And we know that the mess came from Upper Nile, the Jonglei state. Seeing the beginnings of the movement, seeing the beginning of 1983 up to current stage, they have went further to the extent that the intellectuals are campaigning for the clinchings of other communities within Greater Jonglei. And when you see them joining, they pretend to submit their policy with people that they respect. They will actually work collaboratively in a policy of South Sudan, and they forget the differences that they campaign against each other in the last few days. You see, now Mr. Billy is actually referring me as the person from Greater Lagos State when he actually forget the role and the stability of Lagos State should also be a stability of Greater Upper Nile. The stability of Greater Upper Nile should be the stability of Greater Lagos State. And the stability of other regions within South Sudan are the main for our current
leaders and the intellectuals across the country to address them sincerely and pointed the solution that will bring people together, instead of saying you go and address the issues in your state. If we're preparing each and everyone to go and address his or her problem in his own state, where would the bill look? Will address the issues of Jonglei when he always cry day and night and even sleep over the videos without noting that the time and the people who are listening are no longer listening from his view. So I thought Bildu would be a person with an ability to actually address the issues of South Sudan, not addressing the issues of communities. I myself, as Daniel Obenjbai, I prepare to address the issues of South Sudan, trying to mechanize the possibilities of bringing all the communities, including the greater Ngok, in a very dangerous shape in Jonglei state, where he himself is always calling for the support of people who are actually suffering under quiz of Jonglei policy between Nuer, Murle, and the board itself. Bill was a victim of 2010 election. Bill was a victim of 2010 election because there was no formula, clear process to elect the governors. And one of his members was killed because he won the election, and later on the government collaborated with the person that they love while he was the member of the SPLM. The government collaborated with the other person to kill one of their members. Now Bill Luke is trying to refer me to go and address the issues of Lagos State, where I'm not even a member in the parliament or somebody with the power in the state to go and help. I'm just advocating like him because he's always asking us support from us. Now, to conclude this remark, Bill Luke is actually campaigning on the daily basis for the clinching of Murle, and is also campaigning day and night for the voice of Ngok in a very confined state. So he's seeking day and night to get a transfer from the very dangerous chair of the state to the stable state of other places like Lagos State and other places where their brothers and sisters could simply be compatible with them. So Bill, look, just withdraw what you have said and let us agree on the principle of bringing all South Sudanese together. You see?
To rebuttal, should I interject to rebuttal?
Yeah, go on.
Billy, look, can you take some blanket and cover yourself so you cannot get hit by my Mabemba?
No, you have no chill. You have no chill because he's already fighting on the open place.
Don't worry about him. I know Mabany. Brother Mabany, I met him in Melbourne, Victoria, in 2019. So I know him in person. But we came to know each other on social media. And in 2019, I met him in person in Melbourne, Victoria. I was so surprised to meet him because he's such a strong critic of what I do on social media in most cases.
Did you know me? We never meet before. We see ourselves in social media.
No, are you denying yourself that you never met me?
No, we didn't meet before.
I met you. I met you in Melbourne. Don't deny yourself. That is up to you. You can deny. I know who you are. So anyway,
were sleeping again.
Billy.
Don't worry about my sleeping. My sleeping was due to because I worked double shift. I worked 2 shifts. You know, that's why I overslept. You know, go and listen to that video, and you will be able to see that I have been making excuses after excuses. You know, so I can have a time up to relax and rest.
Governor Ruel, Billy. You know, when somebody talked about your sleep, you shouldn't even respond. This one made you celebrity.
Don't worry about it. That's what they try to distract me with it. But let me go to the point, because I think Brother Mabany misunderstood my interjection when I try to find him on that. Mabany, I was actually referring to your own hometown. Because for you to talk about the national issues, you need to fix your own backyard before you come and try to project yourself as if you are actually a patriotic nationalist. Because you have been so critical and coming after me on every single issue that I advocate for on social media, which is the reason why I find you. You know, if you want something that you want to fix in the national level, you have to start it in your own backyard. Because people are even sick and tired of that. Even when you talk about the people of Jonglei State, the people of Jonglei State themselves were also referring to me that you need to fix something in Lagos State, other than talking about our issues in our own intercommunal violence in Jonglei State. Why is Lagos State in a mess? That's why I'm challenging you. You know, I'm from Ruang State. If there is a mess in Ruang State, I would rather pick the problem in Ruang State per you to talking about the national issues. That's what you need to do. Yeah. So understand that, you know, and don't try to go around beating bush. Like you talk about, oh, Billy Luke lost election in 2010. You know, I'm not from Jonglei State. I'm from Ruang State. Anything that happened in Jonglei State, but the reason why I was talking about the Jonglei State, Jonglei State is the regional conflict.
The public. You are not a state yet. You are an administrative area.
Okay, it doesn't matter, but it's still in the same form like a state.
No, professionally,
that's the way
you're misplating.
Okay, that's okay. So, Mabany, for you to talk about the national issues, my brother, you better fix your own backyard before you try to project yourself as a nationalist. It is something that is so a shame of you, Mabany. Go and fix your own backyard. It is something that is so concerned. Even me, sometimes, I feel like I want to be in the same shoes like you. I wish I were a Lagos State son, particularly, you know, from the Western Lagos State at that particular time. Because you have that sectarian problem that need to be resolved. And that requires you. I know you are a smart guy. You can do something about it. But I don't know why you neglect that. And then you try to jump to the national issue. That is why we are talking about the intercommunal violence. So let it start at home, you know, at hometown. So you need to go to your hometown, fix that problem. That's when you can talk about the national issues. And that's when you can qualify to say something about how you can talk about the national issue. If you look at my background, where I come from, there's no intercommunal conflict in the Ruang. Among the people of Ruang, they are very peaceful people. The only problem where we have a problem is our neighbors, because our neighbors, they act so hostile and aggressive toward us. That's how we respond in self-defense. And that is exactly what happened. You know, when I talk about the Jonglei issues some weeks ago, I was actually trying to preserve, you know, themselves from being, you know, being caught in the conflict, in the proxy conflict that is actually being orchestrated or being plotted against the government of South Sudan. Because I believe this war that is actually taking place in Jonglei State become a regional conflict among those tribes. Because the coalition of alliance were actually being formed, including some of the tribes from the Ethiopia. They took part in that coalition of tribal alliance. And that's why we were trying to caution some of the government supporters not to be a part of that tribal alliance, because they reach themselves to be in a negative position whereby the government of South Sudan can deal with all of them, because they have another agenda to try to fight the government of South Sudan, blaming the government for what happened to their communities. But in another way around, these are some of these militias, these tribal militias, they are part of the opposition. And the opposition is not happy with the formation of the government in Juba. And so they have another plan B agenda whereby they can actually declare war another way around. And that was the concern. So our concern was a strategic interest to protect the stability and the peace in the country, and how we can actually practically implement the revitalized peace agreement. So that was the threat. And that's why I was trying to be helpful to some of the government constituencies in Jonglei state so that they can actually restrain themselves and stay calm, and let those who want to invade the Murule land, let them do their expeditionary invasion or incursion into Murule land, you know, because they have another agenda. That was something that was intelligently verified and evaluated. And that's why we were actually talking about a strategic intelligence gathering that was already being done. So that was the concern, you know? Yes.
Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Billy.
In addition to that, when it comes to human rights, we should also be concerned about the possibility of genocide being committed in Murule land. We are a nationalist, and that's how we can actually demonstrate the sense of being a nationalist. Are you not concerned about the possibility of genocide being committed in Murule land?
I think the genocide have already started in Greater Upper Nile, and you were the leader of Greater Upper Nile. Remember, you were campaigning in the last years for the unity of Greater Upper Nile with an unknown purpose.
I think
no. Okay, you want me to answer you on that? You want me to answer you on that? Why? Why I champion the call for?
I did not even complete.
Billy.
Okay, go ahead.
Billy, you know, I don't know what can I say. If I say something, it look like I've attacked you, but keep it there. then can you go ahead and talk?
Yeah, sorry guys, sorry for consuming much of the time.
Well,
the rest of the panel
I'm going to make 2 points here. This is a public debate. People are watching you. This is not a personal debate. Okay? So we really need to be very professional when we come to the show here. That's number one. We all talk. We all like to talk. We all make good points. We all make bad points. But when somebody is talking and you're jumping in, it shows that you're not ready to come to this show at all. That's number one. Number two, don't come to the show when you don't know what you're saying. Be careful, because whatever you're saying is what is going to educate other people and you mislead them. Okay? So that's number two. Number three, when you come to present or defend the point with reality and what you know. I'm going to give you an example. The problem of Paul Malong Awan was presented by my brother Mabeng. Probably he was misinformed. Okay? Paul Malong, he did not have problem with a junior officer at all. I know Paul Malong very well. He was my governor, and I knew from what was actually happening from the start to the end. So we cannot defend someone because you love that person at all. No, that's number three. Number four, the issues that we have in South Sudan today, whether the government failed, of course, we have to recognize that the government failed. There's no denying about that. The government failed from day one, 2005 to present. Even those who rebelled, they were part of the failure of the government. They were part of the failure of the people. Okay, so let's accept the fact. So don't defend someone because you love someone, and that's what I see. Now, my last point is, when we come look at Jiriak, he has been there for long, been waiting and listening, and people jump from point to point. It makes the show boring, to be honest with you people. Okay, so now the issues of the communities that we have, we need to address all of them. Okay, we need to address them, yes, and it is very important. Let us start from grassroots. You can climb to the top of the tree to go and pick the fruits from the top of the tree before even you climb from the top. I mean, from the bottom up. Okay, so the issues that are affecting our communities actually arise from the grassroots. So we actually have to start from there. Okay, so I totally agree with those who make that point. I'm not going to be punitive here, but let's be honest. The community issues we have right now, the government cannot do anything at all. How many times did Salva Kiir make a point? I mean, the committee, did they work? No, they didn't work. How many times did the SPLA or the National Army try to take away the guns from the people? Did they do it? No, they didn't do it. So the truth is, let's go back to our communities, okay, and see what are the real problems. Why the youth take arms? Why the youth misuse arms against others? It is the responsibility of all of us, from where we come from. So that is are very, very, very important. So please, let not come to the public and present wrong idea. That will mislead people, and that is not good. Let us be honest about this. Okay. My last point is, as of this time, we have community issues, and those community issues, government cannot solve them. To be honest with you, let's be frank. The government cannot solve them. It is we, as people from every community, let's solve our own problems. Instead, you leave your own and go attack other communities. That will add more problems. Okay, let's solve our own problems here from the grassroots up. Because the more you go up and you leave the problem that you have right here, you're not solving the problem. You're adding more. Okay, so now the community issues, let us start from our own grassroots. For example, I'm from Northern Barakazal. Okay, I'm from Northern Barakazal. Do you know why we don't have problems in Northern Barakazal? We have also a very diverse communities. But because that our communities are abided by the law that's set aside by the chiefs, okay, it governs everything. If somebody steal, for example, steal a cow from a Will East, then the chief from a Will East will be contacted by the chief from a Will North, for example. Okay, so that could be solved instead of taking arms. Why do we take that the same formula and take it to other communities that are not well aware how to address all these issues? Okay, so the problem of community, please let go back to our own communities and start from there. We can use different formulas. Okay, we can use the different formulas to we can use the different formulas to solve this problem. Now, my brother here, Richard, asked a question: how can we solve these problems, the problem of community? To me, we have two ways. One way, we need to start what we call community reconciliation and peace initiative. Okay, through community reconciliation and peace initiative, we would actually empower the chiefs of all communities to give them power so that they use that power and educate youth. That's number one. Number two, the government has to use a dialogue. Okay, a dialogue where we have to convene our youth. You know, our youth are not educated. Our youth are not educated. So we need to show them the better ways that to live, violence and then use non-violence. So I think these two possible things, if we do them, then we can solve the problems of communities attacking other communities. Okay, I believe that's what I think. How we can solve these problems. Using a force cannot solve problem at all. Using a force cannot solve problem. Now, my last, instead we are attacking other communities. Okay, and we are in the peace process. Please, let's use a good way. Okay, let's use the good ways of bringing peace so that we have peace. And after we have peace, we sit down and look at how we went wrong. How do we get wrong? And what do we do wrong? Okay, from there, we will correct every problem. But if I'm attacking this community, that community is going to attack me, and that's going to be a war and war. So please, I advise you, those who present the shows in the social media, let us start using peaceful words instead of attacking other communities. Otherwise, I appreciate your time giving me this time, Mr. Bull. But please, I advise you on the show right here. Let's respect each other. Let someone finish his idea and then give time to others as well. Instead of responding, it makes the show boring and doesn't show that we are here for good facts. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Deng. I had a lot of good comments on your input, which is that's what makes this floor fruitful floor for every South Sudanese to come and concern.
Paul, can I interject there? I would like to respond to them before he leaves.
Okay, I would like you to interject, but make your interjection very short, because ine jal man ba era boko jabe la Martin boko jabe lia boko kani jabe good for you.
Well, yeah. Now we try to go to the topic because when I came in,
you interject, but don't be too much because
no. I just want to be. I want to be on the. I want to be within the topic right now.
In can in you my keep bang galo kuje chwedwe. Ma Benjamin a bugati ilum, kuyin bugati ilum. Kuna lo bugati ilum ku barma ben la god ko kaya beke. So lo chegi kuluma ben
Now you are resorting to Dinka.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. Before you leave, Dr. Ding, you throw us a ball.
I'm here.
Yes, okay, but you try to reiterate that you want to leave the show, but you try to challenge us. You try to challenge us how we can actually solve this intercommunal violence. So I didn't talk about the main topic when I just jumped in because I just came in the middle of the show, and so I was just responding to individual comment. I didn't actually focus on the main agenda of the topic tonight. So if you want us to focus, Dr. Deng Ding, I know you went a little bit emotional, which I understand, but that is the nature of debate. So I don't see any reason why this is not the first time. You might have seen it on another show, even professional show too. You affect people you affect the debate to get heated sometimes. So let us not try to be emotional sometimes, but let's try to be, realistic in what we are trying to present. So in this case, let me try to make my own comment pertaining to the main topic under discussion, which is intercommunal violence. So I would like to start with Afana because I have read some of the comments down there. People are actually talking because intercommunal violence is almost everywhere across South Sudan. So I would like to start with the concern of the Dinka of Afana state in particular. I want to make that point very clear because I'm one of those advocates. I'm a freelance advocate, independent critics. I don't go for any political party, but I swing. It is my choice. So here is my perspective regarding to the concern of the Dinka of Afanal in particular. And I want to make it very clear to some of the audience that are writing down there. The reason why we are concerned about the stability and the peace in Afanal State in particular is also part of the national security stability as well. Why? Because when Jonathan Ulun rose up and took up arms, he was actually threatening the Dinka of Afanal in particular, and that is why it is a concern why people are actually rejecting his appointment as the prospective governor of the Afanal State in that case. Because when he took up arms, he's only going to target the Dinka of Afanal over the issue of the territorial dispute, the land dispute in Afanal State. So what do you expect as other upright South Sudanese to happen if that person assumes the seat of the governorship in Afanal State? There is a possibility violence could erupt any time. So for you, don't just look at it as if it is just only a Dinka concern. It should be a national security concern. It should also be a concern about whether a revitalized peace agreement is going to be implemented in full. And also, you should be mindful as well because critical national infrastructure like the oil facility are also being hosted in that particular state. So if war erupted between the militia of Johnson Ulun and the Dinka of Apanal, there's a possibility they could actually destroy this critical key infrastructure of South Sudan, which is actually a lifeline to the South Sudan as a whole. So we should be concerned about that. It is a matter of national security threat. So what the Dinka of Apanal said are being concerned about this intercommunal violence is the fact that this actually could derail the implementation of the larger peace agreement. And who is responsible for that? The IO as a political party and their leadership are the one pushing for this because they're not happy with the formation of the government. So they're trying to use Johnson Ulun as another proxy to actually declare war so that they can go back to square one. So that's another dynamic political orchestration that is also being employed by Dr. Riek Machar. And this is something that government need to understand. It should be a concern. Otherwise, the Dinka of Upper Nile said they have given a political condition. If the people of Upper Nile, particularly the Dinka, if they want to accept the appointment of Johnson Ulun as their governor, then it should be the responsibility of the government to make sure they reintegrate it, or they integrate the forces, the 10,000 tribal armed forces under the command of Johnson Ulun to be reintegrated into the South Sudan Armed Force. And if that is not going to be possible, and then the possibility of actually offering another opportunity is to actually exercise the disarmament process to completely disarm this tribal militia under the command of Johnson Ulun. That is the only way peace can be actually realized, and peace can be restored, and trust can be restored, and then stability and peace can actually be recognized in that particular state. Otherwise, this is not a joking matter, because the aim and the purpose of Johnson Ulun is actually to come into the power and occupy the Dinka land, which he's actually claiming. But the Dinka of Upper Nile believe in the legal litigation process, whereby they can actually present their case before the court of the law, so that whoever is actually the owner of those particular land that are being claimed should be able to get their right through the legal litigation. That is what the Dinka of Upper Nile believe.
Thank you.
So being a concerned citizen of South Sudan who care about the peace and the stability of the country, that is how that issue can be resolved. And when it comes to the issue, the intercommunal violence of Jonglei state in particular, I believe in the militarization or the fortification of the borders between the Murle and the neighbors. You know, the government of South Sudan have to deploy the forces there. That way, they can be able to observe on a regular basis, maybe 24/7. They can actually, deploy a force along those tribal lines so that they can be able to observe the movement of the Murle militant. That way, they can prevent Murle from actually carrying out a constant cattle rustling, constant children abduction, and killing of innocent people, of their neighbors. This can be done. That is what the people of Jonglei State failed to do under their own respective or successive governance. They failed to do that. But I believe they can actually secure their borders, without even the involvement of the national government. You have seen how this massive, coalition of tribal alliance being sent into the Murle land is totally unacceptable, because Murle people are citizens of South Sudan, and we should also be concerned about their safety as well, the safety of innocent Murle people. But we are not saying that we should be concerned about the safety of those Murle militants that always go and terrorize their neighbors. I do condemn that. But we should be concerned about the innocent Murle people, because if you allow this tribal militia to be in Murle land, there's a possibility they could actually wipe out this innocent Murle population. And that is what we need to be concerned, So if we are actually a nationalist, that is how this problem can be solved. Only militarize the borders of the Murle and their neighbors, and this problem can be solved. And I believe the people of Murle, of Jonglei State in particular, can be able to do this. But none of their governors have never done this. I wish I were one of those Jonglei people. I know how this can be done practically, and it can be successful. So I believe in Dr. Deng Ding, I think you come from the Jonglei State, and you understand how you can do this. So don't just blame the government and say, you know what, the government failed to do something. What is your own law enforcement doing in Jonglei State? What have your successive governors been doing all this time? So you can be able to provide your own security. Just like when I was challenging Buay, Buay can fix his own problem in his backyard. If I have a problem in Ruang State, I know how I can fix it. So it started in your own backyard. And don't try to blame it on the government when you can do it yourself. Okay, where did you get this all this manpower, which you send into Murle land?
Billy,
so taking law into your own hand is not a solution, Yes. So I believe all this intercommunal violence can be solved.
Thank you,
if
Billy.
The national government cannot solve it, the state government can solve it. So let's start it on each and every state, solve their own problem. I don't have a problem where I come from. I can solve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Billy. Thank you. So, then,
Yes.
I will time you guys up because Billy, the reason why I let Billy, because I let you before and I let my bank. But right now, what I will do, I will jump in on time because I had a time here. Because, you know, the problem of South Sudan was being talked by Limeri, John Garang, Umar Bashir, Salva Kiir, because, you know, the problem of South Sudan only Jesus will come and solve it. So you guys, I will time you. Mabeng, bye.
Thank you.
Mabeng, I have two brothers here, they just came. But Mabeng, you're only 5 minutes. Believe me, I'm timing you up. 5 minutes actually is a lot. So unmute yourself and respond to or this is what I will do. It's unfair. This is what I will do. I will let Benjamin respond to Billy Luke, and I swing it to you and go to South Sudan current affairs. So go ahead, Deng, to make it equalized, because Deng was talking to Luke, and if I give it to you and he did not respond to Luke, that's unfair. Or how do you see it? Let me unmute you.
Well, thank you.
Hold on.
Well, thank.
What do you say?
Dito Deng was not talking to Billy Luke. He was only citing Billy Luke, some of his commentaries in the conversation. But Deng was trying to blame me and trying to deny what I have said because he does not know even my background.
Okay, go ahead and hit him back so hard, and I time you. So you guys, I give each of you, I give you X in your hand. Hit each other head, and I will give it to other two guys.
For Deng, for Dito Deng or me?
So I give you the floor 5 minutes and give it to Mr. Deng 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paul, again, and thank you very much for those who have just joined to the panels. I think we are discussing. Most of us who are joining, they know exactly what we are discussing. I will not go beyond that, but I will narrow it down, very narrowly down to the point. First, I'm not new to the affairs of South Sudan. I have only different 3 years with John Garang in the SPLM. Leave alone rest of the people. I have only different 3 years with John Garang. And I know most of the politics that were played in the bush, and those are played now in the current government of South Sudan. So I'm not new. Whenever I said something, it is something that I have proof, or it is something that I might know with the full details from those that I know, you know. So when we talk of Malunga in particular, we know exactly where Malung fall out with the government. And that is not the issue, because what I'm trying to say, I was trying to say what happened in the past must not be done at the moment. So my problem is the communal violence. The communal violence in any country should not be addressed by the communities. It should be addressed by the government, because the country should not have two government, the government of civilian and the government of the national government. So we are supposed to actually, the government of South Sudan is supposed to address the issues that are affecting the citizens around the country, instead of specifying to particular people to go and address their own problem, as Dr. Deng said it. That is not correct. And if you see the situation now in South Sudan, we are in the scale of genocide. We are at the age of the genocide in South Sudan. Whether we like it or not, we are at the scale of genocide. Because why? If each community is actually lost more than 200 or 100 a day, then you calculate within a month how many people that you could lose. You can lose more than 500 a month. Just assume. For example, the Greater Lake State. For example, the current situation of Jonglei State. If you see what the government have done, those communities that are given the administrative areas, they are the communities that are threatened by other communities by other neighboring communities. And we are trying to deny this because if you see Jonglei, if you see Pibor was isolated because they are burdened to the Denga Bor and they are burdened to Nuer community and the whole Navajo community such as Anyuaga and other Kachibo. You see? And if you go to Ruang, you will, I think that one is repeating my voice. If you go to Ruang, you will see clearly people of Ruang are desperately calling for the government support to be actually given their own administrative to govern it themselves. Because why? They believe that their area have resources, have natural resources. And those natural resources, they are doubted that if they are sharing with other communities, those communities will actually dominate them, like Nuer communities will dominate them, and they will not have chance to exploit those resources. That is one of the things that we know in Ruang State. The Ruang State has been empowered by the government, even in accent that they were armed to defend themselves, and that is not supposed to be done in the country. There is no community that should be empowered or that should be supported by the government to defend itself when the government is actually available to defend each and everyone in the country. So those are Billy Luke and my brother Diko Deng should understand.
Don't go there. When were they armed?
No, you don't need to reject what I am saying because I have been listening. I've been listening to what you are saying. Those what you have said were totally wrong because I have no capacity to go as a person in my own community to address the issues that are affecting the Western Lagos State in the past. That was wrong too. And there was no platform that you should send an advocate or a person, a member of that particular society, to go and address the issues when you are a very person who is campaigning for the divided rule in the country because you call for a defense of a Ruang community and you come back to even defaming the community who is not taking arm against the government or taking arm to defend itself in the region. We are not defending ourselves against the government as people of Western Lagos State. So what has been taken wrong here? The Dr. Deng and Bill Luke should understand any role, any mistake that is committed, either me or any one of those, should understand that the role of government is to control the country. Those who are weak, those who have power, those who are many, those who are few should be protected by the government because this is the role of government to preside the power across the nation. So we don't need actually to divide it ourselves on the basis of region or on the basis of community. We need to focus on the solution that the government should impose the law to control the gun instead of repairing each community. Like a community has a problem. If you go to Northern Barkazal, people are proud of Northern Barkazal. Why do people proud for nothing? Why do people proud for nothing? You should not be proud for nothing. People have been taking arm against the government, of which now we have a vice president who came from Northern Barkazal who was against the government in South Sudan, and the government of Denga, where people say that we don't need to oppose the government that belongs to us. People of Northern Barkazal, they're opposing it, and that's why we have vice president. And we are saying, no, let me conclude. You dictate and you give two people a chance to actually express their concern.
No. Who don't my my rule chalwe kulel maben and buku da time up. So many people 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah, I know you start a rule from me because that is the culture of our South Sudanese. You start a rule from yourself.
Mabenye, no, that's it. Okay.
You started.
Anybody else? Okay. Then come on. That's it.
You start a rule from
that political. Maben, come on.
Let me conclude. I will give you
chance. Conclude, but don't be like the political. Because I give you now many rounds. So which time I'm gonna with the
Okay,
let me express my concern.
Go ahead. But make 1 minute.
Okay, you waste my time. So what I want to say, the problem of South Sudan should not be based on the community. If you realize that I am a mistake, if you realize that I'm actually part of the mess in the country, I should be addressed as a person who is making mess, and the government must be directed to deal with me, not me to deal with my community as the alternative to address the issue of the community. So we need to forget this. And even as the intellectuals, as an intellectual of South Sudan, where are we going to rule when you're referring me to my community? Is because that we are divided on the state. Otherwise, if we're talking of the state or the communities or blaming each other of the mistakes that are happening in the community, that means we are taking the wrong direction. And there is no point that we should have government, because the government role is to control the country and control individual who is committing crime. And then where you people said, I'm criticizing government. I'm not criticizing government. I'm trying to actually point it out the alternative that the government should do to control the country. So next time we come to the power and you repair me like Victor and Bill was repairing me to Rumbek. What is Bill telling me, or Victor Deng was telling me? He's telling me that go and rule in your state. And I should also say, Bill, go and rule in your state. Because I'm not South Sudan, instead of interfering into the national issues and fail to address my issues. When there are also people from my community, 5 of them, they are addressing issues of the nation. Why don't you go and repair them to go and address their issues instead of repairing me, who is actually precising on the issues that are affecting the country?
Thank you.
So let us forget all dispute and work together to bring the solution to South Sudan. Is not a solution to my community, because my community is a small community that should be addressed by the government, not by individual person.
Thank you, guys. Go ahead, Dendi. I don't want to make another comment. Just boom, so we can finish quick. Go ahead, Dendi.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Bol. I think my brother, my Ben, totally misunderstood me at all, but I'm not going to go directly to him. I'm going to make a few corrections to him here. First of all, Northern Barrier does not have the communal issues. That is one thing that you need to know. We don't have communal issues. And we're not talking about rebels. We are talking about communal issues right now. Adalbagi Ayi has his own problem with the government. Yes, there's a fact. But we are talking about a communal issue. Can Mabeni give me example of which, for example, we have Jushol in a will, we have Monjang in a will, we even have Arabs in a will, okay? Do we have a fight between Jushol and Dinga in a will? That is called a communal issue. So we don't have that one in Northern Baraka. So I think that probably is talking out of his mind. I don't think that he knows what he's talking about.
I'm not talking out of his mind.
That's number one. Okay? That's number one. Number two, he contradicted himself that the government has to protect a few people, very young people. And he mentioned that, Murley was actually protected by the government. He criticized that the Ruwen were protected by the government. And those are few people that he's talking about. So in this case, there is misleading here. So in that, I'm not going to respond to that a lot. Now, my last 2 points is, one, is going to go to the question that was raised by Philemon Tom Daoud. He said, how can we have peace and reconciliation in South Sudan when in fact there are people who are advocating on ethnic war? Yes, he has a very excellent question. To me personally, I do not enjoy or agree with anybody that advocating on war against other community. If there is any person like that, I must condemn him or her. Simply because we need peace right now in South Sudan. We need peace so that we come back, we sit down and correct all the mistakes that happened in the past, and correct the mistakes that we have in it. The number one thing is the peace. Now, for those communities who have issues with the appointments of governors, let's ask ourselves questions. What is the peace? The word peace means that you accept, each other on compromise. Okay? So if we have peace, means that we have to forget the past, and then let's start with a new page. That's what the peace agreement means. That's what the peace means. So in order for us to go back, what happened in 2013, 2014, 1991, 2000, or even before then, it's not going to solve our problems. What can solve our problem is now to implement the peace that we have right now, and then find ways out to do reconciliation and also the peace process. The reason that we say that everybody should go back and address his own problem is this. I taught in Alaska for 2 years. Alaska, they have what they call communal police. Communal police, not the state police. Okay? They even have what they call big patrol. The reason they have that is because that each community in Alaska, okay, is actually based on the tribe, and they fight. Okay, so before even the national government come in, before even the state government come in, it is the chief, okay, or the chiefs of each village to solve the problem where the problem happened. For example, the problem of marriage. Let's say, for example, a woman is a girl is pregnant, and then one community rises against other, which has been happening in our community. Can government interfere that? No, because the constitution of our country says that the community, the cultural issues, the traditional issues must be handled at the community level. So the constitution gives us rights. The reason I say that we need to go back and solve our problem is because that the chiefs have power to solve the problems at community level. Now, in my community, if I have done something wrong in my community, the chief of my village will know that Deng has done something. Okay, and then you will talk to my community, to my family, and say, hey, we need them to stop what he's doing. Okay, the government from Khartoum will not come to Makwaj village and solve that problem. Okay, that's the reason that we say it is important that it has to start from a grassroots community. We're not saying the national government cannot interfere. No, that's not what we're saying. That's what my brother told them misunderstood. We are saying that the community itself, okay, can solve the problems that could lead to from community to another community. But the government also have to establish initiatives that can address all these issues. For example, one of them is disarmament. Okay, the government will come in to disarm all the youth, and for that matter, it will solve the problem. So, and I know my time is up. I'm going to stop right here, but I believe that my brother misunderstood me, or maybe I don't know what he is trying to say here. But the truth is, let's advocate right now on peace, so that we all have peace, and then we sit down and solve the problem for community. But it has to come from within us before we actually reach the national government. Thank you.
Thank you, Bendik. South Sudan current affairs, which is Mr. Chankwat.
Yeah.
Jump in, so we can, quick.
All right. I know I came in late. I would have loved to. There's an echo.
Can everybody mute himself, or I can mute you?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, let me say hello to all of you, the panelists, and as well as our viewers. Let me register my appreciation to the host for allowing us this platform to view our concern in regard to the issues pertaining the Republic of South Sudan. I also believe that these are issues that are dearly to our heart, and we always get emotional when we discuss them. Although we understand we might have differences in how we address them, I also agree that we might not agree, on certain points. But we have to respect our views and our concerns as citizens. Brother Bull, thank you so much for giving me this chance. What I will say, I will just touch on few basic points so that I might pass it over to the other people because I came late. That was due to other unforeseen circumstances. I knew this forum was going to go ahead today. I was well informed by Madut, but I have got some stuff that I had to attend to. So hopefully next time I will be right on time.
so that I can also debate and have different views or agree with some views from Comrade Buay Malek. Brother Bull, there are issues that I want to point out. These are issues that you might disagree or agree, but because this is my time, let me frankly differentiate things here. I've been watching this show even at a time when Ambassador Buay was speaking, and there are contradicting messages that are being aired here by some individual, not from you, the host. Sometimes we have to make sure that when there are views or when there are discussions going on, then people must be held to account for whatever they are saying. Because we cannot have people coming here to lie to others and deceive others on negative rhetorics. One, let me make it, frankly speaking, clear that what is the difference between the SPLM-IO, the SPLM-IG, and all the other parties to the peace agreement? Because it has come to my understanding that there are still people among us that do not understand what are these parties doing in Juba. And I would also like to ask a question of, when you talk about the government, who are you referring to? Because I can also see there are people who participated here earlier that do not understand who is the government of the day and who was the government previously. These are contradicting, and they are messing up with the information with the other people around among us that might not be understanding what the peace process means really. There are people that are our citizens that need to be told exactly what is the peace process and what are the terminologies used in the peace process. Brother Bull, when I ask a question today, who is the government and who is not? Let me go directly according to the peace agreement. The current government that we are talking about have got a lot of components in it. One of those components is the former government, which is the incumbent Tigonu. Those who do not understand, the incumbent Tigonu was the SPLM-IG. It is made up of SPLM-IG, which is from Salva Kiir side, and Taban Dengai. So that is the incumbent Tigonu. It is part and parcel of the agreement. We have the SPLM-IO as a party or as an opposition. We also have the SOA. We have the opposition, other political parties, and the former FDs. When we talk about the government of today, we are talking about all these components. We are talking about these parties. Okay? When you want to refer to, let's say when you want to address the former Tigonu, then you have to talk about the SPLM-IG and the former IO of Taban. That is the Tigonu. So today, Bon Makur, let us not contradict, not you as a host, but there are people here that want to contradict the agreement. Now that we understand who is the government of today and who was not, we have also to understand how is the peace process going as we speak now. Are we in 100% full implementation of the agreement, or we are not? We need also to understand how far have we gone in the full implementation of the agreement, so that when you come to speak here and lay a blame or forward a blame, you need exactly who to blame, because you will have tangible evidence on how the peace process is going as of now. So when you come here and you start blaming everybody in the government you cannot be right. Okay? Because I've seen a lot of people, they're getting away with just pointing fingers at the government, but you do not want to identify specifically who are you blaming in the current government. There are a lot of components, as you have heard me mentioning them, not because you don't know, but I just want to be, use it as part of my benchmark. So let us agree, now in the Republic of South Sudan, we do not have a government yet in place, but we have the vice presidents and the ministers holding their positions. When it comes to the law enforcement, when we come to the national army, when we come to the wildlife security and all those apparatus that we need to run the country, they are not in place. Why? Because the peace agreement is lagging behind. The implementation of the agreement is not yet put in place as we would have liked at the start of the agreement. Now today, some of us come here as well and they say, the SPLM-IO have got the defense minister, okay? And they would want to blame the defense minister as of IO. But the problem here is we also fail to analyze what are the duties of the current defense minister. And is she in control of everything as a whole? Or there are factions or areas that she's not allowed to go as per the current condition. Because unless we identify all these things, brothers and sisters, we will always just point fingers at the wrong people. I am from SPLM-IO. We are partners to the peace agreement. When you say that Salva Kiir is the government of today, I will say no. We are all component of the current government. But when we come to the implementation of all the other apparatus, for example, the security and all these things, are they in place? The answers will be no, they're not in place. Because as per the peace agreement, we were supposed to have a unified police, a unified security, unified army within the first 6 months of the agreement. Unfortunately, it never happened. It's more than probably a year now, and we have achieved nothing. So when you come here to blame the defense minister that have got no 100% control of everything per the agreement, then we cannot be right. So why am I saying this, Brother Bull? I'm saying this because as we speak, we have a lot of instability in the country. There is insecurity. The insecurity might be blamed on IO, might be blamed on so and so, but we know exactly what is going on in the country. Some can use a proxy term. You can say there is a proxy war happening right throughout the country. And the questions are, who are these instigators? And we know. So
hold on now, comrades. There is something that I want to address. My team or my audience, I want to tell you guys that I'm sorry. The reason why I leave Comrade Chinkwat a time, because what happened when we did put this together, Chinkwat was invited.
Yeah.
So Ambassador was invited, and then Chinkwat was also invited. So Ambassador could have speak, and then he speaks. So I'm giving him that time of invitation. And after he finished the first round, then I will time him just like anybody.
Thank you.
Like Maben and Billy. So I'm not favoring him because he called my names Bol Makur, Bol Makur. So go ahead.
All right. Okay, Bol Makur. Well, let me try also to be as brief as I can. I know the issues are too many. I would have had the luxury of exploring everything if I would have joined the show earlier, but due to the respect for the time I've lost, let me also try to narrow myself to a certain limitation. So, Brother Bull, what I'm trying to give us here is I'm trying to give us a way forward so that tomorrow, when we discuss things, we know exactly which area to blame and which area not to blame. So we have spoken in regard to your topic. The topic is all about the concern that we have in the country, the instability and the intercommunal issues that we are witnessing. My point on that is that the current intercommunal issues will not come to an end sooner. The reason for that is we have a country that is now seem to be lawless. Everybody is defending themselves or herself or himself because the country is becoming a lawless society. If you do not defend yourself, then the other person that might have a bigger guns or bigger spears and all this will come to take control of your area. So my only view in this regard, the only way to bring to an end the intercommunal fights is when we have a national government. Once we have national police, national army, national security, our country will be restored to peace and stability. Because we will not see a given force as favoring to the other side, as one of our participants have said earlier. At the moment, if Salva Kiir want to deploy forces in Jonglei State, there will be certain people in Jonglei State that will accuse Salva Kiir of supporting a certain faction. And you might have heard them also, the rumors going around. So that is the current situation that we have. The only way forward is to implement the secure arrangement in full. If we fail to implement the secure arrangement, then our country will be in this status of instability for a long time. Let me go to, I'm just now coming down to my conclusions, and then we can go to the next person. There was an issue that that has been brought up, and it is also part of the peace agreement. We allow our brother Billy Luke, he spoke earlier, and he came to rant about or complain about a possible appointment of Governor Olony or Comrade Johnson Olony as an SPLM-IO member, who is also a part and a signatory to the peace agreement. I believe that as of today, if we are talking in regard to the peace agreement, then we must respect every party and whoever they will nominate to the position. Because if we continue to use the same rhetorics that we have used in the last 2, 3, or 4, or 5 years, then we are not building the peace and trust. In fact, we are continuing the same messages that we used back in the days. So today, whoever Salva Kiir and the SPLM-IG or the former IT GONU will nominate to be a governor of Unity State, it is up to them. Why? Because those are the state allocated to them. They know exactly what are the criteria that they will use to nominate their governor, to nominate whoever the authorities they want. For the SPLM-IO, let this message be very clear to all of us. Let us not be those mischievous characters that want to eat their piece of the cake, and they want to come and share my piece of the cake with me. Let us go ahead with the peace implementation. That, yes, we have an agreement that is not 100% perfect, but we can perfect it by allowing ourselves to implement it. Lastly, to that area, if the SPLM-IO, through the rightful criteria that I know has been identified so far, comes up with a nominee as Johnson Olony, we do not wish for other South Sudanese to contest. Because if you contest, then we are going to contest any nominee that you will bring in the unity state or any nominee that will come into Jonglei state. And then we will just keep rolling and rolling, and we will have no end to the implementation of the agreement. I believe the SPLM-IO are for the betterment of our country. And because SPLM-IO are for reform and the betterment of our country, we are going to bring in governors that will help in this area so that we will reform our country and never bring, take our country back to war. So lastly, and then you can ask, let me just say this last point because I know that, okay.
No, I'm not stopping you. I'm not stopping you. It's just a point you said so it cannot get lost. I'm not stopping you.
Okay.
You said, okay, you are ahead of the SPLM-IO, and that's why I catch you so I can just ask this question because that's what people actually want. If we accept Olony, is it Olony or Olony?
It depends on how you pronounce it, but it's Olony.
If we accept Jonathan to be a governor of Jonglei State, are we going to integrate his militias right away, or they will wait to be contained and be trained again separately?
Okay, thank you. And sorry, I thought you were just cutting me short, but that is a very, very good question. I missed it from the speech of Brother Billy Luke. He mentioned that point, and I wanted also to stress more on it. Let me be very clear that Johnson Olony is a general in the SPLM-IO. He does not have his own party. Any forces that is protecting or around Johnson Olony, they are the SPLM-IO forces. You will find Nuer, you will find all the other tribes that are component of the SPLM-IO around Johnson Olony. So let me
okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So take this very message very clear that forces now as we speak, Johnson Olony have got SPLM-IO forces that are component of all the other tribes that are now working within the SPLM-IO. There is no militia. Anybody that is using terminology like militia of Johnson Olony, these are people that want to drag us back. Now you will go, if you go to Akobo, you will find those.
Okay. So what term should I use? Educate me on what term should I use.
He's a general of SPLM-IO. Any forces under the SPLM-IO command are the SPLM-IO forces. They're not Garway forces. They're not anybody forces. They SPLM-IO forces. And the head of that, and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the SPLM-IO is Comrade Dr. Jiriak Manasseh. So anybody that comes here and say, Olony have got militias, that is derogatory. That is very
Okay. You might tell me that's derogatory, but I will not argue with you anyway because I am the host. People like Nuru, people like Mawood are coming in. But SPLM-IO forces are now in cantonment. Why Jonathan militias are not in cantonment? I will repeat the militias because they are not yet integrated.
Okay. Thank you, Bull. Although you are a host, that does not take away your right as a son of South Sudan. Honestly, no, I have to be honest with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that does not take away your right as a supporter of, let's say, a SPLM-IG or supporter of a given party. But you have allowed yourself to host us. That is the only thing. So, Brother Bull, Johnson Olony is a general of the SPLM-IO. The longer it takes you to understand that simple formula, the longer it will take us to have peace in the country. because the language that you, not you as Bull, but the language that some people want to use is a language to segregate the SPLM-IO and render the SPLM-IO lawless. That is the language that is purported by the supporters of the SPLM-IG. When you continue to call General Olony as a militia, while they are housed and being deployed per the agreement or the rules of the SPLM-IO, you cannot be right. Okay, let me tell you this. SPLM-IO are following the strict rules of the full implementation of the agreement. In the agreement, the first phase of the training, it is not all the SPLM-IO forces are in the cantonment sites. It is only the picked out number, the first number, the first batch that has been allocated to the SPLM-IO. They have been sent to the cantonment site. The rest are still within the boundaries of the SPLM-IO territories. You have to know that very well. In the agreement, there is first phase, second phase, and third phase, which is 6 months prior to the end of the 3 years term. So until then, there will be forces that are still going to be locally managed by the SPLM-IO, as well as the SPLM-IG will continue to manage their forces in the areas. But every 6 months, they will be sending a batch to cantonment site for training and then reintegration. That is what is happening. So not all the SPLM-IO forces are at the cantonment site.
Thank you. Thank you for clarification. Yeah. So make that point you want to make, so yes, Gora can come. Go ahead and make it quick.
Thank you. Let me say this. There is a point about the Mabun mentioned one point earlier in regard to the administrative areas. I believe the reason as to why we carve out certain areas was not because of resources. I don't believe in that point, because we cannot give benefit of doubt to other people because of a given resources in the area. Because if we move down that lane, then our country will be fragmented into administrative areas. Because every given area will say, okay, we have these resources in our area, and we are the minority, we need to be curved out. This is not an issue that we should support, because we believe that we are one country. The resources of our country should be for betterment of all of us. Remember, the reason we are fighting or we want reform in the country is to make sure we distribute our resources and the revenues coming from those resources equitably throughout the country, so that any child, women, and elderly that lives in an area that is disadvantaged shall also receive a similar share as of somebody who comes from an area that have got 100% resources, because that country belongs to all of us. So I do not believe that those areas should be treated, should be given certain privileges simply because they have resources. There are areas also that also have resources, but they are untouched. No one tapped them yet. What if they are tapped tomorrow? Do you want them to go and say, okay, now our resources are here, we need to have our administrative areas? The answer should be no. So in my conclusion, yes, let us not use statements that can give us a long-term problem. Let us just accept the peace agreement as it is, but a peace agreement that comes with full implementation of the security matrix. Because if we fail in the security sector, then our country will be at war again. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, some of your point will be responded by other members. But bear with me. I give you a large amount of time so you can explain yourself, because you were a second person invited after our ambassador. But thank you. But next time, come earlier. I will not.
No, it's okay. That's why I said it's
yeah.
I apologize for that. You guys invited me way early yesterday, but I had to, I got my sister in the hospital, so I had to attend to that.
Yes. Now I want to aware you that your second round will be time up.
Yes, okay.
So later on, when you are time up, you should know that that's what I did to those on my bench. So your second round will be time up when those on my bench coming to respond. So Gora.
No, it's all right. I'm okay.
Gora.
I'm all right.
Mr. Gora.
Yes,
Mr. Gora Odil.
Yeah, you're hearing
How
me?
are you? You are so patient. I really like that. Welcome to Lake State Media of South Sudan.
Okay, thank you very much, Bol, and the viewers. You hearing me there now? Clear?
Yes, I hear you. Thank God that you're not sleeping. I thought you slept.
No, thank you.
Didn't you look it down there? You're gonna come touch my head for bringing people up all the time. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I have. Yeah. Thank you, Bol, again. Thank you, State Lake Media and the viewers. Thank you for hosting me too. Thank you very much. Yes. I joined today actually, like you said, this violence that is going on in our Republic of South Sudan, particularly Jonglei State in general. Yeah. I need to describe myself first of all, as my name is Gora Odiel. I am the son of Greater Bibor Administrative Area, which is currently the situation is going on in South Sudan. And I am also.
Can you come up a little bit closer to your mic, because everybody is hunting for your statement. Is hunting for your statement.
Oh yeah, I said you hearing me now? Yep. Oh yeah, like I said before.
Yes.
Thank you again. Thank you again for welcoming me, and thank you for all the viewers. My response actually come to this the issue actually what is going on in our home back South Sudan in general, and particularly in Jonglei State. Like I said, I'm part of the Greater Bibor Administrative Area. I'm son of the Greater Bibor Administrative Area, and yeah, the question is all the people actually actually talking about what actually causing the root cause in Greater Bibor particularly. Like I said, I was part of this governor in the state in 2014, in 2015. Yeah, the reason of Greater Bibor, actually we need to find out what is the cost now currently, and while the country in the peace agreement. In my view, we see as this actually there is something behind because we Greater Bibor was in peace. If there was not peace, seeing government have signed peace agreement with General Yaw. I am witness to this agreement. I was in Addis Ababa with those team of my colleague, and we signed the peace agreement with government of South Sudan, because the reason what was happening, and that was the issue within Jonglei, where actually the 6 tribes are in Jonglei. That's why the Yaw is rebel and against the Jonglei at that time, and he signed the agreement with government of South Sudan. So he finished. All these years, if they're saying the people of Greater Bibor they are violent, why all these 4 to 6 years Greater Bibor in the peace and that administrative area they given according to what actually is going on? Particularly the president of South Sudan, Salva Kiir, is give this a great administrative not because for benefit for others, no, because there is something issue happening within the communities, as we know. Greater Bibor have many majority of community. For example, Nuer are majority in Jonglei. Bor are majority in Jonglei. Anyuak are minority, Murle are minority, and G are minority, and Kashipo are minority. So these people, in previous years, they are not getting what actually is supposed to getting in Greater Jonglei. And that's actually why they actually have a right to say we need our own greater administrative. So that was happening. For those actually, a room is saying now, they said they are the Greater Bibor administrative are the one violent causing the issue. We actually were condemning. We said no, that is wrong.
actually, like a few saying there, that actually is not right. So people should actually focusing those they're giving them according to what actually they was not getting from that previous issue. But it's not, they said the greater people are the one actually causing the issue in particularly Jonglei. No, that actually from my side, I think that is not right way. We need to find out what actually causing now in greater people and why. For example, Deng said before, Dr. Deng, he said the problem should actually solve it through the community. There is no actually individual community can solve their own problem. What actually president of South Sudan has been solved that the right issue, because the people were saying we need this one. That's why we're giving administration, not because actually greater people giving administration because for their own benefit and that to be handing alone. No, that actually also the people of South Sudan actually should put it clearly and not because there are resources or something to see that because there is a big issue. Yeah, because there is a big issue. And actually I need to respond to my brother Luke Billy. Yeah, Luke Billy said that right because he's part of the greater Rungweng administration. Yes, he could feeling actually what actually affecting in also in their area, and he's described there actually what is actually going on, why this thing is actually happening in greater Bibor. There is could be something behind of this of attack of the great Bibor. Why there are two communities joined to attack one community if they are not actually united to against something? So this question should be actually all we could actually respond it and answer it. Yeah, that actually this I need to just to say Bibor actually is been invited for many years. In 2014 and not in 2012, it's been invited by White Army. Even when was Dr. Jiriak Manasseh there, he wanted to solve the issue. Why every year the Bibor to be invited? And Bibor himself had never been to go to invite any neighborhood by big group like that actually those neighborhood doing for them. So the people actually should actually consider there is something always behind about this. Could be the resources, also those who need our resources in the area. But currently that what is going on, we should actually look at in the deeper mind, because actually there could be something behind on, not because actually because of resource of greater before, because of people greater before are violent. No, but there is something behind on. So that's why we at greater before we will actually defend our areas, not to see who actually coming to attack and to do what they need to do. But we are actually behind of what is going on home. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Gora.
Yeah.
Your network, Bigger Taban, is a little bit the problem. But if you hear me, that's good.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Yeah.
I try to cut.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
I think the host.
The host is now.
Yeah.
It's interrupted
yes, you hear
by
me?
technology.
Yeah, he's work. Yeah. It's from you. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Okay, you hear me now, right?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Yeah.
Okay. You were having some very important issues that you are narrating, and a lot of people are trying to catch your statement and they couldn't catch it. But let me ask you, you said you are from Buma, right?
Yes, right.
Oh, okay. I'm not trying to single something out or single you out, but I have a very important question. So tell me about the abduction that had been going on in Buma State. Is it true that the Murle abduct children from Bor area? Is that true?
Yeah, from abduction, actually, I'm not saying absolutely right through. There is a few actually happening. Is not particularly by other side. Yeah, from child abducting, there is a few issue happening, but during the Yao period, he have solved those issues with the governor Aguirre together. And as you see, everyone was seeing in media everything that the Yao has returned all those children has been adopted and returned it to their parents, even in Jonglei state on that time. So we know there is a few, but those actually been dissolved, and Yahya himself and return all these issues, the kids to their parent. Even during Aguirre time, actually Bibor and Greater Bor was actually in the peace. But why we actually saying this time the two community going to actually to invade the area of Greater Bibor because they're saying there is something the child abducting.
So what about the recent attack? Have Murle youth team up recently and attack people in Bor area? Are you aware of something like that?
No. Like I said, no. We are like seeing actually the government of South Sudan dissolved 32 states. We know all actually there is no government in all these areas, and there is no even few of our people actually have been crossing the border. We know nothing. Even we know that we just heading those who actually came attack to Greater Bibor. That why the Greater Bibor has been responding to their attack. That's what actually happening. But themselves, they never been to across in that area.
Okay, what about Ethiopian children? We had that also. Our community of Murle also went to the other side of the country, which is Ethiopian side, and abduct children and bring them to their communities. So why children are victims everywhere on the side of Bora counties and on the side also of Ethiopian counties that are neighboring the Murle tribe? Why children are in front of line of victims?
When this happening?
Targeted to be the one being hunted.
When this happening? When that should be people define the date and the year. What this happening?
2018.
Pardon?
Okay. Thank you so much, Gora. There are some other officials also. Maybe I'm not asking a right question. I will leave some to Nuri and Maud. But I really like your coming here, though. So come here all the time so you can be asked, and because this is a platform where we can talk and discuss, but doesn't mean that you have been singled out. We need solution to our people. Our people are the Murle, the Bor.
The host is experiencing some technical issues, I think.
Yeah, like you said, actually, the solution is very clear. The solution has been dissolved actually when actually people have not let him to come. Sorry.
Okay. Simon.
Yeah, okay,
Simon,
Paul,
look,
before you go, just like you said the experience, the solution has been clear. Like I said previously, the solution of Greater Bibor has been dissolved by President of South Sudan, Salva Kiir. That's why he gave Greater Bibor to have own administration on that time. But the question, why we actually, those who are neighborhood, actually, I think like Shanko said before, why they give some certain people, they're giving them the administration area because they are resources. And that actually, there is a few, actually, they don't know geographical area of Greater Bibor. The reason, President himself, he know the Greater Bibor more than we. See, Bibor never given to only to Murle, if the people don't actually know the history of the Bibor. The Greater Bibor giving according to 4 tribes. That if we in Greater Jonglei previously, we have 6 tribes. There is a Denkabor, there is a Nuirlo, there is a Nyuak Kakobo, there is a Nyuak Fashala, there is a Nyuak Fashala, there is a Ji, there is Kashipo, and plus Murle. Those 8 communities. So when Bibor administration giving award should be actually considered about 4 tribes, which is a Nyuak of Fashala, and then there is a Ji, and there is Kashipo. These 4 tribes. for tribe, not because it's given for individual person, Murle. No. So geographical, you need to find the historical geographical area to see the location. When the president giving it, not giving because of one person. No, giving according to what geographical area. And that is the solution. That's the solution. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gora.
Yeah.
Somebody told me that I should let you talk from your perspective, which is actually what I have done. I was just asking you some questions. But anyway, just stay there, and we will give you second round because I'm trying to give it.
Okay.
Bol, I think he's having difficulties.
Yes.
Yeah, it should be Simon Look, I think. Simon Look. You have to unmute yourself.
I think I have to unmute him. Simon Look, is you, brother?
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. Thank you for giving me opportunity to come and talk to you. You know, I'm very, very pleased for liberation for the first speakers, especially Shankwa, or how do you call it? Forgive me if I pronounce your name badly.
That's okay.
And the last speaker, Gorgoro. How do you call it?
Shankwa.
You know, Shankwas, yeah. Okay. The good thing here is we are children of Southern Sudan. We were born within the SPLA, and we liberate the Southern Sudan, all of us. So nobody is banned, and nobody is going to be told about the history of Southern Sudan. But let me go to the point. You know, we don't need to beat the bush around. When we talk about the peace and reconciliation in South Sudan, I think some of us, we are joking. Why I'm saying this? Peace within ourselves is something everybody is yearning. We are looking for the peace. But the problem by us is we don't know the triggers. What are the triggers which bring the conflict, which bring the communal conflicts? We don't know the triggers. And we don't focus too much on the triggers which bring the chaos within our communities. And it doesn't matter how strong we are going to try, IO, IG, whatever, and we don't focus on the triggers of what bring the conflict within our society, we are going nowhere. Let me come to clear where the problem started with the SPLA. In 1991, when the fighting was brought out between Jiriak and Garang, it was not a Jiriak Machar making. There was a trigger which bring the conflict, and what bring the problem between Jiriak and Garang by then. That triggers had not been solved, and as the result, it bring a conflict and life had been lost, and we didn't solve it up to now. Coming to the Murle problems and Wet and Bor plus Nuer, these are the traditional communal conflicts. And as Southern Sudan become independent, Southern Sudan hasn't laid down the policy of the communal problems. So when we came in as an independent country, people are still playing this traditional attitude. And as the government should have laid out the policy which got all of us as a community and as a citizen. So government didn't play out the policy. And this is what I see, it is a trigger which bring always a conflict within the society. So within Equatoria, if we say that Jiriak Machar and Kir signed a peace agreement, and there are some people who are still in the bush like Shirilo and Malong, and you said that we are going to have peace and reconciliation, you're joking. Because when we were in Sudan, In 1956, when we have our independence as a country in Sudan, South Sudan was at the war in 1955 up to the independent day, before the independent day. And you know the situation, how it was been going all along. Because Sudan got independent in 1956, but Southern Sudan was at war. The country was not at the peace. There was a war going on up to the independence of South Sudan in 2005. So when you say that we are going to sign peace and reconciliation within ourselves, you're joking. This question, it goes to Chankwa. I'm answering the Chankwa question. So we don't need to be pleased about what we are achieving now. Wait. You will come. I'm going. We don't need to be pleased about our parties.
To be clear, what was he blaming? What was he raising on Chankot? Because I want to know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah, what I was raising was when you were talking about the peace implementation.
Yes.
There's nothing that we can make in communication between Jiriak and Kir government. Because why? There are some brothers and sisters who are still in the bush, like Shirilo, like Malong, like others. They are still in the bush. They haven't put their ink on the paper. What kind of peace are we going to do here? No peace. So we are supposed to be talking about the triggers, all the triggers which bring the conflict or communal conflicts within ourselves. Like Denka and Nuer, they have traditional conflict. They go on and become back friend. They go on and become back friend. That's traditional. But this traditional, in 21st Southern Sudanese, we don't need to believe in that way. We need to put the policy. We got all of us. We got our attitude. We got everything we do for our country if we need to be a stable nation. So the reason why I'm coming now, it is at 2 a.m. here in my place. And why I'm coming here, because this topic is very interesting. I need all of us really to bring up, to sit down and talk about it, because the situation now is becoming in our country. And we are not talking about the economy now. We are not talking about the investment which is coming in our country. We are talking about communal fighting. And so if we don't figure out the trigger which bring the conflict within our community, there will be no peace in South Sudan. And these are the triggers. Like, for instance, Equatorial people now, they are shouting day and night on social media or wherever they are talking. And do you know the reason why they are talking? They are not talking about the leadership which Jiriak Manasseh and Kir are talking about. They are talking about land. Who listen to them? None of us is listen to us. And if we keep quiet with this, we see these all small things, and we keep quiet, I don't think that there will be any peace at the moment in our country until we sort out all the triggers which bring the conflict within our society. So,
thank you.
Coming to the last speaker.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Hold on, Simon. Simon, your points are very good, but Chinquas is going to get lost. So you need to respond before your point get lost, and then you will you will still continue. Go ahead, Chinquas.
I'm not responding. There's something I just want to get from him, because I don't want to join the lullabies of these tunes without understanding exactly what are the songs sung for. Brother Simon, you need to be very clear, my dear brother. What I want you to say, because you've been saying and repeating things. For example, you've been saying triggers. What are these triggers? Can you give us example 1, 2, 3 that cause the conflict? Hold on. Secondly, what are the solutions according to your views because the reason as to why I was saying earlier is that I know exactly how this problem came about. And the only way forward to resolving this problem is to make sure peace agreement is implemented, especially the area of the security. The security matrix must be implemented in full so that it will control all these unnecessary, intercommunal fighting among ourselves. That is my solution to that. What is your solution? Because tell us 1, 2, 3 are the triggers. Because don't just say triggers. And then once you give us the triggers that you think are the cause of this conflict, then give us a solution. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you thank you very much for clarification. Okay. Yeah, Bol, you got something to say?
And I mentioned 3 to 4 triggers, so you can also load his gun and fight back those triggers. So go ahead.
Okay. Within our communal complex, especially, let me begin with Nuer and Denka. Within Nuer and Denka, the triggers which bring a communal conflict there is a cattle raiders. What have been laid down by the government to control or guide the people, these communal cattle raiders, is nothing. Nothing had been done for that one. And if I were to be in that position, then I have to lay out the policy which guard all of us, the communal. This community, they have got years and heart to think. And if they have been given a strong guide and a strong policy that give them what to do and what they are not doing, then I'm sure these communal conflict will stop. That's what I see, and that's my solution. So the conflict within the communal work between Nuer and Denka, it is traditional. It is not something new. But we can't believe that this traditional, we are going to live there.
Okay, thank you.
Listen. Okay, another point. The conflict between the political point of views, especially the trigger between Jiriak and Salva Kiir, is very simple. It is just a political point of view where some other people, they just label each other. Jiriak Machar might sometimes label Kiir Mayadit or make some stereotype political point of view sometime. And on top of that, he forgot that the country is for the people, and the people are supposed to have say whatever taking place between the Salva and Jiriak Machar. So nobody pay attention on that point. Then when we talk about the trigger in Equatoria, the land issue, there are some people who went there and sit on their land. This is a big trigger which bring a communal ill talks sometime. So if the government could have paid attention on the land issue and listen to those people who complain about their land in Equatoria, I think the communal conflict within Equatoria and some people who are set on their land could have been solved long time ago. Coming to the Murle and the Denkabor and Nuer law, it is the same thing also. If government could have provided a policy, a rule and regulation within that territory area, I think the situation could have been solved a long time ago. Second thought, between Nuer and Denka ruling Apanal there, we don't know what is the problem there, to be honest, because they have been there for a long time and they have been sharing all the territory all along. But their conflict.
Luke?
Yes.
I really appreciate your question. You have given us like 3 triggers, and Chunk was understood them. And also, I will make it short because I have a lot of people lined up, and we're going to cut them off because your network everybody is struggling, even people online. But we have here your concern. So let me give him just 2 minutes. Boom, boom, answer them, and from there I give it to Mahmoud or Nuru. So go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Okay, to conclude that one, I can say Mr. Chankwo is a very good man. He's a good politician, but sometimes we Southern Sudanese we talk in the blindfold. Sometimes, you know, if we don't follow or we don't pay attention on the triggers which bring the conflict within our community, I think there will be no any so-called peace and reconciliation coming in our country, and especially those of Shankwa would normally support one side, and they don't make some liberation of the conflict within our society. I don't think where they are going to get a solution for our nation. Thank you for that.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Simon Luke. Thank you, Simon. Look, I really appreciate your contribution. Chankwa, I want you to answer those triggers very quickly, and also you have to be a good man. So go ahead.
What do you mean I have to be a good man? I'm already a good man.
Okay, thank you.
All right, look, I don't think I need to stress much because my brother Simon, look, with respect to him, all I have heard from him is triggers. And the reason I posed him early, I wanted him to be more specific. And he would have said, the cause of our current conflict in the Republic of South Sudan is A, B, C. That is what I expected of him. Okay? So, but because he has not mentioned, let me remind him. I don't have to go back as far as 83 or 72 or 1991 because we have got countless issues that we have not resolved. The longer the further we dig into our history, the further and the deeper you will understand that there are fundamental issues that were violated and they were left unresolved. That is okay. That is the past. But what triggers the current conflict in the Republic of South Sudan? Brother Simon, look, that is what I expected you to have mentioned. Hold on. Before 2013, our country was moving along successfully somehow, even if it wasn't 100%. Those who visited the country, they normally come back here in the West and tell us our country is at peace, people are happy, everyone is going about their own business. But what happened in 2013, Brother Simon Lowe, is the trigger of the current conflict in the Republic of South Sudan. My brother Bull will not allow me to elaborate on all this, but you need to know that the current conflict in the Republic of South Sudan is because of what had taken place in Juba in 2013, especially December 2013. And then in January 2014, the rise of the SPLM-IO came about. Before December 2013, there was no SPLM-IO. Okay? And then we had been in conflict and peace after peace for the last 6-7 years. So today, we have got people that are taking advantage of the conflict itself. Let us not forget, back in the day, we normally have all this intercommunal conflict, but they were minor because people never had these machine guns, okay? But now people have guns everywhere and they can use the power of guns under the symbol of what? Intercommunal conflict to advance the interest on the others. But what is the solution? The solution will not be Law Nuer talking with Murle. The solution will not be Bor talking with Murle. The solution will come solely when we have a national government that is taking the affairs of our country dearly to the heart, so that they will sit and manage the affairs of the country as a government. Now look, let us not think that the Republic of South Sudan is the only country in Africa that has tribes. If you go to all the other countries, Kenya have got tribes, Tanzania got tribes, Uganda got tribes, all the other countries got tribes. But what normalized the tribe and make the tribe live peacefully together? It is because the law of the government for the people and for the people. If you violate the law, the government will hold you to account. But now there's no government that will hold Murle to account. No government that will hold Bur to account. Because if you tell Salva Kiir to deploy forces in Law Nuer now, the Law Nuer will fight Salva Kiir because they know the differences between them. But once we have this peace in place and we have a national government together, national forces together, then they will serve the interests of the masses. So, Brother Bull, I don't want to spend my time. All I wanted from Brother Simon was tell us what are the problems, 1, 2, 3, and then what are the solutions.
Okay, Brother Bull, should I answer it just shortly and then I get off from there? Is it okay?
I don't think you should answer me because I'm just giving my perspective as what I think is a problem and what I think should be the solution. You were saying triggers, but you do not have solution. You don't even give us what are the triggers and what are your solutions. So you need to tell us what are the triggers and what are your solutions. So thank you, Brother Bull. You have to unmute yourself, Brother Bull. Brother Bull, we cannot hear you. You have to unmute yourself.
Chimkwal actually did very well, answered your triggers very quickly. But do you still have another trigger that you want to add in?
Yes, please.
Okay. Give us that one trigger so we can move to Nuru and Mahmoud.
Okay, you know, I'm very pleased with Brother Chango. The way he answered them is somehow. But I can believe I give you all the triggers. Like I said, the trigger between Garang and Dictoria last time in 1991, it was between the argument between the political issue, which was about the self-determination and unification of Sudan. That was the trigger in 1991. And then when it comes for the trigger of Equatoria, like those of Chirilo who are still in the bush now, I give the trigger. Chirilo is in the bush, but he's not looking for the power. Chirilo in the bush because of the land. He has been pushed by Equatorial community because there are some tribes or some other people who are gone there and sit on their land. What they are fighting for is a land. And if they are going to be listened to, then I'm sure the situation of Equatoria will be normalized. Within Nuer and Denka, I think the trigger is the cattle raiders. And the problem of cattle raiders is the problem which bring the communal fighting. And if there is any policy or law, as you mentioned it, to be put into place for all the communal within South Sudan and listen to them carefully, then I think the situation will be normalized and there will be no any communal fighting going on. And between Bor and Murle, the trigger is that because Murle they come and collect the kids from other communal, from Bor and from Nuer, from Anyuak, and all these things. If the law are going to be put down in order to contain all the situation within the Bibor community, then I think the situation will be normalized.
Hey, Simon, you just now admitted something that God have already denied about the collection of kids, about the abduction of kids. You just admitted, and God said before, there's no abduction of children from Bor. But you just said now, the only thing to normalize abduction of kids from Bor. Where did you get that one? And God already knocked that one out. Where did you get it?
Okay, but my brother Bull, we don't need to pretend ourselves here. We are all Southern Sudanese children, and we know all the historical background of all. Listen. The problem between the Bor, Nuerlo, and Murle, it has been going along long time ago. The abduction of the kid or whatever. These complaints had been there for history. So we don't need to pretend ourselves that we don't know it. And we don't turn our years. And that is the reason why we don't solve our problem. If we can accept we admit our mistake and say that this is our mistake, then our situation will be solved.
Thank you, Mr. Lok. So now, it is true that children are being abducted from Bor by Murle. And thank you for admitting that, and Gore have heard it now. So thank you. Your turn is finished, and I will give chance to other people while you listen. If there is something not being said correctly, you will come back and answer it, okay? But I like the point that you are not actually from Jonglei, or maybe you from Jonglei, but you have admitted that children are being abducted from Bor by Murle. Not one of the Bor, but you said it clearly. Thank you. Let me come to Nuru. Wake up. Help me here between you, Nuri, and my schoolmate, Maun Ayor. Welcome to Lake State Media. I always happy to see. You know, one of my schoolmates have to be here. Come on. We were, in a good school. We were very bright, and I like one of my students to be here. Welcome, Maun. Who came first? Help me here between you and Nuri. Nuri is sleeping. Are you Billy Luke? I'm just playing. Nuri, who came first? Okay, let me unmute them. I've become too much joking, which is my audience might kick my head for too much jokes. I don't know if it's good or not. My audience are very important, Nuri, unmute yourself.
No, I think it's okay now. It's okay now.
I was asking who came first between you and my schoolmate.
Let me make it easy for you.
Okay.
I think I would let Maud comment first.
Thank you, brother.
And because when I was hearing other great commentators, I felt like I was hearing people who were in prison, and then when they were released, they became professional offenders and professional criminals. So I will let Maud comment first, and then from there I would comment why I said so, because it seems that they're undermining the biggest crime against humanity, which is happening in Jonglei State, and they are talking like people who have been studying in the School of Atlantic Trade, slave trade. So I will let Maud comment first, and then I will come and say my comment about why I think that they are speaking like professional offenders and professional criminals.
Thank you, Nuru. You are heaven sent. It is intercommunal. That's what we are here. So talked about abduction, talked about fight. You are free. Welcome, Maun Ayor.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Bolmakur, Brother Chankwot, Brother Gore, and Brother Simon, and of course, Nuri. I thank Lake State Media for hosting this discussion tonight. Yes, I came late, but I saw the point of discussion tonight. First of all, I will comment on the issue of the government, why our country is in a mess the way it is right now. To me, my brothers, I think I will blame whatever is happening in our country solely on our government, and particular on the SPLA, who is the ruling party governing the country right now, because no one else can be blamed on what is happening, what has been happening in the government. It was the same government. The government was the same government who is ruling now, divide itself and fight itself. It's the same government who is in the in all 10 states. There is no any other party ruling the country, the SPLA, SPLM. So what is happening in our country, our party who fought for 21 years for the self-determination of the South Sudanese people, is the same government who lost the direction of its country. So even them, even they themselves, the leadership and the people who are behind the leadership, they have admitted that it is we, the SPLM which is with Riek Machar, the SPLM which is with Salva Kiir, the SPLM which is whoever calling it itself the SPLA. So sometimes we do hear people saying, "Oh, the government is for the Dinka. The government is for being dominated by Dinka. Dinka are the one running the country." But when you look at it in actual sense, all the tribes in Southern Sudan are in this government. Even though Salva Kiir is a Dinka who is in the leadership, before the war, before 2013, who were in the government? Who were the corrupt official? It was all this SPLA, SPLM, which comprised of so many communities by then. It was the same SPLA who corrupt, who stole the money which were given by the international communities when the peace was signed to be used for the construction of hospital, school, roads before the 2013, if we follow the history very well. So before the 2013, this government was for all the tribe. But who corrupted before the war of 2013? It is the SPLA. So I can just rest my case. This is the party. We will, whether it's being headed by who, we call it the SPLA. Riek Machar is part of it. Salva Kiir is part of it. And even those who are still in the bush right now, they used to call themselves the SPLA. So I will say it that way. Let me come to the issue of the conflict in Jonglei state. And then I will go to other states. I'm from Jonglei, I'm from Bor. I want to talk to my brother, Gora. I believe he's from Jonglei, and I believe, like he said earlier, that he's from Buma. Before the movement of the SPLA in 1983, we, the communities in Jonglei state, the Dinka, the Nuer, the Anuak, the Jia, the Kachipo, the Murle, we use, and let me leave Murle out of this for now. Let me talk of these five communities out of Murle for now. Let me say it. We used to be, we were in good friendship. We were good communities. We were good with Nuer, Dinka in Jonglei state. As far as I know, we Dinka and Nuer especially Dingabor, we never had any issue with Nuer. In fact, to be honest, if you can see those who came out to be a politician in Bor, they were being backed up by Nuer. And those politicians who came out to be good politicians in Nuer, they were being backed up by Dingabor. We never had any issue. Our issue with Nuer start after the war of 1983. And Nuer know that. We never had any issue with Nuer. Most of our people from Bor used to live in Malacan and other areas of Nuer. And even Nuer also used to live in Bor freely. The same apply to other communities in Jonglei state, like Anuak. Anuak are very humble people. You can live with them. The same to Jia. So what I want to, the reason why I'm saying this, the issue of what is happening right now. What is happening now is something that has been going on for centuries. Like my brother Simon said earlier, he said correctly, the issue of Murle and other surrounding communities had been going on for many, many years before the war. So what I need to say here to my brother Gora, if let me say if I'm son of a Murle today, we want to have a soul searching, honesty, soul searching, honesty conversation regarding what is going on in our state. You can see right now, if you're trying to deny what Murle has been doing against all these communities, not even Bor, Nuer, Bor, Jia, Anuak, all these community, they have something to say against Murle. This need a soul searching from Murle community. I don't want, at this point, I don't like my brothers from Murle community to pretend as if they have been doing nothing to these communities. Let us have a honest talking and accept the reality. This is where the solution will come. But if we deny, if Murle community deny that, oh, we don't abduct children from Nuer, oh, we don't abduct children from Bor, oh, we don't abduct children from Anuak, we don't do the same to Jie, to Kachipo. Even if the government become a stable government today, and we don't accept the reality, the truth, what has been going on, then the government at the end of the day will fail. Because by then there was a government, better government than this government. But did they solve it? They didn't solve it because the community, like my brother Gori was denying it, it will remain the same. So what I'm trying to say, you see now, Nuer is not happy, Dinka is not happy, Anuak is not happy, Jie is not happy, Kachipo against Murle. I know you might deny it, but if you deny it, my brother, for the sake of unity, I need our community of Jonglei to be in harmony. And to be in harmony, it to accept the reality. What is missing? I need our Murle community to accept what went wrong and let's fix it. Let's fix it. Now, my question, when the Bibor was given what so-called uh, uh, Bibor administrative area, I was happy, especially me. The reason why I was happy for it, because there has been accusation from our brothers in Bibor, and particularly Murle. The accusation is that the other communities in Jonglei, they have become dominant. They don't give us resources to build our own, to build places like Bibor or other areas. Now, when the government in Juba give administrative area to these 4 tribes, which is Murle, Anuak, Jie, Kachipo, and that's why Yao Yao was trying to define that the reason why I fought, because there was a kind of marginalization in the state of Jonglei. So after they were given administrative area, what is it that they are still terrorizing the neighboring communities that they have been accusing that they didn't give them the development they want? They were still terrorizing the neighboring communities. So other people are saying, oh, because Murle community, there is kind of a genetic sickness that they have. It need to be treated. That's why they go and abduct the children from neighboring communities. There is kind of that delusional from some who say that Murle, because they don't give birth, that's why they go and steal children from neighboring communities. There is kind of that conversation you can see being inserted in this conflict every time.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Let me point of clarification.
Yes.
Brother, let us talk as a mature people here. Don't accuse them that they have a biological. Nobody, they're not any scientific, which are being pointed out in South Sudan that there is a certain tribe like Murle have no biological issues. So leave alone that one and go to the point.
Okay, Simon, if you read the papers, you will find what I'm saying. I mean, I'm saying what I have seen in a report. So, okay, let me go back to what I was trying to say. I want my brothers from Greater Bibor, let me be precise. Let us be open to each other regarding the conflict in Jonglei State. Let us be honest and find the solution of this. Let us not let the Murle community not deny what has been happening. Let us accept it that we have been doing this, but we should sit down as one people in one state and find the solution. But if we will be still denying it, that abduction of children doesn't happen, like he was heard earlier by Brother Bol. What did Murle abduct children in Ethiopia? He didn't answer that question. Honestly, he didn't answer it. But all of us here knows what happened at that time. This is kind of honesty that I'm talking about. So you have seen all the sub-communities, all the tribes have now said enough is enough. We can afford, we cannot every day live with this. Our children are being abducted every day. Our cattle has been raided every day. We Dinka, especially Dinka Boer, we never raid any cattle from Nuer. The same thing, Nuer never raid cattle from us. The same thing, we never raid or abduct children from Jia or from Anuak. It is the only Murle being accused. This can tell you this is the reality. How should the Sikh communities accuse one tribe if it's not true? So let us accept the reality that this is what has been going on, and let us fix it. So this is where I can stop. Other than that, the issues going on in Lake State too. You know, like I say earlier, Brother Bol and the rest, like Chankwas, it is very painful. It is very, very painful when you see our people are dying in big numbers in Lake State. When you look at it, during the war, the SPLA used to manage the very people that they are governed right now to impose the law. Before even there was any constitution, there was only what called manifesto that was governed the SPLA. And they were able, the SPLA movement by then was able to manage people to obey themselves. But what is it right now? So what I can say, the war of 2013 left some deep conflict, hatred, have really planted a lot of hatred among all the tribes of South Sudan. I can hear the background. So the war of 2013, which was at the same time was misunderstanding between the same party. So my appeal, if that might help, if that will help to the people of Lake State, and these were the best people who fought in the war, majority of people in Lake State. Even you can remember if you were in Ethiopia, most of the teachers who were our teachers in Ethiopia, most of the teachers who were teaching us in Panyudu were from Lake. Although there were some from other areas like Bor and some from other communities. So this community have served the SPLA in the best way during the movement. But today you can see Lake State, they are finishing themselves in a big numbers. This can bother any leader, can bother any leader in the country. Why do people die in 70, 80 people, 100, 200 people every month? So our party, if they are serious, they can turn this country around. Otherwise, what else can the citizen do? Is for us to talk the way we are talking right now, to challenge the government, to enforce the law. Although Someone might ask me, what kind of law are you talking about? The constitution, the current constitution that they have now, why are they unable to enforce it on the South Sudanese or also to themselves? Because they are the violators of the law anyway. The people who are in power. So it is very painful. We have seen the war, so I will not be pretend here and campaign for the war, but I can campaign for the government to change its course, their way of governing the affairs of our country. The country has lost. People are dying on daily basis. You have seen right now in Bibor, between Bor and Murle, between Nuer and Murle, and so forth. People are dying in big numbers. And I said in this show some time back, the number of the people we have lost after the peace was signed in South Sudan, I believe it can bypass the number we lost during the war in big number. We are killing ourselves than the number of the people we lost during the war between the North and the South. So I will stop from here. I want my brother Gora. We want to have a honest talk. We want to have a honest conversation, especially we people in Upper Nile. Upper Nile, let me say this. We, the Upper Nile people, we need to come together. We need to come together. We need to come together. This country will not be in peace unless we unite. Like I said earlier, we used to be a loving community. All these communities in Upper Nile used to live in harmony. So where are we? We, the Upper Nilean people, where are we right now? We are the one fighting ourselves. Our politicians from Upper Nile are the first to rebel. So when are we going to realize that Upper Nile is being reduced from its numbers? When are we going to realize that?
Thank you,
Brother Maud.
Thank you, my brother Maud.
Someone is asking a question, Brother Maud.
Yes.
Yeah, one of those people that are commenting asked you a question. I think it's regarding to your point about what is taking place in Lake State. Lual Makwei is asking you why people are killing themselves in Lake State.
Yes, lawlessness. That is what is happening in Lake State. I can tell my brother who had the question. During the war, we heard about by then, when I could used to be a commander in Barghazal. And if one of the soldiers was fire squad, because he went and took an egg from which was being hatched by chicken. He fired squad one of the soldiers who did that simply because of one egg. I'm not saying that people should be fire squad, because of something simple like that. But that was the example of what I say the law need to be enforced. Who can enforce the law? Is the government. By then, I can remember very well when Koryom came to board during that time, during the war, and when more came and went to Barkadal. Especially, let me talk about more. When the more came and went to Barkadal, more was almost to turn the whole region of Barkadal upside down. They used to go, and then you can grab anything you want. You can grab the goat the way you want. You can grab the cow and kill it the way you want. But the commanders who were, and one of them was Awenakot, they start disciplining the soldiers at that time, and everyone came to its sense. Everyone came to their senses and respect the commander's orders. Don't go and grab anything unless it's given to you by the chief in that area. If you go has a number to certain village, don't go and grab anything. Just go and ask where the chief is, and ask the chief that we want something to eat. The chief of that area will be the one go and ask his people or our people and give you what you guys want to eat. That's how the commanders were able to manage the people by that time. Why am I saying this? The government also can impose what they call constitution that they have in the hand right now to govern our people. And that's why I was saying earlier, our government is solely blamed for all this, what is happening in Lagos State. So the same people who fought for the war are the people who are manipulating their own people in Lagos State. I will be going to my own village in Lagos State and said so and so have done this one to you, and then my own youth can act on my behalf. This is what is going on. So there is kind of politicians themselves, they have hand in this. The same politician, they went to their village and confused the civilian in the villages. So to answer this question precisely, I still go back to the government and say the government is the one to blame, no one else. I cannot say it here. The civilian in Lake State are the one having the problem. The government can disarm the civilian. The government can set up the fees among the communities, although there has been peace being done a couple times in Lake State, but it still is not enough. The government have to move in with force and disarm the civilian forcefully. So this is how I can answer the question. I don't know whether I answer it honestly, correctly the way you want it, but that is what the way I see it.
You have did wonderful. You have did wonderful for real. We will give chance to Nuri, and your contribution is highly appreciated. Mahuna York, and stay there. Maybe Nuri will hit you back, and Chamkwad will respond. Now it will be hit back and respond.
Let Nuri come, and then Brother Gora might answer some of the views from Maud.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chemkos. You did great also because my computer is hot.
Yeah,
So
it's okay.
I will not bring other people. This will be the, we will wrap it up after Gori answering why, some of our brothers go there and and run with one baby and come again and run with one baby. But I'm just, man, telling the truth. But it looked like you have a good answer. You the one who will solve the problem. You are a Jesus in our state. So wait there and don't move. So we're gonna give you a question. And Nur, you are highly welcome.
Okay. Bolmakur, and with listeners and viewers and commentators and speakers, I think I want to register my appreciation here because you are bringing diversity of people, all right, which is a bonus and which is commendable. Now, even you're bringing people who are shy, taking advantage of the media to create awareness. Now, I want to focus on the nucleus of the question, which is, um, you have in your mind that there is a government, and because you have it in your mind, there is a government, you believe that you're asking a question: what should the government, the current established government, what should the government be doing to solve the intercommunal conflict, especially in the Jonglei state? Is that your question, Brother Ball? So Ball is out,
Yeah.
but let me Ball is out. Let me comment. Which is going to be very hard. Ball is like is in the position of the speaker, because when we speak as commentated, we should be looking at the host, so that the host would be able to take make an eye contact with us. Make an eye contact with us. But now I'm going to talk to people that I'm seeing on the computer, on the screen. Now, the reason why I was saying that I felt like I'm talking to people who were in prison, and then when they were released, they became professional criminals. The reason I was saying that is that I can't wait for all of us to be in Juba, so that you guys can actually come as representing your constituencies, because that's what matter here. I'm going to speak here as someone who is putting myself in the shoe of my MP, representing the pain in my constituency. When I do that, then the issue becomes very clear. Okay? What is always bothering me as someone from the community that is always antagonized? What is always antagonizing my community, my constituency? I'm going to speak like somebody who is, let's say, somebody who is elected, and I'm representing my community right there in Juba, in the national capital. And you can do the same later on, because I'm going to accuse you for not playing or for not respecting the humanity. All right. The first point that I want to make here is that we have a government, but what type of government? I do not need to teach people here that we have different level of government in the Republic of South Sudan, because I do believe that we here, we have learned enough to identify what type of level of government we are having in the Republic of South Sudan. The first level of government in the Republic of South Sudan, if you actually begin it from the top, we have the national government. Right now, let me focus on the national government and the response that the national government has put forward to address the issue of the intercommunal conflicts, which is currently happening in the Jonglei state. Now, we used to have two Jonglei states. So the Jonglei state I'm talking about here is the Jonglei state from the 10 state, not the Jonglei state from the 32 state. And the issue here is the issue that the question has emphasized: what can the national government do to address the issue of the intercommunal conflict within the greater Jonglei state? They use that term, greater. I think it is greater for the crime against humanity. And there are people who are specifically to be blamed for encouraging crime to be happening within the greater Jonglei state. So we have the national government. In fact, if you want to be specific, we have the executive government. The executive government, because we have the president, we have the vice president, 5 of them, and then we have the ministers. The type of government that we may not have now at the executive level may be the state government, because we're not clear who is a governor from which state and from what state. But the local government is there. You can still have counties and commissioners. You can still have those. So what is killing my constituency? Because they say politics is local. All politics is local. This is what people who went to school, if you studied social science, any professor or any educator or someone who taught you in social science, they will tell you politics is local, because local interests matter a lot. So I'm going to speak here as someone who is identifying the problem. What is bothering my constituency? The first thing is child abduction. I think child abduction, in my judgment, and it is going to somebody who is representing Bibor here, somebody who call himself Gori. And I say that with due respect. I can say this: if you stand in the parliament of South Sudan and try to undermine the child abduction, which has been happening for many, many years, and you seem to be undermining that and give a reason that is very offensive to people that that have had children abducted by people that you entertain all the time. You don't catch them, you don't arrest them, and you don't put them in prison. So what I'm saying here is that the slave trade, the Atlantic slave trade, was abolished because it was a crime against humanity. My question would be, why do you still be interested in encouraging child abduction when in fact Atlantic slave trade was abolished? I'm sure you heard Abraham Lincoln. If you are somebody who live in the United States of America, you have heard Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln is known for abolition of slavery. How did that concept escape you? I'm telling you this in order to contact your governor, because he was put as a governor to address the issue of the security by the government, by the national government, because he cited the issue of marginalization. And that's what you said earlier, that marginalization became the biggest issue for the people of Bibor, or for the people of Buma state, in the language of the 32 states. So his concern was answered. The concern of his people was answered. So he was given a power. And when he was given that power, he became a governor. What is preventing him, or what has prevented him again to address the issue of child abduction? Why is he not becoming Abraham Lincoln? What's wrong with him? He should be becoming Abraham Lincoln to abolish child abduction. Just as Abraham Lincoln became, has been known as somebody who abolished slavery in the United States. I can tell you this if you show up in Juba, and then we can dispute it, and I can take you to court for encouraging people who are engaging in slave trade, because you abduct them and then you put them on the market. So that's one. It's something that you need to think about. Another point I want to tell brother from Akobo here, brother Simon Chenkwat, this is not going to sit well because brother Chenkwat, what is always bothering my constituency, and you can represent your constituency. There's no problem here. You can represent your constituency the way you like. But I'm going to tell you, what is it that whenever there is a concept called democracy, whenever there is a concept called democracy, and this is the card that you always have. This is the card Dr. Riek Machar always has. All right? The card of democracy. What is it that the card of democracy, as good as it is, what is it that is making this card of democracy to kill humanity in my constituency? What is it? In fact, the card of democracy that you always have, because you accused Dr. Garang last time of running the movement in a dictatorial manner. And this is true. People were talking about the triggers. Dr. Riek Machar accused Dr. De Garang of dictatorship. And again, he said he did it again in 2013. Dr. Riek Machar accused President Salva of dictatorship. What is it that your democracy, what is it about your democracy or a kind of democracy usually turn against innocent people and kill innocent people? So my problem with you, if you show up in Juba, I would be telling you, if you represent your constituency and you want to talk about democracy, make sure your democracy is not a democracy that is going to be a crime against humanity. What is it that your democracy is always against committing crime against humanity, killing civilians? So I have a serious concern with the type of democracy that you'll bring here, because that's what is killing the people in Jonglei state. You have this kind of democracy that is also embedded in committing crime against women, against children, and against elderly people. Your kind of democracy killed people in 1990 so many times. Your kind of democracy killed people in 2013 so many times. So when I said earlier that when I'm listening to you, I felt like somebody who is listening to professional criminal. So those are my two questions. And Brother Ball, you have done, Lagos State has done a beautiful job by bringing people who should, I expect, to speak locally, because they should be defending their local human rights. Because if you don't defend local human rights, how would you defend national right when in fact you are not doing good job at the local level? So I'm here accusing Brother Gori and accusing Brother Chenkwas. The reason we have a crime against humanity in Jonglei State is because the card of democracy that Brother Simon is always holding up here, that card of democracy has turned into crime against humanity. And Brother Gori is somebody who did not read Abraham Lincoln books, because Abraham Lincoln book is saying no slavery, and yet you still sanctioning slavery. Abducting children is a slavery. So you guys, I'm sending you back to the school of democracy. Go back to class, Brother Simon, to read about democracy, how democracy can begin to help people in South Sudan. And Brother Gori, go back and read about slavery. Why was it abolished? If you do that, we will have peace in the Republic of South Sudan. But the national government has responded in South Sudan by giving you power, by creating an administrative area, and by addressing the issue of marginalization. So the government of South Sudan at the executive level has already created initiative to address the issue of intercommunal conflicts. But you guys, you play against the rule. You have concepts that are so sexy, they're so attractive, but the concept, they become criminal themselves.
You want him to respond to that?
Well, I did accuse them. If they think that I'm wrong, they would have to respond, because I'm speaking as somebody who is representing my constituency. So I hope they're going to represent our constituency, because you guys, you are killing people everywhere in the Republic of South Sudan. in the name of democracy and in the name of slavery.
Okay. I will give Chamkwat and then go to Gori. Gori, Nuru said that you need to go. Hey, Gori, Abona. Abona Gori. Chamkwat,
Give Gori a chance
Good.
because
Let me, yeah, thank you.
it's not going to be pleasant when I take my podium.
Yeah, let me go. Thank you, Ball again. Like you said before, thank you for all the viewer. Okay. My response first of all will go to the Mr. Maud, actually, like he was described about the area himself. That he was actually, I hope he was here, but he's not around here. Okay, let me, when he come back, actually, let me go to the question of the Nuri first. Thank you, Nuri. Like you said, you explain everything.
Somebody making such a noise.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. You explain everything. You said the crime has been committed by both two communities, which is Murle and Nuer in the region. Absolutely, I condemn and I said this wrong from our side. Actually, it's completely wrong. Like I will actually strongly condemn. It's wrong. So, like the Maut said before, that behavior of those lack of the cattle rating and child abducting, it's been a century. It's not from one individual community. Will blaming in Murle and so on. In both those who are cattle rating and tribe of Greater Jonglei themselves, they have those knowledge of the cattle rating. If you said, okay, you in the board, you don't have a cattle rating, yes, that should be, yeah, we will. Oh, yeah, there is will be. If you Nuer said in Greater Low Nuer, which is Low Nuer, which is a Fanyuak, the land of Fanyuak, actually that they will actually describe. And if Murle said, okay, they're doing cattle rating sometime, yes, that actually everyone can actually come and defend his side, his consequences, like you said, actually will be, actually we need to solve how this actually happening. Yeah, the question about the slavery, actually, you see, we wrote not because for the America, you said, we read from South Sudan, from Sudan history. When Zubair Basha is doing slavery in Barkazal, in Central Equatoria. We know this actually, those slavery event took it to the, when Mohammed Ali Basha come to Sudan, all those years, we know that slavery actually has been done to all Africa, particularly Sudan in particular. Yeah, so this has been known. Greater Bibora, I'm not doing slavery for any humanity, seeing Sudan independent in 1956. But for those cattle rating is actually something around us. We as a son of Greater Jonglei, we are the one intellectual, and those who are politicians should come and deal those issues and solve those issues. How have been solved? Like you said before, we actually in Greater before we've been solved these issues. So cattle rating has been, yeah, there is a many issue had been done during if government of Yahya, we know that time. Even you in Jonglei, when Philip Aguero was a governor, how the relationship between Greater Bibor and Jonglei was nice. Peter Aguero was working nice and Yahya working nice. How this thing is now, we said after the government dissolved 32 state, why this Greater Bibor has been attacked by both you from Law and Greater Jonglei? Is Murle the one who want to attack? If there was a revelation, why they didn't go before this time? So many reporting say, you guys, if you need to throw the government of South Sudan through Greater Bibor, that actually that is not should be the way to just to them. The Murle are the one doing cattle rating. No, this the plan actually the rebel themselves. They're trying to mislead the Murle information to say just to throw the government of Juba through the Greater Bibor. That something has been clear and no, everyone know this thing. So we actually we working strongly to dissolve those issues. Cattle rating has been solved. After 32 states now there is no government, Nanuri. You know that exactly. When the government is dissolved, 10 states, there is a government in Juba. In all states, there is no government. Why those two communities going to join and then attack Bibor? Because there is no government there. And they are planning they need to destroy the government of Juba. And that everyone knows this. So about the cattle rating, that something issue is being dissolved, and we know that yes, few there are. It's not from Lownware also and from Greater before, and also we've been working a lot. Like I said, in 2015 and 2014, we've been working a lot. Even government, even son of Greater Bibor and Jonglei, they come together. They solve, even they got many things has been sharing in Bor. And there is a business, it's been sharing. Bor community want to be Bor, they're doing business. And the road open between Bibor and Bor. We previously, we used to go from Juba direct to Bibor outside. But a few years when the Governor Yahya was there, we have to go through the Bor. Even Bor community come to Greater Bibor, they're doing business. So this plan should go direct to Junction Coast and need to ask why this actually happening while a country in the peace. Like you said before, you said before your defense minister has been denied to visit all the places. Who actually deny him if she a defense minister and he know there is a war in the Greater Jonglei? Who deny her to go to visit those locations? Who deny him? So we actually let us put the cattle rating alone and shallow adopting. That's a major issue. It's not big issue. It is dissolved. It's been dissolved for many years and finished. It will finish as also it's been gone. But the big issue is actually we need to ask those who say rebel. They are the one actually accusing Greater Bibor to mobilize their neighborhood to come to attack Bibor. And my question actually should go to the Maud. He was not there. Yes, he said unity of Upper Nile. How come we bring unity of Upper Nile while if the community all are not happy? Upper Nile themselves, they are not happy. We've seen the how many we are in Jonglei now, okay? But we already been Greater Bibor state, we have a dependent state. In Upper Nile, there is a Sholo, there is a Nuer, there is a Brun, there is a Denka, four, okay. We in Greater Jonglei, like you said, as I've described before, we are 6 tribes too, okay. How we can bring the unity within the Upper Nile and Greater Jonglei? By which reason? If we are those within the state, they are not agree. About Mahon, you were there now. Yes, he said before years back. Yes, before even this war actually started in 1993 till this current war. Yes, all this community in Greater Jonglei was living in a peace. Anyuak and Murle, Luer and Murle, Anyuak, Akobo and Murle, Denkabor and Murle, and Anyuak and Kachipo, we were living in the peace. Tell this, even Murle themselves, they were coming to Anyuak land. I cut a rating. We have agreement with them. Our grandfathers, they got agreement. Murle came to our land after during the cattle season. They will come and then we stay our land, and later on we'll go to their location. Yes, this actually tell currently. But Murle have never been actually to grab Anyuak land. But this war is going on in our area. We think those who are actually coming from those cycles is also there is another planning of grabbing land from Murle, because of this, and plus the rebel they are coming to make the Bibor to be because the Bibor refusing how to just to withdraw the government of Juba. And that's actually, we should actually blame the rebel about this, not blaming Bibor. They are the one doing the cattle rating, Mr. Nuri. No, this slavery, we already read it during Sudan history, Lemon Usma, Lemon, I let you to say in Arabic a little bit. Lemon Sora Usmania Dakal fi Sudan, to Munamiyat, Zibir Basha kan Makan Butai Semarat, Tijara Rakik. وفي سوية تجارة رقيق ده يهدي بدري وكلنا عارفينه مش بيبور أنينا ما بنعمل تجارة رقيق ما في مناطق تجارية بنعمل فحاجة دي حاجة مو من بدري فهو نظام أنينا دايرين ده منو مسبب في المشكلة when the piece of this SPLA IO and government when they sign before they sign agreement did Bibor the one by big number the attack Bor? They went by big number. They attack Launwer or Akobo. Akobo. Even we actually complaining is our land. It's a new land. Those who are been in Akobo there, we are just accommodated. We come as a Nuer. They've been there. They accommodated. But land of Anuak, we have never been going there. But the question here, we let us focus about those rebel. They are the one actually misleading the situation in Greater Jonglei. Are the one who usually when they're coming, they do something. They do something to create something. When they are fighting, we as a government or we are Greater before, when the rebel and SPLA was fighting, did we fought? Did we join any? Did we want to attack any location of IO? Did we want to attack? We were standing as neutral to make the peace, to see the people of Greater before they want peace. That's why we were said we need to have own administration. That the president of South Sudan, President Salva Kiir, have been giving us, and then we've been neutral till this currently. Every time those rebels, when they come to the country, they are the working, making the issue and fighting around the areas, not we. Thank you.
Thank you, Gora. Gora, thank you. Thank you, Gora. You had made many points. You know, you are a politician. And before I just jump in and say that you did great job, it will be up to Nuri whom you answer his question. So, but before we ask Nuri, let Chenkwaz jump in, because also Nuri accused Chenkwaz of Chenkwaz. Let me put it here on the screen. You had been accused by Nuri. Nuri and one of the guys are prepared here very well. Let me not steal how he prepares it, but he said that Chenkwaz is being a question to answer on DRE.
Sorry, I think you did not unmute me. Where is Bull? Oh. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. The ball I should leave soon too. Yeah, so because I will finish now. So that like Mayan said before, we in Greater Jonglei, we need peace, as I already explained to Nuri. Yao is working peace strongly 2014 till current time. 32 states when dissolved the Yao and Greater before completely we working on the peace. After those they came now, they are the one should this answer should go to those rebel in the area. They are the ones because there is nothing to do with the cattle rating.
Gora, you just very clear now. Before you are very clear now, but you are now ready to abduct a question from Chenkwaz. So let Chenkwaz talk, because you already will give you a chance and you finish. But you also accuse Chenkwaz of grabbing land, Murle land. You accuse him that, you know, even the IO grab land from Murle, or I don't know how you prepare it. But anyway, even me, man, I'm going to live in Kornyalongoro. You know, I was on that side. I am going to live in Kornyalongoro. But anyway, let me give Chenkwaz a chance, because I'm interrupting him. And Nuru will talk back to both of you quickly, so we can, you know, give our brother Pale a chance, and I close the show because I'm very tired. So,
thank you.
Go ahead, Chenkwaz.
Before you move and live in Koronyalolo or whatever, let me come in. Let me come in and speak, and then you can make your move thereafter. I know the SPLM-IG and those of the greater people are working hand in hand, so no problem. You can move anytime. All right, let us get into serious business.
Okay.
Giving us something to laugh. All right. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. As I've said in my initial presentation, we are here not to waste time. We are here to touch issues that are dearly to our hearts as citizens of South Sudan. And therefore, we cannot shy away from asking questions and giving answers. If you deem yourself as a possible, as a possible, politician or someone who understands the daily happenings of our country, then you cannot shy away from being questioned or questioning others. And therefore, I have to move into the issues that has been highlighted by my my lovely brother Nuri before I go to you, Gora. And I have to go one by one as per the statements. My brother Nuri here pretend as representing an interest of a constituency. Let it be clear that Nuri is not representing any constituency, but only representing the same ideology of the JCE, the same ideology that is Salva Kiir using to destabilize the Republic of South Sudan. Nuri must be put on note today that that country called South Sudan does not belong to JCE, it belongs to the people of South Sudan. For your information, if you treat the Republic of South Sudan as a JCE property, you must desist from that and stop from that mentality, because that mentality will continue to haunt us and kill us for years and years to come. If you want us to live as better citizens, people that have one goal to achieve in life, you must learn to distance yourself away from that JCE policy, because that is what is actually destabilized the country. How can you pretend today, Brother Nuri, that you are representing a constituency, whereas your local MP is the one that instigated the current violence that we are seeing in the Republic of South Sudan? It was your constituency MP, President Salva Kiir, who instigated the violence in the Republic of South Sudan. Before 2013, we never had this civil war of this stature. The reason we are in this level of hate, in this level of war and fighting and brutality, it is solely because of Salva Kiir mismanagement of the Republic of South Sudan affairs. He galvanized his own militias and used them against innocent citizens of South Sudan. Now you question my my constituency on how we advocate on democracy, and you're asking what are these hidden agendas behind the democracy that we preach. Nuri, let me be clear with you, brother. You know me from day one, since this civil war started. I have been in the forefront of this social media for a long time. Everything that I will say here, I've already said them before, and I will say them tomorrow until when we receive democracy that we are looking for. And the question today is, what sort of democracy that we are advocating for? It is a democracy that will make sure that your constituency is well represented. A democracy that will make sure that if Salva Kiir constituency have got a women hospital, what about my Akobo constituency? Why are we not having a women hospital in Akobo? These are issues that help me on a daily basis to fight dearly on reform agenda and making sure this democracy that we are fighting for must be implemented. I can understand where you come from, Brother Nuri. You are an offspring of the JCE, the elites that want to rule the country using the iron fist, that Chelkos is nobody unless I say so. You want to continue to marginalize the minority in the name of the JCE elites. And when I talk about JCE, I'm not talking about my tribe, the Dinka. We must differentiate these bodies Dinka, there are innocent Dinka, there are civilians that are suffering just like I do. These Dinkas must not be implicated in this mess that Nuri and his JCE constituents have created. Brother Nuri, because you have not understood what is meant by democracy, let me reflect your memory back to how we came about with the call of democracy and the overall reform in the Republic of South Sudan. We in the SPLM-IO believe dearly that our country must be reformed. The security sector must be reformed. Military sector must be reformed. They must be independent that will safeguard my interest and your interest so that tomorrow, if you are in need of something, someone will help you to get there. But as we stand now, Nuri will be paved a way to top, but Chankos will always be blocked from reaching the top. Is that not a dictatorship? Isn't that a spirit that can kill us? Until that day, when you and I are treated equal, regardless of where you come from, in the Republic of South Sudan, we are not going to rest on our call for reform and furthering the democracy throughout the Republic of South Sudan. Your constituency have killed people, not my democracy. The democracy that I advocate for don't kill people, but you're consistent in preventing and blocking the voices of democracy is what kill our people. You remember in 2012, your constituency killed people in where? In Wow. In 2009, your constituency killed people in where? In Low Nuer land. Okay? Your constituency killed people in where? In Cholo land. Your constituency killed people in where? In Unity State. And here you are pretending to be the good boys before South Sudanese people. You have lost the legitimacy to rule us. You have lost the legitimacy to consider yourself as a constituency. In fact, we are going to liberate your constituents and give it a new leadership. We are going to bring a new leadership in your own constituency because the people in your own constituency are now accepting the voices of democracy. They are accepting the voice for change, which you have consistently reject and refuse them to have. Brother Nuri, I am utterly disappointed with your statement today that you are saying the fact that we are calling for democracy and federalism in the Republic of South Sudan is killing people. The reason as to why we are being killed in numbers is because there has never been democracy in our country. There has never been federalism in our country. There has never been rule of law in our country. There has never been human rights in our country. Yet you want to be proud of representing your constituency that has violated the fundamental human rights. If you go to Akobo, if you go to Cholo land, if you go to even the Murle land, there is no hospital. There are no roads. There are no schools. There are no food to be eaten. Whereas in your constituency, in Greater Baragazal, you find the only women hospital that children are being delivered. A very good hospital that is similar to the modern ones. Built by who? Built by your local MP, which is Salva Kiir, with the revenues of our own blood. And instead of equitably sharing the resources, is actually looting the resources and build your constituency. And here you are talking in our presence, accusing us of fighting for a fair go in the resource sharing. We are the sons and daughters of that great country, and we must continue to advance that interest, even if it means it kills us. There is no change that does not kill people. A change comes after people die. In 2012, Abraham was killed, brutally massacred. Where was Abraham from? He's from Bor. He was massacred by who? By the then government under who? Under your constituents, local MP. Today you are telling me your local MP is a saint and you are representing yourself as a saint. You are deadly wrong. Brother Nuri, because you've forgotten why we are in this mess, let me refresh the memories of our people. The democracy that we have been calling for is a democracy that has a long history. It dates back all the way before 1955, before the Sudan independence. It is a legacy that has been foreseen by our forebearers. And when I say our forebearers, it does not mean the Nuer. It means all the sons and daughters of South Sudan that orchestrated the call for independence of the Republic of South Sudan. Before 1955, our people have been in bushes, calling for democracy, calling for federal states of South Sudan. But your ancestors that are not the Dinka as a tribe, but the JCE elites rejected those calls. No, hold on, Brother Bol. You let Brother Nuri attack us before. And let us be honest and frankly speaking. I'm only responding to what he has said. So, Brother Nuri, fact must be told. This democracy that we are calling for is not a democracy that was born in 2013. It is a democracy that was born way before independence of Sudan. It is a democracy that has been echoed in 1972. It was the same democracy that we also echoed in 1983. The same democracy that we actually echoed in 1991. The same democracy that went on through 2000, 2007, and a democracy that actually gave birth to the Republic of South Sudan that we are talking about today. That is a proud legacy of we, the people of South Sudan. If you want to bury that democracy, we are going to fight for it. And if it means it kills people, it will definitely kill people. Because we are not going to let you bury that democracy without being challenged. When Dr. Riek Machar challenged Dr. Garang in 1991, the challenge was a political challenge, questioning the way in which Dr. Garang was leading us. Whether you disagree with it or agree with it, there are people who supported that challenge. There are people who were against that challenge. If you read books, as you were talking about, slavery and all those, you would have come to terms with the split of 1991 did not just come out of nowhere. There were fundamental reasons that brought the split of 1991. One of those reasons, was...
I know you will disagree with me, but what I want to say, his question was based on intercommunal, but you went to so many more of...
No, so his question took a different angle. His question took a different angle.
But now you took longer, almost 10 minutes. All of us were waiting so you can conclude it. My time also ran off. I give you enough time, actually, more than him.
I know you become restless because this issue is touching your heart. But why did you let him touch it before?
No, that's why I said ram it up, because you're still going to come back. Look,
let me wrap it up by saying this. Brother Nuri, I'm sincerely disappointed. Sincerely disappointed. The democracy that we are calling for was the same voice that was echoed in 19 1991, that we must respect the state of human rights. We must have all the other structures that we need in the country. So today, if you want to deny the reform because you believe in the JCE policies, well, if this is the same notion that Salva Kiir will continue to abrogate the peace on, I am scared that the suffering of our people will continue. But let me conclude, Brother Bol Makur, for my respect to you all. People of South Sudan want democracy. They need democracy. They want to be ruled using democracy system or democratic system. A system whereby Chenkos must be given a platform, even if he come from minority tribe, where Chenkos must be given a platform to raise issues and even participate in political arenas. That is the democracy that we are hoping for. But the current situation, the current governance system that is being safeguarded by Nuri and the elites of the JCE is a system that discriminates people before they even know what is in your brain. It is a system that will kill you before knowing what you have for the country. So my dear brother, let us not use statements that can dig out deeply rooted issues. Democracy that we are looking for now in South Sudan is a democracy that can let me live peacefully with my Murle brothers, a democracy that can leave me, that can make me live peacefully with my brothers of Cholo community and my brothers from Bor community. That is a democracy that we want. So,
thank you,
my brother Nuri, please, you are an intellectual, and I am an intellectual. Sometimes when we come here and we want to appease the ego of those negative forces, it will kill people. There is no change that doesn't kill people. Change will come after people die.
Chenkwas, are you going to respond later on when we give Nuru time? Because that's what I want to start from you.
Continue. It's all right. I'm done.
Okay. Because I really give you enough time more than Nuru. Even people there are even talking under the comment. Because all what you say, Nuru will not quiet without responding to it. So it will be uncomfortable. So, well, and Paul is here.
He already accused. He already even opened up this Pandora box. And now I'm talking about the Pandora box.
Yeah. You and okay, the Pandora box need to be closed. So Paul got caught. Then I don't want to leave you behind, brother, but I'm totally very tired, and this is the reason we have this unity. When I left Jiriak Manasseh out and I'm inside in J1 with the President Kiir, this is what will bring fight. So go ahead.
You know, Jimmy Almoy.
And a King Mola. I'm trying to bring peace to all South Sudanese. Like Nuru now, he just say, you know what? So Nuru, everybody later on will have 5 minutes. So you're gonna hit him hard, and then you go to Canada, and then you will be living in Australia. Go ahead. Oh, wait, I did a mistake. Let me unmute him. Go ahead, brother Paul. Paul got caught then from Yerul.
Yes. Are you guys listening to me?
Very well.
All right. I would like to thank all of you, people who are watching. I've been watching the show, for at least five hours ago. I was watching when other people like Ambassador Gordon Buay was speaking, so I was there. But I work during the night, and I came from work this morning. Then I was sleeping, but I put my phone on, close to me, take naps and while washing. So Actually, I would like to. I want to thank Lake State Media. It's very fair media. No too much racism, so like other social medias. So and actually it reflects our diversity too. So I'm not going to talk that much. So most of what I can say has already been explained by Mawut. So we need to be realistic.
Mawut,
So
wake up. Your name is, you came up, so you're going to have a question. Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so so the issue we are discussing today. So we have two main major issues based on the explanation in the way I had them. So we are talking about the failure of leadership in Southern Sudan. Why our people are killing themselves? This is one of them. So the failure of leadership in Southern Sudan is what killing people in Lake State. Lamanete we should to lokan de mishile bita aneno lo not bugulu no yauna dan adnoring to mishile bi au jibna mishile brau. Tane Lake State finora Lake State finora we feel massive. Unat Lake State garden katun futu virtualat. And they are the same community, who have been living there for their own for centuries. So now they are killing themselves. Even in Juba, they follow theirs. I've been reading. I'm one of the activists in social medias. I follow many majors, mainstream media. So I've been watching things, in Lagos State, even MP being killed, doctors being killed, teachers being killed, even being followed in Juba. So this is a failure of leadership and it's failure of SPLM. So Mawut made it very clear. So when you come to the issue of I'm not going to talk about the tribalism because now what we have in Southern Sudan is beyond tribalism. It's beyond tribalism. Because if it is a case of tribalism, people in Lake State would have lived in peace among themselves. So, situation in Lake State reflects the failure of leadership and the failure of SPLM. What had happened in Southern Sudan, since 2013 up to now, even Jalab al-Khan, because Jalab this will come. What had happened, things being done from things we have done to ourselves, self-inflicted wounds. Arab have not done those to us. We have to accept our own failures. So, failure of leadership, lack of equality in Southern Sudan and Kubra, these are the two major issues which are killing our people in Juba and everywhere, wherever you go. So, also, if you talk about the issue of Morley, Mawut also made a very fair explanation about it. So we, the people of Southern Sudan, we know where each individual particular tribe where they are being located, where they live, their own way of life. That the people that's people people whom we call cattle herders, which is mostly Nuer, Dinka, and Morley. These people, their life depend on the cattle. Some of our people in Swahili. So even when you go to some places like Chilu Kingdom, so they don't worry too much about getting cows. So traditionally, Nuer and Dinka, I know nothing about the Morley, about the way they get married. So in Nuer and Dinka community, cattle are source of all kind. Even if somebody's being killed, it has to be settled with the cows. If you want to get married, you have to have a cow to get married. So, Nur and Dinka, they live together for a long time and they have no problem like my brothers was explained before. So situation change. I never been in a show where there's someone from Morley. I'm glad that I see someone from Morley today. So abducting children is a big crime. Abducting children is a big crime. So what I've known about the Morley, I'm not accusing you, my brother, Wudiel, but I'm talking about the general situation of Morley. Morley, they don't like a conventional confrontation where if I'm mad at you and then I will tell you I will come to you tomorrow and we fight. But Morley, they don't do it like that. If you see any place being attacked by Morley, they already secured it. They love to attack weak people, women and children. And after they kill the owner of the houses, then they take their children and cows. It is something we should not tolerate today. And it is the reason today youth from Lawnur and Bur, they united, to go and taking care of situation being inflicted on them by Murle. If this situation will not be resolved within a couple more years, I'm telling you, Morley people, they will lose their land. I'm very sure. I'm predicting that this is not it is a different world today. Different world, with too many, with a lot of, different people are using a war machine gun. It's not like 1985, 1905. No, it's a different world today. And we want Morley to stop. Morley must stop abducting other people's children. They must stop. If they don't stop, different situation will happen to them. They have to listen. They have to listen to the voice. This is the big concerning. Abducting other people's children is unacceptable anywhere. It's unbelievable. So Southern Sudan is in our hand today, but there's no leadership. There's no government. There's no government in Southern Sudan. If there's a government, a government can solve that problem because they can take a whole armed division with the tanks, with the helicopters. They can go there and patrol the situation, the system there. But what is happening right now? That's Akumendu yet few. You remember people were crying about Luala Code, but few weeks ago when May 16, when the Morley used when they went to Lawnurland and killed people and massacre people, so there was a South indicated that these youth from Morley, they're being orchestrated by the people in Juba. And if it is case within the same country, why would you have envoy? Why would you have envoy that will represent your own interest in that other particular places? That's indication that even the way my brother said before that there's a rebel, but I shouldn't as well. That's no SPLMIO, which is using people as the hosting ground to topple the government in Juba. No. To all come from Southern Sudan, and even to move from Pibur to Juba. Keep that man. So that's no any SPLMI with that. People who went there, they are the people who were looking for their own. They were looking for their own children, their own daughter and son. Leave alone the cows. So I'm blaming SPLM. I'm blaming the government. There's no government. So there's no government. There's no laws. So our country will be better when we have a government which is being ruled, through the laws, not through, through who you know. Like if you go to Juba now, even you are well educated and you come from certain places, you may not be, you may not be allowed to have a chance, to express or teach what you know, because in Southern Sudan today is a corrupt country where people even get employment based on who they know, not what they know. So the failure in our country is a failure of leadership, and it is the same as PLM. The same as PLM, who fought their own war, they transferred it to the local grassroots to confuse the situation so that certain elite in the power will remain there. It is a situation that is being created and being implemented by the interesting people, not even Dinka. When people talk about the Dinka, then Self-Fakir is the Dinka. There's no way you can make Self-Fakir to be a person without coming from certain places. So I'm going to stop here. Our explanation is very good, but we have known, it is good that we have known that our country needs a reform. Southern Sudan needs a reform for sure. And the reform will come when we talk like this. So
thank you, Paul.
Yeah, I'm going to conclude in a minute. I'm going to conclude in a minute. So we all Southern Sudanese, we fought for our independence. For our independence, we fought for our independence. Let come together. Let thought thing out. Failure and success. The way forward. The way forward. The way forward will come when we come together. So even if that, we have to form our own laws. We create our own law, the law that will guide everyone. So in Southern Sudan today, certain elite, they have built the law. They have built the law. How come even, you have seen what happened a couple of weeks ago in Southern Sudan, somebody come, with his own bodyguard and he started shooting people, What kind of government do we have? Does it the government we're fighting for? No. So we need a government that will protect civilians, a government that will protect, sharp, a government that will, respect a human being, a government, that will, work for the future generation. But what we have today is not a government. There's no government. And the failure is the SPLM failure. It's the SPLM failure, but it is being transferred to the grassroots and it has become complicated. Even they don't know even how to solve it. So that's why I say my explanation, what I can, I can say, most of my words are being expressed already by my cousin Mawood, and we have to accept the realities. We have to accept the reality. We don't have a government. We will not reform that government, so our people will continue suffering. There will be no road. That will be now still independent. There's no functioning road in Southern Sudan. No functioning bridge. Children have no hospital. Even some shop. Even let's talk about the school. There's not even a school in certain places. All people who have been fighting the war, those veterans, the certain veteran of Anyanya 1, they're still even living there right now. No, but they do not even have nothing. And the advantage of our own fruit being taken by East African country, Southern Sudan has become like a hunting ground because of failure of leadership. Thank you very much.
Paul, I really appreciate your input. So, and that's why I will say one thing. I don't know if you hear me, because your input was good. So I keep saying one. Yeah. So your input was good. So I keep saying one thing. So anyway, yes.
You can't use one thing. You don't understand what one thing means.
Hey. Yeah, brother, okay.
What
I
it
don't
means.
want to cause another incident.
Yeah. I would like to hear from Mawood. So You know, so we're not even here. We are not coming here to attack one another. Attacking will not take us from nowhere.
No,
We
no,
are
no, no. I joke with him.
working
I joke with
to
Chinko.
correct the situation, to correct the system.
Let me
So
unmute Mawut. No, Chinko is joking.
It's okay,
He's
Paul.
joking.
We
He's
can
joking.
joke. Don't worry.
We joke. He's somebody been here, so he understand our joke, so it's not a biggie. Mawut
Yes.
had been attacked
Yes.
verbally, but not with a weapon, but with words.
It's
I'm
okay.
just
It's
playing.
okay.
Pal.
That's what it means to discuss and talk. If we talk the way we are talking in South Sudan, and then we would have silenced the gun long time ago.
Right.
We have seen in neighboring countries. We have seen in Kenya. I have witnessed 3 elections in Kenya, whereby one of the politicians, for some reason, maybe twice, have won the election, but maybe one election he might have lost it honestly. But if I compare what I have seen in Kenya for a couple years, what I have been watching in Kenya, if that what happened in Kenya was happening in South Sudan, Kenya would have been in war long time ago. But you see, Kenya have learned the consequences of war from South Sudan and other countries. They fight through talking the way we are talking right now, through democracy, criticizing the government, the opposition, instead of taking the arm. And I'm talking of someone by name Raila Odinga. Between Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila. To me, Raila have won the election twice, but it was rigged. He didn't took arm with his community or with his supporters. He humbled himself and say, Kenya is bigger than me. Kenya is bigger than me. To let the Kenya go to war. This is the example that we, the South Sudanese, should copy. The reason why I'm saying this, I will challenge my brother Chankwas that it is my humble request and submission to the IO if they can put their house in order. What do I mean to put their house in order? There are so many people who are holding arms in the newer area, and they are being always accounted to Riek Machar, which I can say the White Army. If for some reason we need peace, and I do, and I think you do, Brother Chankwas, we really need peace. Riek Machar might be a good person, but sometimes when your house is not in order, when your house is not always in order, then you lose control of the people that you lead. So for now, as we are in search of peace, and we are in time of peace, I need my brothers from the Nuer who are holding arm, who might have even now have some ideas, or maybe if the peace is not going well, let's go back to the war. Let us give this let us continue pushing this government hard to change its course in a state of arm, because Brother Chankwat, we have seen all of us, that we lost a lot of people from this war, from the war of 1991. This is brought some very deep hatred between Dinka Bor and Nuer, and it was not a case between Dinka Bor and Nuer. Riek Machar by then was rebel again. He did what he did in 1991 against the movement. It was not against Bor community, as far as I know. But do you know what happened? It ended up hurting Dinka Bor more than the SPLM. And if Riek Machar would have handled it well, let me say it again, if Riek Machar would have handled that 1991 well, not killing the civilian, it would have not caused all this kind of hatred. But majority of Boer people were wiped out by white army. Maybe in mind of Riek Machar, it's upstairs. That was the home area of John Garang. So the only way to win is to wipe out Dinka Bor. But it was not a good strategy by then. So the reason why I'm bringing this up right now is all of us, whether from Bor or from Nuer, who have still having these kind of grudges. We have to put all this in order, or put them aside and look for peace. So my brother Chang Kwas, my appeal to IO is to put their house in order and let give peace a chance. I know very well it will be very hard for her to put this government to change its course. I know that. It will be very hard to push this government to change its course. So what can we do as a citizen, me and you? Is the solution for us to take the army and fight again? Or is it the solution for us, all the citizens, if we unite, all of us, regardless of tribe, in one voice, protesting against this government, anytime, we can change it. The people in Egypt, in Cairo, change the government without picking up the arm. So we can be able to do that through democracy. Because all of us, we have seen enough of war. So that's what I can say. Let us be frank and just and put tribalism, put it aside. To the case of Murle, like I said earlier, I think my brother Gori, it looked like it's not a Murle to me. I just I'm trying to I think it's a Nyak.
Yeah, Madut, I am a Nyak, but I am son of the Greater Bibor. I am Greater Bibor. That I representing Bibor himself. I was the Minister of Agriculture during Yao Yao and a peace agreement of Yao Yao Bibor Mr. 214. Yes.
But if you are honest enough,
that's why we are the one that brought the peace to this Greater Bibor. That welcome.
If you are honest enough, my brother Gore, what what Murle have done to Anuak. I believe I believe Anuag used to be a cattle rare community. I do believe. But when I passed in 1987 through Anuag land, I didn't see any cow. I didn't see any goat. I see only chicken running around. What make Anuag not to having cow among the communities in Upper Nile? All the communities in Upper Nile have they have cow. So I do believe Murle have influence in that. So why should you not admit what Murle have done to Anuag? Instead of coming here and pretend as if Murle have never done anything bad to Anuag. Let us be honest. That is kind of honesty that I was talking earlier. So let us give, let us admit what Murle have been doing so that the solution can come out clearly. Murle, let me say this, and my brother Pal has said earlier, if Murle are taking this step that have been taken now by these by these surrounding communities against Murle, if they are not taking it seriously, this is not 1980s, this is not 1982, whereby we used to take a back seat and just brush aside what Murle has been doing. This is not that time. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Let Murle just watch this carefully.
Okay.
Whether there will...
I'm on the phone, Baba. Yes. Yeah, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Whether there will be a government in place with the order, and if Murle continue this way, Nuer will never stand not doing it. Murle, I mean, Nuer and Dinkabor and Jia and Anuak, I believe so, and Kashipu will never stand by watching Murle terrorizing people. Is enough. I want to assure you for this. So, if there are people playing with this, what we have decided today, we these communities, then you are cheating yourself. We have come so far from this pain, and this is the time to solve it. And if Murle ready for her to sit down and solve it peacefully, we are ready for peace. We don't really admire to kill ourselves in one state. But we have been forced. These communities have been forced to take the action against Murle. Nobody wanted, but Murle behave as if. Let me talk of Dingabor especially, and let me leave Nuer alone. They can answer their how they feel about it. You know, Dingabor has been taken as if they fear Murle all these years. All these years, there are some of our sub-communities in Southern Sudan that Dingabor, why can they solve? They can solve the issue of Murle. We had so many peace conference with them. We have signed so many peace agreements with them. We have given them whatever the kind of peace they want, but it never worked. And that's why sometimes we have been called coward. Coward. Just because we have waited patiently, thinking that our brothers will change their course. So Dingabor, as we speak, we are pet up. Our kids are being always abducted. Cattle always being raided. And any kind of human atrocities has been done by Murle. So we have woken up, and I think Nuer have done. You can see Nuer now. They can't stand anymore. they can stand. We never had any this issue with Nuer. Why Murle? If people are saying why are you killing Murle? What do Murle have that we want to fight with them? We are fighting with them right now because of their own make, because of their own behaviors. We are the most peaceful people, but Murle has forced our hand to do this. So, in terms of peace, I am feeling the same to the government. If there is anything Murle need from Jonglei state that for us to help them, instead of abducting children or cattle raiding, we are ready to help them. These communities are ready to help Murle in whatever the capacities we have. We bore, we Nuer, Anuak, and Jia, and Kachipo. We are ready to help Murle. But we cannot help Murle in such a way by terrorizing surrounding communities on daily basis. And especially we Boer community. When I say we Boer community, because I'm there, I have witnessed it. Maybe one of Nuer can say what he or she have witnessed it. I have witnessed it. Bad thing has been done by Murle in my village. I'm from Kolnyang. But enough is enough, guys. I want Murle to watch this carefully. It's no joke. And another thing also I want to say, I don't want to accuse anybody who is behind Murle. Where do Murle get their gun? Where do Murle get what? I'm fighting Murle. And in that field, if I find someone supporting, this is the guy that I will be asking. But I cannot just come here and start accusing anyone. I will accuse who I found in the field with Murle. Thank you. So I think I'm done from. Yes. So I'm done from here.
Hello. Thank you, Brother Wood. I give Bolmakur a break, so I'll give Bolmakur a break.
Turn now.
So I will let you go, Nuri. I will give you a time to put your last word so that we can close the show. Mahmoud, I will let you go. So if you're done, I will leave you there.
Thank you. Yeah.
So Nuri, go ahead.
Nuri, you are muted.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You can take me out.
Okay. I think we have stayed here for a long time. We have been tolerating our time here, but here is what I would be saying now. Brother Simon Chenquas said many things. He dismissed my accusation that this kind of democracy is a kind of democracy that usually focus on killing people. I think it would be really a good idea to remind him that I'm looking at the history and I'm looking at the genesis of the democracy that he has been advocating. This is a concept that is so important to many people. And if this concept is not being taken, is not being studied carefully, then the concept will continue to murder people. Will continue to murder people. The concept has murdered people in 1990. The concept has murdered people once again in 2013. Now, whether or not it is murdering people because it is a legitimate concept or it is justifiable to kill people, this is the question that we need to investigate. What is it that democracy is a good idea as it sounds, because it is a concept that can be a face of everybody. If we can go by the word of Abraham Lincoln, then we can say a government of the people, for the people, by the people. All right. So it is a good idea. All right. It is not a good system. It is not a good concept, but at least most people who are running, governing themselves, they use democracy. But the kind of democracy that Brother Chenquas has been supporting, because Brother Chenquas is not always quite happy with people who are taking a different direction or questioning his kind of advocacy of this democracy. He's not always quite happy, and he's always discontent with anybody who is moving away from supporting or advocating democracy. So when I accuse him based on history. Based on history. The history of democracy in 1991 was about that we're tired of dictatorship. That the revolution, a human right revolution, and I want people to listen to this, a human right revolution, the SPLM, SPLA was a human right by definition, human right revolution by definition, is still a human right revolution by definition as we speak today. So if the party became a ruling party, the SPLM party, it is a party that was came as a result of human rights that were being violated by the successive government in Khartoum. I love the idea. I love the concept, but I'm beginning to be more curious as to why this concept is turning humanity into murdering. All right, that's my thing, and I don't think Brother Jenquas would have answers today. The only way I would be taking the concept that Brother Jenquas has been advocating is the day when he will come and say, "Here is democracy. It is not killing people anymore." But until now, as we speak, his kind of democracy is continuing to kill people, and actually declare that democracy must kill in order to be established. So he will continue to kill people. Now, if democracy is killing people who are offenders of democracy, then that democracy would be justifiable democracy. But a kind of democracy that would be killing children, would be killing women, that kind of democracy, I think most South Sudanese should be really be standing up against that kind of democracy, because the democracy that would kill people, the very citizen that would grow up and shape a society, that kind of democracy, I don't think it should be tolerated. So when I say this, I'm arguing because the history indicated that the democracy of Brother Jenquas has been a killer. It killed people in 1990s so many times, and it killed people in 2013. That's one. That's the reason why I say that. Now, if Brother Jenquas is saying his democracy is not killing people and my dictatorship is killing people, then he will have to tell us, because he seemed to say that it's not democracy that is killing people, it is dictatorship that is killing people. All right. So in his mind, he say dictatorship has killed people in 1990s, and dictatorship has killed people in 2013. He will have to argue so that people of South Sudan would begin to understand which is killing people, which type of concept is killing people, and which type of system is killing people. All right. And I think if we want to debate ideas, we need to take it on next time. I do not want to keep people up here all night, but it is something that I'm very interested in, that in arguing that your democracy, as advocate of democracy, Brother Simon Chenquas, that kind of advocacy, it is a tie to democracy that has been killing humanity of South Sudan. Therefore, it is not a kind of democracy that we should be taking. If there is another type of democracy you're talking about, then you better tell us, because this is what is messing up the entire Jonglei state. This democracy you're talking about. And the question has been raised by Lagos State that how would the government of South Sudan respond to the crisis that is happening in the greater Jonglei state? Well, the government of South Sudan must take back or might shut down the kind of democracy that Brother Shenkwat is talking about. When it's shut down, then we will have peace in the greater Jonglei state. About the slavery that Brother Gore was talking about, we always have issue of an identity. We fought also because of an identity. I think Brother Gori is a South Sudanese. But if he is supporting the kind of child abduction, then I would be putting him in comparison with people who used to do slavery or Atlantic slave trade. Because when you take children, or when you're supporting people who are abducting children, and then you go and auctioning them out so that you can have properties and have cows and have cattle, that kind of thinking, in my judgment, is a murdering thinking. It is a criminal thinking, and it should be stopped. And this is the concept that is also, once again, messing up the entire peaceful coexistence in the greater Jonglei state. So these two people, what I'm saying here, these brothers, they have dangerous ideas that should never be supported. They have ideas that are about criminality, and they should never be supported. And if they have these ideas in their mind, they should be really stopped. That's what I'm saying. I can tell them, if I go to Australia today, I can tell Brother Chenkwas that Australia was not built at by the democracy that you're talking about. Australia was built by democracy that respect human rights per se. It was not built. No. It was not. No. Look, Brother Chenkwas. Look. The reason why I say this is because the question was asked: what can the government of South Sudan do in order to bring peace in Greater Jonglei State, or to address intercommunal conflicts?
Now let's just move on with the part that you are on, and then conclude so other people can wait. Yeah.
So South Sudan is not ready for a democracy that would be thrown in. It's not ready for democracy that would be thrown in at the wrong place. You threw in democracy. Hang on. Okay, so if you are not settling down to understand what I'm saying, then we have to postpone it. But you threw in democracy in the 90s. It was not the time for democracy to be thrown in, and it killed people. You threw in again when in fact it was time for people to go to the polling post to go for an election, and you were so impatient. What is it that you always so impatient whenever people are about to test the kind of your ideas before people? You always become so impatient. In 2013, nobody refused to accept your democracy, but you became so impatient, and you put the entire society into a mess. All right, you put your society into a mess. During the revolution, you became so impatient, and you said that it is time for democracy. It was not a good idea to be calling for democracy in 1990s. It is not a good idea to be calling democracy when in fact people were going to go for a polling state, for a polling booth. Your democracy is a dangerous one, and it should not be accepted. The people who support slavery in the Greater Jonglei State, those people, they should be arrested in my judgment, and they deserve to stay in prison. So Brother Gori deserves to stay in prison for supporting a slavery. Adopting children is a slavery, and it should be condemned as a criminal activity. Okay. With that note, if you have something to say next time, Brother Abraham, I did not finish on this. I'm requesting you now, if there is time next time, I am putting this special request now to bring me and condemn Brother Chenkwas for preaching this dangerous democracy. And I will come and defend this argument that he always argued that dictatorship. We will be debating who has been having dangerous ideas in the Republic of South Sudan. And I believe that person has been Brother Chenkwas. So I'm putting a special request to bring me on and dismiss this idea of dangerous democracy that is killing people. So Brother Jonglei is in a mess because Brother Chenkwas is saying there is what he called democracy. I call it death. This is not democracy.
Okay. Yeah. So we will. Yeah. I accept your invitation, your request, and we will find the day and time for you and Champas to come on, and we can debate that issues, because it's good that we come together and debate these important issues. We give ourselves the time to do it.
Because that's what is messing up Jonglei state. Jonglei, that's what is messing up every community in the greater Jonglei state.
You already view your points, so allow
us. Thank you, Brother Nuri. We are running out of time, and it's late right now. It's like 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. So thank you, Brother Nuri, and Dolarjan and Jabrian. You two didn't speak, so you are new. So I will give you I will give you 5 minutes, Nuri. I mean not Nuri, Dolarjan, and then the next is Jabrian.
Okay.
So we run out of time. My time is run out.
It's okay. 5 minutes. I will.
If your time is running out, you want to delay my response, right?
No. You will respond. I thought that I would give you a last, or do you want to respond now?
No, it's all right. Continue the way you want.
I thought that you will close the show with me because to respond. If you want to respond,
okay, it's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, I can. But let me give these two gentlemen here to speak.
First of all, I wanted to say hello. I'm going to to be very brief because you guys you are almost ending the show, and I want to greet all of you, Madid, Shankol, and Nuri. Brother Simon is here, and Gabriel, and the viewers. My name is Dolarjan, leader of the UPSS, Union Party of South Sudan. Quickly, if we talk of how to solve the communal fighting of those tribes, I believe I am the only one who has the solution of the South Sudan, because none of these political parties they can say things, but later on, if you evaluate it, it's going to be very hard to implement. But always my solution is very direct, simply just need to be executed and implemented. Very easy. So here we need first to understand and know the reason why this tribe or this community are fighting. That is the first thing that you need to understand. When we understand the reason why they are killing themselves, then we will know some of the factors that are really very difficult even to be addressed. Like, for example, we are seeing some of the tribes are fighting because they wanted to revenge back and attack. So when they are attacked, they attack back. This is a revenge. We've seen that one between the Launuer and the Murle, between the Denka and the Nuer. This is very common. And this is some of the reasons why they are killing themselves. The other thing is a competition for resources, for grass, for cattle, be it money. Now, they involve right now, what we are talking now is going to shift into territory. And that is what our people even don't have enough knowledge to be able to understand things. Now, tribes are fighting over territory. As you have seen right now, Denka Padang, from Upper Nile, they don't want any Shuluk to become just a leader or a governor, simply because the Shuluk feel like they don't want Denka in Malakal. And this is the fact. So that is why now things are even becoming difficult. So the fighting of tribe will always affect the operation of the government in Juba, because this issue of between Chuluk and the Dinka in Upper Nile, if it's not resolved, it's going to affect the deployment of governors, because the Dinka, they will not allow any Chuluk to be a governor there, and the Chuluk will not give up that Malakal is their territory. So that is a issue of tribe fighting over territory. Has no connection with the government. The other thing is that you have seen the separation of Murle from Greater Beibur, from the Nuer, and from the Dinka has caused a destruction right now, simply because South Sudan, I don't know, the government has a benefit of separating the Murle, giving them a state. Now they call it administration area. And now it's the Dinka and the Nuer right now as unite for the first time, they don't want this Murle to be separated from the region. So you can see that very clear. Okay. Now, if we talk of solution, Denka of what we call the Denka of Bentiu, or you call them Abiemnum or Ruwing. Right now, most of the Nuer feel that they should not be separated from them. But the government wanted to separate them. So already they are calling of war, invisible war that can break out any time. And this is what we call communal. This is the topic I see you are discussing today. But most of you're not hitting the point because maybe you have less understanding of what is going on. Now, for the solution of this, simply as you see, there is a resisting of this tribe. For us to solve it, I offer the solution. Simply, we need to actually support this. Integration of this fighting tribe is the one going to help us, so that at least we will be one. Separation will not help us at all, even if we tried it million times. Only integration. Like right now, we are integrated. We are from different tribes.
So how can you integrate another tribe into other tribe?
I have illustrated this. I have illustrated this several times. To integrate them is very easy. Now we have what we call a government in Juba. What they need to do is they look at the governors and look at the commissioners, the police, all those institutional units, integrate them. If you are in Lagos State, for instance, then in Lagos State, you are a commissioner in Lagos State. Bring somebody, actually, at least even from Murle, bring them to put them in those county, governor, and take one of you from the Lagos State, and maybe put them to administer maybe in Juba, or one of the state in eastern Equatoria. Like for instance, right now, most of the people in eastern Equatoria, they say they don't want this governor called Luz Lebon. So there's a lot of crisis. So if you mix people, if you mix those governors and bring somebody else, people are going to feel like they are one, and they are going to feel like they are South Sudanese. They will not have this kind of feeling, tribal association or tribal affiliation. So that tribal feeling will end, and you will end up like having a tribe of South Sudanese as a whole. You will see that person or George or whatever as a South Sudanese. You will never see them as your tribe. And that will end, take for instance, the Awil now, these are the Denka. Okay? Now they demand a Denka governor. So if they demand a Denka governor, that means it's a tribal government. It's not a tribal, it's not a state. So what about if we took a Nuer to administer Awil as a governor? Don't you see it will be really a great thing? Because they will have a Nuer there, commissioner is a Nuer, and bring them those Denka and then administer the area of Nuer. This is simply what I want our South Sudanese government or people in general, or the public, to understand what I have been calling as the integration of the fighting tribe. And simply like, for instance, some land, like those land that now maybe they say Malakal. Sometimes you see people fighting because of a land. Simple.
Okay, that's a very good. Thank you, brother Dwaladian. It's late right now, and this topic is very interesting. Even it's not that we should discuss about your integrate other tribe into tribe, because we can discuss right now. It's late, and I want to close the show. So thank you. Maybe tomorrow, if I or other next state media is there, every time we can go live to do the same show, the same topic tomorrow if we have a time. So thank you so much for coming, and I will see you tomorrow. Guy Bol, I told you I will bring up. Thank you, Jeremiah. Go ahead for 5 minutes. So we're wrapping up. We are wrapping up very quick.
Are you with me?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
First, I just come late. I'd like to greet all the audience and the viewers and the participants who are here. First, I would say the scandal of our freedom and liberation is booming in no time. We would have been better than this, but the problem is very simple. First, I would like to say, let us embrace the peace. Let us cooperate with the document of the RSS so that we have a national army, we have a national police to address our problem. The problem is not those who calling for those who are 9 to 1, those who preach 9 to 1. 9 to 1, it is SPLA itself, they fought themselves. I was a soldier, okay? We should not put on Shinkwat just because he's a nerd, okay? SPLM, they fought in 9 to 1. We divide ourselves, the Torit faction and the Nasser faction. It has nothing to do with tribe. But the justification here is very simple, that 91 happened, we killed people in 2013. 91, we were in the bush. We were guerrillas. We were نحن كان ما عندنا تنظيم. لكن in 2013 we were نحن كان دولة. قتلنا الناس. The very people who bought it killed. The government has killed them. And that's the trigger. The speaker was saying trigger. That was the trigger of the problem. Okay? Whoever pulled the trigger is Kir himself. But now let us embrace the peace. Okay? Let us embrace the peace so that we have a national army. We have a national army that look after people, not the national army of Matianganyor and so forth. Okay? The problem is very simple. We don't have a government that can stop tribe fighting tribe, like the speaker was saying, that this idea of him of integration, it doesn't come to my mind at all. Okay? It's very expensive and it's very elusive. We cannot do that. Okay? To conclude, my brothers, fighting is not tribe fighting tribe. It's government initiating. The Garang said in his videos, I want you to say this, no government will be allowed to use tribe to stay in power. Okay? That is, our government today is using this philosophy of divide and rule. He goes to tribe A, they named all of us, tribe A, tribe B, tribe C, until the Akhar Urub. وعملوا الكلام ده فتنونا نشاكل باتنا بعدين يقول قال ده مشكلة تاع لونور ومورلي. لا ما كده. Morley was raiding cows among themselves, among G, among Tafosa, among the neighboring country, but not to this scale. They didn't have a weapon ولا عنده مسألة تقال عشان يمشي ينكم. لكن nowadays Akuma is aiding them. So that's the issue هنا. But to conclude, let us support the RSS so that we have a government in place that will stop all this nonsense. Okay? Because tribe fighting tribe is the will of the government in Juba to stay in power. That's all. We can stop all these things if we have an army. Somebody was saying that, oh, Egyptians, they took the Mubarak. La. Egyptian, they عندهم جيش وطني. المصريين عندهم جيش وطني. I have seen in my own eyes in the video, the army itself let the civilians sit in the tanks when they were demonstrating. ده انت ما بتلقاه في الجنوب يا اخواني. انت ما بتلقاه. They just gabally. They just only one ethnic group is dominating, and we don't have to be shy away of saying it. We need a national army, whereby all of us, أنا من مبان, وكلكم ده كل زول عند قبيلة معينة, okay? But the issue is not Shimkut. Somebody who's mentioned Shimkut like 3 times as if he's a lawyer and he's a problem. No, it's not like that. The problem is we don't have a government in place. 91, the preachers of 91, Mbugul 91, okay, 91, and you make the problem and you judge yourself. You kill people in revenge of 91, and now you're telling Chimkwot is the mistake. Why? Because you are admitting by himself. You bring in 91, you're telling him that, oh, because you killed us in 91, now we killed you. What are you going to do? So this is the argument. If 91, you can prevent it, Kir would have not gone and killed the innocent people, and they shouldn't have lied, oh, we have a coup, where there is no coup. There's no element of coup whatsoever. There's no element of coup. And the army we have, we cannot have a coup. When Jibril, myself, I decided to make a overthrow Kir, the malumat was the Kir, Gabal Ana Mayamul. Okay? It's not a national army. It is a tribal army. Okay? It's a malicious. Okay? You can't make a coup in that nature, it will not happen. But 2013 was a lie from the SPLM. They lie, and now they're being caught red-handed. They don't have any explanation to say to people, oh, Dr. Riek is the one who is a angry man there power. Oh, no, not like that. It is you who started. Okay? For me to end this, I will end this here. I want us, all the government supporters, including the IR supporters, let us exhaust the government in Juba so that they realize the peace. When we have a peace, we will have a national army that will deal with our problem. The problem in Morleland can be stopped by taking massive army in the area, buffer zones. We can trade it. But you can't do this if you don't have a national army. So by now, Brother Madid, I thank all of you, the participants, and I will stop here. I don't want the preaching of 91 to be said again, because you never been in the...
So thank you, brother. Yeah, thank you, brother. Thank you for your input. Let us keep stay on the topic. Thank you. I will let you go. Your 5 minutes up. I have run out of time. And thank you. I will see you next time. Thank you. Have a wonderful night.
Okay, you're welcome.
Brother Simon, you already speak. You already spoke before, so I will give you 1 minute to put your last word in.
Right. I'm not going to speak very much, but anyway, I thank you for giving me a second chance. Let's be honest here. We don't need to speak in a pathetic way, like Nuru was talking about and Shankwas was talking about. When we talk about the democracy, there's no democracy kill the people in a real sense. You know, I'm not from Bor, and I'm not from any movement. I'm a participant of South Sudan, just a citizen concern. You know, there are two things we are killing the people now, and these are the confusion. There is Shank was mentioned before, JCE. There's no point for pointing out this JCE. There's no work for them. They are not for all South Sudanese, and it shouldn't be formed in the first place. That was, I can give him that one a right thing. He has shown out for that one. But for him to talk that it is democracy, we killing the people, that is a pathetic argument. I don't need to hear it next time when we come for that argument, really. Jiriak Manasseh, I know him very well. I stay with him during the liberation time, and I fought with him in Mayom. I know he's a very good man, but the route he took by then, it was not a route that a great leader like him can take it. Because he might be a good person, but he had a narrow focus sometimes. And that one, it will kill him. Look at this. When he came back in 1991, he didn't even bother himself to apologize to the community who had been killed by then. No apology had been given, and he's claiming that he's going to make a democratic, and these people, they are the same people who are going to vote for him next time. You know, so you have to accept the mistake, and also you have to apologize to the people of South Sudan. What was happened? It was not something which is supposed to be done by a great leader like him, Jiriak. He couldn't do that. But anyway, they are living like that. It is true that it was formed for no reason. White Army was formed for no reason, and JCE was formed for no reason. They were not supposed to be in that position because we are a nation. A nation should have been formed up throughout through the process of 64 tribes. If it is a matter for the president advises, 64 tribes could have been elected instead of JCE. I accept that one. That was a mistake, and it was not supposed to exist. But Jiriak Manasseh should accept his mistake. He misjudged his action with the White Army in 1991, and he should have come and apologized in front of the Southern Sudanese, because it is the same people who are going to vote for him later on to be a leader. And if he came and make no apology at all, then I don't know what kind of democracy is he looking for.
Okay,
So,
thank you, Brother Simon. Your last word has been taken. I will let you go. Brother Paul, I know that you want to respond to Nuri, so let me give this chance to Guy Ball. He haven't speak. So Guy Ball, I will give you 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes. So to put your last word, stay on the topic. So go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Brother Madit and the viewer. I just came late, almost. You close up the show. I'm very interested in this topic because it's very, very good. I love it. To the point, because I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. Here's my point. Here's my way I suppose to respond to Brother Nuri. I think the notion that democracy is too dangerous in South Sudan is something I don't understand why. Something we never try. Why something we never try is too dangerous? Have we tried democracy in South Sudan before getting too dangerous? This war was started because we first start South Sudan as a democratic state. I don't think so. We haven't tried democracy yet in South Sudan. Something that we never tried is not too dangerous. So what is dangerous? What is dangerous now in South Sudan is a system that is not related to democracy, dictatorship. This is too dangerous for all South Sudanese. That's why we are here on this show, because our country is burning. Your topic is all about morally, I know, but democracy is not dangerous because we haven't started yet. The reason why Nuri say that, because there is a phobia. That's what he say that. Fear of democracy. All right? And this person who attacking Riek Machar is all about Riek phobia, fear of democracy. Why don't we try democracy? And then we will see if it doesn't work, we will replace it with a different one. So this is all about Riek phobia. To the point, intercommunal fight in Jonglei, really. You see now, it become media. People are talking about it. What about the Morley when Morley attacked Low Nuer? Massacre, 200 plus people. I haven't seen any person making a show. What Morley is doing is not right. People are enjoying it. The people are dancing. They love it. When it become a trend, the White Army from Jonglei, the Nuer from Jonglei, and some Dinka from Jonglei, they join together because they say enough is enough. We have to follow the terrorists. Now it become a major news media, 24/7. Oh, Morley being attacked. Big number of people are coming from Nuer, from Duke. They are attacking Morley. Yes, we attack the terrorists. Because when they attack us, nobody talk about it on social media. What is going on here in our country? So intercommunal fight, what we are seeing, what we are discussing is because we have no government in place. So nothing after independence until we speak right now. There is no government in South Sudan, period. If we do have a government in South Sudan, there will be no more intercommunal fight. Morley attacking Nuer, attacking Bianca, attacking Anyuak, one ethnic community, very small number. If we do have a government in Jonglei, let's assume, okay, if we have a government, where is the work of the state government in Jonglei? And what is the meaning of the federal government if there is government? So Morley, they are not acting alone. Self-care himself, he gives them a lot of gun, go ahead, kill those people. You believe they are your enemy. We need all the information. The problem of South Sudan, we are not telling the truth. We can talk 24/7 talking about good work. The fundamental problem or issue that we can solve the problem. Do we have a government in South Sudan? Why people are fighting? Where is the federal government? Where is the national army? Where is the security sector? Where is the police in the Jonglei state? Where is the governor?
Brother Bible, are you supporting? What do you think about the committee that was nominated to investigate the conflict going on in Jonglei and the Buay area?
I think this is a nonsense. Zero. They will not, for what? If they were nominated, let them go meet with the youth in the front line, not in the city. Let them go there. Let them meet over there. If they are serious about the change, if you want to solve the problem, you have to go there by yourself, not in Juba, not in Pibor, not in Boton. They have to meet with the fighter, talk to them, go back. So these are nonsense. The solution for South Sudan is not to, to design a committee to go there to meet with the youth because we have solved the problem. No, the problem itself is self-care because the system is not working. The system has to be changed because the internal community fight, it will never stop. All right, what we are facing now is the absence of government. Even this peace, it will never work. Why it will never work? On our side, they are 100% for peace. On SPLMIG government side, they are not even close to even 20% for the peace. And that's why we are having a lot of problems. So the only way for South Sudan to stop all this kind of tribal conflict, we need to have a fresh, new system, new government. Everything must be fresh, not self-care to be president. We need to have a system before we elect a president. We need a democracy because we came from different ethnic community. 64 plus dictatorship is not working under self-care. That's why we're killing ourselves. We need to try a democracy. Even Lulu tomorrow, he will like that system because now he lives in Canada, democratic country. Why don't we talk about to establish a democratic state in South Sudan? He should go there because he go to school there. You know how is democracy work in Canada? So he's anti-democracy and he live in democratic state or country. That's the problem. We are not working. We are not here to solve problem on social media. We are not even close to solve the problem. So talking nice is not how to solve problem. To identify the problem and to replace it with a good one. And this is how we go to solve the problem. My solution for South Sudan, because this kind of internal community, it will never stop if Salva Kiir is still in power. The fundamental problem is not about Morale or Lonuer or a Boer or Dienga in Jonglei. This is not a problem. The problem is the absence of the government because we came from different ethnic communities.
The issues of Morley and the Gabor Lawnware has been there since decade before South Sudan got independence. Like it's 50s, 60s centuries. So this issue should not be blamed on the government because that issue has been there for centuries. So yes, I agree. I understand. I understand that the government, the absence of governance, is caused most of violence in this state. I understand that, but let us be focused here because the issues of Morley Pacific. I'm talking about Morley and Bor and Lord. These issues they've been fighting for many years. All this before go and stealing cattle from Bor and another like Lawnware and Kachipo, another area, and same Bor and other they go back to Lordware. This urban attack, this thing been going on there. So the issues here we need to like to have this fighting have to be stopped. So what would be the solution to fight this fighting between these communities?
Well, like you said, this is not a breaking news that something happened.
Mm-hmm.
This is the historical event every season.
Yes.
All year round. We knew that. But we cannot blame those incidents, past incidents, because we are fighting before. This is not a new thing. We have to blame what we call a government because we are independent state. This is the work of the president, the police, the court, all the people working in jail. This is their job They are not doing their job, and they get paid a lot of money. They are not even doing nothing because there is no government in place. We cannot solve this problem as a community because there is internal community fight. We cannot solve this problem any longer. If you do have a government, a president, a governor, a police chief, all those in security sector, a court, a judge, this is your job. Something beyond state authority. Federal government must deploy national army. And this is how we're going to solve the problem. Okay, the question is, under self-care, the problem is not about Morley or Nuer or the people of Duke. The problem is self-care, because they're not even something enough, not even 1%.
So now you are trying to keep a phobia. Okay, hang on. Let me give finish your last point because Gora is from a Bibor area, and I want he said that he respond to.
Let me put my final my final. Here is the solution. What I see will better the youth of all South Sudanese. We knew that we all form an enemy before South Sudan independent. All the neighboring tribes. We have a lot of tribal conflict. This is a known thing. This thing has to be stopped if we have established a fair system, democracy. That will be the workable system for South Sudan. Because we will distribute power equally between the state and federal, between the federal and the state and county and the state. Power has to be distributed, and it will allow all minority to have a say in decision making. And this is how a system. This is a system we have.
Thank you.
So, and final word. I think the only solution for South Sudan to solve all this problem, we need to have a new system, a new government. Self-care has to go. If we want to solve the problem, not about between Morley and Buay or people of the Duke and Morley. Self-care has to go. This is the root cause of all things. This is the system of problem.
What happened with your system, Gaibon? Your voice is kind of echoing. I don't know.
Yeah, you have network issues.
All right, I'm done. I'm finished.
Okay, you done? Okay. You will be breaking up, Gaibon. That's why we are asking. Okay, Gori, let me give you 2 minutes to respond because we have less than 20 minutes. Let me give you 2 to 3 minutes to respond.
Okay, thank you, Mudit again. Actually, my response will actually go to Nuri, only the one who was actually talking before. He said Murle are the cattle rating, and actually their slavery, actually selling the kid for other tribe, actually, absolutely, which is wrong. Murle was actually under Greater Boer control all these years. If there was a system to know that's why Murle was actually slavery, actually killing the kid from other tribe. The Greater Boer, seeing actually Greater Boer under their control, they should actually control it. But this actually, like other people were saying, is not that things currently, like we said, due to the lack of the government and system and currently, and that these are happening. But I tell them before, and I tell everyone that this thing was happening recently. Actually, we should actually blame who actually behind of these things to come by message by group. If Murle was won by a group on that time to another community, okay, and they already came. Why those two group now to come and then attacking Murle on one time? See, this thing is, should people actually should define themselves, not to telling them they are more slavering to take the people cattle from other. That's this type of actually those type of community. They are all the same things, you know. They are cattle rating and doing, but to come by massive group is not. We are not. We in Greater Bibor, not actually the one actually they say we are slavering for the kid. No, this actually we actually condemnedly wrong. This, like I said previously, there should be. There is any plan against Greater Bibor land, usually, like those who are saying why they're concerning about having their own administration. And that actually, that things concerning the neighborhood community from those system actually rebelling in the area too. That actually the concerning. If the greater people were saying, okay, we've been marginalizing, we don't have a right, and the government giving us the right. Okay, so what the reason is something actually the other people will concern about it, which is actually wrong. Intercommunal, what they're saying, those who are at my friend said that, intercommunal. Okay, if there is what intercommunal, the one, Anyuak and Akobo now and Nuer, they are intercommunal. Who actually been actually, if we said we want to the reality, who will be crime? Someone is being killed in the land, and then the land has been took it off Akobo. Now is Anyuak land. It's been took it from Anyuak years back. So is Murle now is doing this thing to another person? No, the Murle was telling themselves they need to give their own administration. That's why they gave it to them. And they live neighborhood with Anyuak in Fashala. They have been peaceful. Never even single of the land, they never took it from the border or the Denkabor or Nuer law. You see? So this thing is actually those who are actually willing to grabbing other people land, always they are the one actually making a big problem in Greater Bibor. That's what happening. And that this reason has been dissolved. Like I said, it's been dissolved in 2014 when President gave the Greater Bibor administration because of our marginalization. What happening? And was clear. Not today the people of South Sudan saying because the Greater Bibor was standing with the government, that's why the government gave them admission and do this. No, that's wrong. Okay, if the government of Greater Bibor, okay, if they are with the government of South Sudan, this yes, it's under government of South Sudan. If there's something come wrong against the government of Sudan and they are part of government, it should actually depend to the government because they have a right to defend themselves. So this what is happening in Greater Jonglei. People should put it as a big picture, not actually they're saying all the argument should put it to Greater Bibor because cattle raiding. No, my brother Simon said this is happening in century. Nuer and Law come to Bibor, they're sitting together in the river, and Murle going to Anyuak land, sitting in the river. All these years continue, even for the boys land. This thing is actually. But what happened recently now? When the rebel signed agreement with the government, and then this thing is happening currently, and people need the peace in the area. And who actually now, if we said, okay, the government of South Sudan, people saying, oh, they got, Murle got the gun. Okay, where those Law Nuer and Denkabor get gun from? We see on the video, they got many gun in mission. Who give them gun? This is the Murle, they give the gun. So people actually, if we are intellectual people, actually, we need to solve the problem. We don't blame specific person. We know there is an issue of cattle rating and child abducting. Yes, government of Greater Bibor during our time, even during Yawyao time, has been working strongly. Everyone son of South Sudan been seen. Government of Greater Bibor brought those who actually been abducted from all the areas and brought it. Even for those Ethiopia, they put it back. Yes, that something happened. We don't deny. And government of Greater Bibor brought all these things and even went to the board. And they got a peace agreement and they live in peaceful. Now, when the government dissolved 32 states after this, people complaining they don't want 32 states. Bibor was part of the Buay state, was part of 32 states. Okay, when dissolved 32 states, why this thing is actually going to happen specifically in Greater Bibor? This we should put it in clear picture. And this we Greater Bibor will blame the rebel. The rebel, if they are united with the Greater Bibor to come to attack our basic in Greater Bibor to draw the government of South Sudan, that actually this what we at Greater Bibor will put it at something as don't just to put it as cattle rating. No, it's not cattle rating. It's a game they need to play, and everyone, as I know, that thing is very clear. So I am not going far with it. So what we want, we should put the issue of the cattle rating, like everyone saying, issue alonely. There is people working on and being dissolved. About people saying, okay, who, for example, Anyuak don't have a cattle for many years because the Murle actually was actually pushing them and did the cattle. No, that actually every human or every intellectual is steady in geographical area or history of South Sudan. They know who Anyuak is and what Cholo is. Anyuak is agriculture people. Actually, even you all people, you read the history. We are we are not cattle people. We are agriculture people. including the Cholo, including Cholo community. So that actually the cattle people, we read it in a geographical and history area. We know who were cattle so people. So it's these people just don't make a story from the whole and put it in something new. So in the end, what we want, we need actually issue to be dissolved. If, like Bolga said, if the government already informed this committee, yes, okay, should not be in Juba. Okay, let's go to the to ground root where actually people was actually fighting to solve those issues as a community within government. Where those basic, yeah. Thank you very much, and actually I would in here.
Thank you, Brother Gore. Thank you for coming to Let's State Media. And it's good that we have interact discussion about these topics, because it's good that we South Sudanese here should be ambassador of peace back home. And it's good that what's going on in Greater Big Board and Jonglei, as your son of and out of Great Big Board should be the one that can address the issues to bring peace, in that we have to stop those incidents going on, so kidnapping children and cattle rally, all kinds of stuff need to be stopped. Thank you for coming. I will let you go. Brother Chongpa, thank you for being patient. We are run out of time. For those of you who are watching and want to join, please, we run out of time. So we will be doing another show maybe tomorrow. Thank you for being with us, Brother Chongpa. I will give you the last word for one.
Yeah, thank you, Madit. Look, I would have said a lot if the rest of the panelists were with us, but due to the time constraint, then I might only narrow down my views. I have already spoken widely earlier, but due to the other ticking point that came about during the presentation, I would also love to revisit them. But although time is against us, I will just touch base on few of them. I will not go through everything in details. Hopefully there will be another chance in the near future, as my brother Nuri requested. I will, although he has not consulted with me, let me agree that yes, when you get a chance, a time and a date, prepare a platform for us to come and see exactly who is destroying the Republic of South Sudan. One thing that I know for sure is that those days of the hearsays are far more gone. People should not be fed with lies and deceitful information by the community elders. So those who have been, brainwashed as early as age 1 and 2 and 3, and then today when they come here on this platform, they think that they know the events that have unfolded in South Sudan. Well, it is time for us also to educate them. Let us come and inform them and re-educate them. Maybe they can be better citizens. Because unless we give them, official orientation on how things have unfolded in South Sudan and also in Sudan, well, they will continue to disinform and misinform the public. So, Brother Madid, let me just touch on these few informations. The notion that democracy is killing people, well, I cannot disagree. Through the world over, if you look at the histories of the world and the wars around the world, they came about due to people that do not want change. The wars always come because someone's rights are being violated. The wars always happen when your right has been misrepresented for a long, long time. So when you have been subjected into a life of brutality for a long time, there will be a chance for you to say enough is enough. I rather die fighting for my right, or continue to die without even throwing a stone. So all these things and the wars around the world never just happen for the expedience sake. They happen because there are people who have been misrepresented, misrepresented to the maximum. People that has been, oh, you disappeared? Oh, okay. So democracy is not bad. Democracy is good. The fact that people who want to continue to loot the resources of South Sudan under a pretext, what's going on? So, the difference between those who are calling for democracy and those who are against democracy is that the current people that are in power, they want to continue with the regime that is in power now, and they do not want to see anything wrong that is being done by that regime. Although millions of South Sudanese are suffering, they do not want to see it because they're probably getting their daily bread from that government. But for us, whom we are, for us, those who have been suffering for long, we have seen and envisioned these problems for a long, long time. And that is why we have been campaigning hard on the fact that we should have change in the Republic of South Sudan. Even if it's not going to be 100% change, there has to be at least a reform in the Republic of South Sudan. A reform that can make sure you and I are treated equal. A reform that you and I should have a same platform like what we are sharing now. A reform that can give you and I voice to be heard. These are things that brought us this far. And if someone would come today, the likes of Nuri, to come and say, well, these people that are advocating for these voices are wrong, then Nuri is the first person that should be convicted, and he deserves to be in jail, not the other way around. So people that should be arrested and be incarcerated are those people that do not want to hear and listen to the other voices. So, Brother Madid, the likes of Nuri, the brains that Nuris are using is a brainchild of the JCE. The JCE elites are not representative of the Dinka community as a tribe. These are elites that want to feed themselves and their ego in the expense of the innocent blood of Dinka people. And that is why in 2013, prior to that fateful incident of December, Salva Kiir went to Baragazel or Awil and do what? Do mobilization. Recruited innocent children by the name Mathiang Anyor, and armed them to teeth. And what happened in December 2013 was a killing of innocent South Sudanese people that happened to be Nuer. These things, if we fail to highlight them, then we cannot be serious in the Republic of South Sudan. And if these things are the things that my brother Nuri would lament as criminal offenses, well, so be it. So be it. Because we, the Nuer people, and the rest of other tribes, Dinkas included, especially the innocent Dinka that are suffering, we cannot be subdued and we cannot be inhumanely treated and continue to pat Salva Kiir in the back and say, well, Salva Kiir, you are doing the right thing. We must say Salva Kiir is doing the wrong thing. As we speak, there are a lot of Dinkas that has been left hungry, that has been humiliated as well, simply because they are against Salva Kiir. How did Nuri got the balls to come and talk today on this platform to say something is not wrong in the Republic of South Sudan? Brother Madid, one day when we have another platform for this sort of discussion, I would like to go as far as the formation of the SPLM and what was in existence there before, because there are people who do not understand why there was a question of the direction in which the SPLM was leading us. And yet again, there are people now in 2013 and 2020 who do not understand why Salva Kiir was once again asked about the direction in which the country was going. And these are the people that will always continue to subdue the voices of change. These are the people that will always want to destroy any voice that are being echoed to bring a change. So my dear brother, today what I will just highlight, as my brother Nouri said earlier, South Sudan will be better when we have democracy, throughout all the corners of South Sudan. When we have democracy raining like rainwater on all of us, then we will respect each other. We will treat each other with equal opportunity. Because you will not allow a school to be built in your county and deny me to have a school in my county. Those are the benefits of democracy. When you allow democracy to rule over you, you share resources of your country equitably, regardless of which county produce what and which county produce what. Those are the importance of democracy. And who say democracy do not kill people? The history of the world, from America all the way from the supernations like America and all the way to tiny countries like South Sudan. Who would say that democracy do not kill people? When the voices of democracy and the messages of democracy are being torn apart, well, people always died for it. For change to be realized, people dies. It is not the first time that we hear people being killed when they are calling for change in any country. It is not the first time. In 1991, when Dr. Riek Machar, drove in the idea of questioning the directives of the then movement of the SPLM, it resulted into what? Into, mass mobilization and wars around the then Southern Sudan region. Why did it happen? It happened because people wanted to support each other. People want to fall in love with the new agenda of Dr. Riek Machar. And there were people that want to uphold the same ideology that Garang ran at the time. So people died. Now the question would be, who died more than the other? Well, a statistic will tell us, and the history will tell us, who died more than the others. For those people that always want to talk about the 1991, let it be clear that, yes, although there are negatives and positives of that 1991, there are people who gladly received 1991 because it was a benchmark. It has been a benchmark for reform. It has been a benchmark for a new direction. It was also a benchmark for a new beginning. Although you disagree with it or agree with it, I will not subdue your ideas of disagreeing. You can disagree, you can agree, but that's absolutely all right. But if I agree with the new notion of the 1991 at the time, it does not mean I'm not a Southern Sudanese person at the time or a Sudanese at the time. It means that I want a new way forward. If you want to destroy me because of my new way forward, well, I have the right to defend myself. That is exactly what happened in 1991. Because one person is telling the other that you should not confront my idea. And now that you have confronted and questioned my integrity to lead, I will kill you. So my brothers, today we are in a South Sudan as a nation. We have a country. We are no longer in regions. If anything is happening now, it should be subjected to scrutiny and proper investigation, because we have all the apparatus, although they are corrupted. These are the differences that you can see. In 1991, we were under Sudan, and we look at Sudan as our enemy. We look at ourselves as Southern Sudan people at the time. So my brother Madid, I know you were not here at the beginning, but I believe you were listening as well. Yeah. Sometime we bring an agenda, and people will go and dig deep into that agenda and actually scratch wounds that are healing. And that is what had happened today because of Nuri notions. Nuri cannot brand those who are calling for change and democracy and federalism as the criminals, leaving a self-manifested criminal in the helm of power, and now branding those who are crying for new change as criminals. It cannot be right. If I kill you today, brother, if I come to your house and take your belonging, brother Madid, if you take up arm tomorrow and come and kill me, including my children, who is wrong? You. It will be who? Me, the person that actually instigated the incident. That is a logical understanding of the world over. So when you start a problem, you cannot blame the person that go and retaliate because of the problem you have started. So I love this platform and I love your show. Let my brother Nuri knows tomorrow or next time we meet here, I will try to give him orientation on how the differences came in the SPLM and how also these differences that have brought us to this problem came about in 2013. I understand that he understood all these things, but he chose to be ignorant. You know, Pharaoh of Egypt chose to be ignorant, although he knew that he was not important than God. His powers were not important than those of God's power. But he chose to be ignorant and refused the directives that were given unto him by the prophet of God, which was Moses. So Brother Nuri chose to be ignorant and choose to be against the voices that are calling for democracy and reform in the Republic of South Sudan. And tomorrow, next time when we meet here, we are going to orientate him and the other people that have been brainwashed from their childhood. And I only blame my brother Madid, I only blame the JCE. I don't blame the Dinka as a tribe, because my brothers from the Dinka as a tribe continue to suffer under Juba regime or under Salva Kiir regime. Why? Because of the system that has been formatted by the JCA elites. And the longer it takes for my brothers and sisters in the Inca community to understand that these elites of JCE are destabilizing their livelihood and destroying their future, the sooner we will have peace. So my brother, thank you so much for giving me the platform.
Thank you, brother Simon Chonkot. I appreciate that. Brother Wood, I see you waiting on lobby, and we are running out of time. So I just give Brother Chonkot the closing statement, and I hate to close the show. You will be waiting there for 15 minutes. Let me bring you up Wood, and I will give you. We have only a few minutes. So I will give you 2 minutes to put in before I end up the show. So I'm about to show what.
Hey, so
Why you bring him at the
He been waiting. He been standing on the line for a while now. So
I do, man.
And Ken, you should just take him to Lake State.
Okay, but go ahead. We have like less than 10 minutes, 8 minutes.
I did salam alaikum chankwat to all the audience, you know. Taban and I might to challenge chankwat or to challenge anybody. You know,
I'm just joking, brother. I'm just
yeah, you know what, brothers, we need peace. You know, I heard you chankwat you talking about democracy. You know, I'm not going to touch on that because democracy has a lot of ingredients, you know, that are involved. But my input is this about the Jonglei committee, you know, what's it called, the high level delegation to Jonglei. That's why I just come here. That high level delegation is wrong. I challenge the government of South Sudan is wrong because you cannot appoint politicians to go and deal with the problem, and the same politicians are the one who are cooking all this, you know. The Department of Justice of South Sudan should have the one who have dealt with, because these are the crime, you know. If so that they will know that what happened, you know, why the Deng of Jonglei, the Nuer Law, and the Murle are fighting, you know. But if you bring the politician, these politicians are the one who are creating all these messes, because they will go there and they will not be able to get it, because they are not law oriented guys. Their base is the politics, and they know how to play the politics, and they will play the politics, and the issue of Jonglei will never have an end, you know. I would have said that the government of South Sudan should have even invited all all the 10 states, you know, Mashal Gadu, and then we would have used this as a platform for the introduction of the peace in South Sudan, you know, within the communities. I think would have made a lot of sense. But the way they have done it, I don't think is right. They need to go back and review it and consider it so they can be able to add some some names on it. You know, with that, my brother, I have nothing to say. I always love Lake State Media. It is a good platform. I know Chenko is upset with Nuri. You know, I'm not going to go why he's upset, because you know you are entitled to be upset, my brother. You know, but Chenko, democracy cannot come to South Sudan unless we, the people of South Sudan, have to unite, and then we support education as a military, so that we will understand what is the meaning of of democracy. Once they understand justice, because democracy goes with the rule of law. Without rule of law, there's nothing called democracy. So with that, I will rest my case. I want to say thank you, Madid, for inviting me for the last minute. I'm not here to fight. I know we are Junubin. We've been fighting for a long time. It is time for peace and it's time for us to heal. Let's try to work together. Let's try to unite. So if we unite together, we will be able to get rid of this government in power, whether through the election or in other means. So with this, I will say, may God the Creator bless the Republic of South Sudan, and peace be to all. From here, I will exit and I will let Chenkov make a close, with his statement. And Madid, thank you, Lake State Media and the audience. Bye now.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
Madid, let me just take 30 seconds, because there was one very important question that was asked earlier, and I promised one of the guys to answer it.
Many people want to join the show, and I have here like 7 minutes. Many people, if you can come quick, that would be fine. So I will share that remaining 7 minutes with you and Simon. If you come quick, go.
Okay, thank you, brother Madid. What I had forgotten is that I had a question here that was asked by a brother called Lual Makwe. He have said here that, let me ask Brother Chankot, your democracy since 1991 is, I think this guy was supporting the explanation from Nuri. It's been turned into family enterprises now by your boss, Riek Machar. Before I even finish reading this is just rubbish. If he's still listening, it is rubbish. That notion is incorrect, and it is brought forth by those people that has the disease of Riek Machar. those who have been blackmailed from their childhood years that are so negative about Young Machar, they're the one that have these notions. In the SPLM-IO, we have policies on who to appoint and how we can appoint them. You don't just bring someone simply because she's your wife or your cousin. No. We have political bureau. We have Liberation Council in the SPLM-IO. Okay? Therefore, anyone that assume any position in the SPLM-IO, it is because they have met the criteria that were probably debated by the Political Bureau and the Liberation Council. So Comrade Angelina Teng and any other person that assumed the duties, never just assumed the duties or never just ascended into power by themselves or because they are family relative to Riek Machar. We know exactly how we appoint our members and our officials. Let nobody comes and mislead us and mislead the general public on who and how we appoint them. You know, I know where the informations, those negative information come from, and we know how to deal with them. That is absolutely okay. We still remain intact. The movement knows exactly who should work for them and who should not work. And we use criteria. We don't just handpick. The other one, the last one, Brother Madid, was a point from our brother Gora Odiel. Our brother Gora Odiel was talking widely in regard to what is currently taking place in Greater Pibor. I didn't want to talk about it because I believe there were people that extensively discussed it. But there was one ticking point that I wanted to highlight to him. The current Lone Nuer civilians that are or that have headed into Pibor are not backed by the SPLM-IO. SPLM-IO is an opposition party or movement that is equivalent to the SPLM-IG in Juba. We are partners in peace, and we no longer lead any civilians into war. We have reform, forces. We have soldiers that are in cantonment sites and all the other barracks within our territories. So SPLM-IO is responsible alternative government in the Republic of South Sudan that should not have and do not have any agenda against a given tribe in the Republic of South Sudan. There is no any point that SPLM-IO can arm themselves to go fight Murle. It is purely the civilians that actually had the privilege to have those guns and go to people. Now, the point that we should always ask here is that how are we going to bring that issue to an end? Because it is actually catastrophic. It is destroying the lives and livelihood of innocent children, women, and elderly. How are we going to arrest it? My brother Agwod just gave his side of opinion on how this issue should be brought to an end. He disagrees with the committees that has been formed, and so do I. I disagree with the formation of the committee. Why? Because I believe the current conflict is not of the making of Murle as a tribe. It has actors. There are actors involved within Juba. And because there are actors involved in it, it cannot be solved by the same actors. It cannot be solved by the same actors. It must be solved through the peace agreement that we are having now. If the SPLM-IG, all the other actors in the peace agreement want to solve the problem in Jonglei State, the problem in Lake State, the problem and complaints of the Greater Equatoria and Western Baragazal, it has to come, Brother Madid, through the peace agreement. our country is falling apart because we do not have a national government. If we want to bring an end to all these senseless, intercommunal fights, it must come through the peace agreement. Once we have this peace agreement, once we have national police, national security, national soldiers, my brother, this issue will come to an end. But now, as we speak, no one will bring it to an end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brother Chokwa. Thank you. And I thank everybody. I have less than 30 seconds. I thank you, Brother Chokwa. They have a wonderful night. And I want to thank all our guest speakers for tonight and our viewers who joined the show. Watching it, we appreciate you guys. And also, too, Legacy Media is welcome everybody, regardless your agenda, or everybody is welcome here in Legacy Media. As long as you click the link and join the show, we will bring you up. So we are not neglect anybody here. So I agree. I see the concern about the gender issues. Yes, all our women are welcome to Legacy Media to contribute as well. So next time, Sister Mary. So I'm looking forward to coming to the show. Thank you, Brother Kim. I will let you go. Thank you all for coming in. Have a wonderful night, guys. Very wonderful show. I just have so I thank you very much. Have a wonderful night, guys.